This is Audible.
Infinite Jest, written by David Foster Wallace. What happened was that by the third week of his freshman year, Orrin was attempting an extremely unlikely defection from college tennis to college football. The reason he gave his parents, Avril made it clear that the very last thing she wanted was to have any of her children feel they had to justify or explain to her any sort of abruptly or even bizarrely sudden major decision they might happen to make. And it's not clear that the mad stork had even nailed down the fact that Orrin was still in Metro Boston at BU in the first place. But Orrin still felt the move demanded some kind of explanation. Was that fall tennis practice had started, and he discovered that he was an empty, withered, psychic husk, competitively burned out. Orrin had been playing, eating, sleeping, and excreting competitive tennis since his racket was bigger than he was. He said he realized he had at 18 become exactly as fine a tennis player as he was ever destined to be. The prospect of further improvement, a crucial carrot that Stitt and the ETA staff were expert at dangling, had disappeared at a fourth-rate tennis program whose coach had a poster of Bill Tilden in his office and offered critique on the level of bend your knees and watch the ball. This was all actually true, the burnout part, and totally swallowable as far as the from tennis part went. But Orrin had a harder time explaining the decision's to football component, partly because he had only the vaguest understanding of U.S. football's rules, tactics, and non-metric venue. He had, in fact, never once even touched a real, pebbled leather football before, and, like most serious tennis players, had always found the misshapen ball's schizoid bounces disorienting and upsetting to look at. In fact, the decision had very little to do with football at all, or with the reason Orrin ended up starting to give before Avril all but demanded that he stop feeling in any way pressured or compelled to do anything more than ask for their utter and unqualified support of whatever actions he felt his personal happiness required. Which is what she did when he started a slightly lyrical thing about the crash of pads and sis-boom-ba of pep squad and ambiance of male bonding and smell of dewy turf at Nickerson Field at dawn when he showed up to watch the sprinklers come on and turn the lemon wedge of risen sun into plumed rainbows of refraction. The refracting sprinklers part was actually true, and that he liked it. The rest had been fiction. The real football reason, in all its inevitable real reason banality, was that, over the course of weeks of dawns of watching the auto sprinklers and the pep squad, which really did practice at dawn, practices, Orrin had developed a horrible, schoolboy-grade crush, complete with dilated pupils and weak knees, for a certain big-haired sophomore baton twirler he watched twirl and strut from a distance through the diffracted spectrum of the plumed sprinklers, all the way across the field's dewy turf, a twirler who'd attended a few of the all-athletic team mixers Orrin and his strabismic BU doubles partner had gone to, and who danced the same way she twirled and invoked mass pep, which is to say, in a way that seemed to turn everything solid in Orrin's body watery and distant and oddly refracted. Orrin Incandenza, who, like many children of raging alcoholics and OCD sufferers, had internal addictive sexuality issues, had already drawn idle little sideways eights on the post-coital flanks of a dozen BU co-eds. But this was different. He'd been smitten before, but not decapitated. He lay on his bed in the autumn PMs during the tennis coach's required nap time, squeezing a tennis ball and talking for hours about this twirling, sprinkler-obscured sophomore, while his doubles partner lay way on the other side of the huge bed, looking simultaneously at Orrin and the New England leaves changing color in the trees outside the window. The schoolboy epithet they'd made to refer to Orrin's twirler was PGOAT, for the prettiest girl of all time. It wasn't the entire attraction, but she really was almost grotesquely lovely. She made the moms look like the sort of piece of fruit you think you want to take out of the bin, but then, once you're right there over the bin, you put back because from close up you can see a much fresher and less preserved-seeming piece of fruit elsewhere in the bin. The twirler was so pretty that not even the senior BU football terriers could summon the saliva to speak to her at athletic mixers. In fact, she was almost universally shunned. The twirler induced in heterosexual males what UHID later told her was termed the action complex, which is a kind of deep, phylogenetic fear of transhuman beauty. About all Oren's doubles partner, who as a strabismic was something of an expert on female unattainability, felt he could do, was warn O that this was the kind of hideously attractive girl you just knew in advance did not associate with normal, collegiate human males, and clearly attended BU athletic social functions only out of a sort of bland scientific interest, while she waited for the cleft-chinned, ascopartic, male model-looking, wildly successful in business adult male she doubtless was involved with, to telephone her from the back seat of his green stretch Infinity, etc. No major sport player had ever even orbited in close enough to hear the elisions and apical lapses of a mid-southern accent in her oddly flat but resonant voice that sounded like someone enunciating very carefully inside a soundproof enclosure. When she danced at dances, it was with other cheerleaders and twirlers and pep squad terrierettes, because no male had the grit or spit to ask her. Oren himself couldn't get closer than 4 meters at parties, because he suddenly couldn't figure out where to put the stresses in the Charles Tavis unwittingly inspired, "Describe the sort of man you find attractive, and I'll affect the demeanor of that sort of man," strategic opening that would work so well on other BU subjects. It took 3 hearings for him to figure out that her name wasn't Joel. The big hair was red gold, and the skin peachy-tinged pale, and arms freckled, and zygomatics indescribable, and her eyes an extra-natural, high-definition green. He wouldn't learn till later that the almost pungently clean, line-dried laundry scent that hung about her was a special low-pH dandelion attar decocted special by her chemist daddy in Shiny Prize, Kentucky. Boston University's tennis team, needless to say, had neither cheerleaders nor baton-twirling pep squads, which were reserved for major and large crowd sports. This is pretty understandable. The tennis coach took Oren's decision hard, and Oren had had to hand him a Kleenex and stand there for several minutes under the poster of an avuncular Big Bill Tilden, standing there in World War II-era long white pants and ruffling a ball boy's hair. Oren watching the Kleenex sogify and get holes blown through it, while he tried to articulate just what he meant by burned out and withered husk and carrot. The coach had kept asking if this meant Oren's mother wouldn't be coming down to watch practice anymore. Oren's now former doubles partner, a strabismic and faggy-sweatered but basically decent guy, who also happened to be heir to the Nickerson Farms meat facsimile fortune, had his cleft-chinned and solidly BU-connected dad make a couple quick calls from the back seat of his forest green Lexus. Boston University's head football coach, the Boss Terrier, an exiled Oklahoman who really did wear a gray crewneck sweatshirt with a whistle on a string, was intrigued by the size of the left forearm and hand extended impolitely but not intriguingly during introductions. This was Oren's tennis arm, roughly churn-sized. The other, whose dimensions were human, was hidden under a sport coat draped strategically over the aspiring walk-on's right shoulder. But you can't play U.S. football with a draped sport coat, and Oren's only real speed was in tiny 3-meter lateral bursts. And then it turned out that the idea of actually making direct physical contact with an opponent was so deeply ingrained as alien and horrific that Orrin's tryouts, even at reserve positions, were too pathetic to describe. He was called a drag-ass, and then a mollygag, and then a bona fide pussy. He was finally told that he seemed to have some kind of empty swinging sack where his balls ought to be, and that if he wanted to keep his scholarship, he might ought to stick to minor-type sports, where what you hit didn't up and hit you back. The coach finally actually grabbed Orrin's face mask and pointed to the mouth of the field's southern tunnel. Orrin walked south off the field, solo and disconsolate, helmet under his little right arm, with not even a wistful glance back at the pep squad's PGOAT, practicing baton aloft splits in a heart-renderingly distant way beneath the visitors' northern goalposts. What Metro Boston AAs are trite but correct about is that both Destiny's kisses and its dope slaps illustrate an individual person's basic personal powerlessness over the really meaningful events in his life.
100.
That is, almost nothing important that ever happens to you happens because you engineer it. Destiny has no beeper. Destiny always leans trench-coated out of an alley with some sort of psst that you usually can't even hear because you're in such a rush to or from something important you've tried to engineer. The destiny-grade event that happened to Orrin Incandenza at this point was that just as he was passing glumly under the home goalposts and entering the shadow of the south exit tunnels at it, a loud and ominously orthopedic cracking sound, plus then shrieking, issued from somewhere on the field behind him. What had happened was that Boston University's best defensive tackle, a 180-kilo future pro who had no teeth and liked to color, practicing special teams punt rushes, not only blocked BU's varsity punter's kick, but committed a serious mental error and kept coming and crashed into the little padless guy while the punter's cleated foot was still up over his head, falling on him in a beefy heap and snapping everything from femur to tarsus in the punter's leg with a dreadful, high-caliber snap. 2 pep majorettes and a water boy fainted from the sound of the punter's screams alone. The blocked punt's ball caroomed hard off the defensive tackle's helmet and bounced crazily and rolled untended all the way back to the shadow of the south tunnel, where Orrin had turned to watch the punter writhe and the lineman rise with a finger in his mouth and a guilty expression. The defensive line coach disconnected his headset and dashed out and began blowing his whistle at the lineman at extremely close range, over and over, as the huge tackle started to cry and hit himself in the forehead with the heel of his hand. Since nobody else was close, Orrin picked up the blocked punt's ball, which the head coach was gesturing impatiently for from his position at the midfield bench. Orrin held the football, which he'd not been very good at during tryouts, holding on to it, feeling its weird oval weight, and looked way upfield at the stretcher-bearers and punter and assistants and coach. It was too far to try to throw, and there was just no way Orrin was making another solo walk up the sideline and then back off the field again under the distant green gaze of the twirler, who owned his CNS. Orrin, before that seminal moment, had never tried to kick any sort of ball before in his whole life, was the unengineered and kind of vulnerable revelation that ended up moving Joel Van Dyne way more than status or hang time. But as of that moment, as whistles fell from lips and people pointed, and under that same green and sprinkler-hazed gaze, Orrin found for himself, within competitive U.S. football, a new niche and carrot. A show-type career he could never have dreamed of trying to engineer. Within days he was punting 60 yards without a rush, practicing solo on an outside field with a special teams assistant, a dreamy Gaulois-smoking man who invoked ideas of sky and flight and called Orrin ephebe, which a discreet phone call to his youngest brother revealed not to be the insult Orrin had feared it sounded like. By the second week, O was up to around 65 yards, still without a snap or rush, his rhythm clean and faultless, his concentration on the transaction between 1 foot and 1 leather egg almost frighteningly total. Nor by the 3rd week was he much distracted by the 10 crazed, pituitary giants bearing down as he took the snap and stepped forward, the gasps and crunching and meaty splats of interpersonal contact around him, the coolly typed shuffle of the stretcher-bearers who came and went after the whistle blows. He'd been taken aside and the empty scrotum crack apologized for, and it had been explained, complete with blow-ups of rule-book pages, that regulations against direct physical contact with the punter were draconian, enforced by the threat of massive yardage and loss of possession. The rifle-shot sounds of the ex-punter's now useless leg were 1 in a million sounds, he was assured. The head coach let Orrin overhear him telling the defense that any man misfortunate enough to impact the team's new stellar punt man could just keep on walking after the play was over, all the way to the south tunnel and the stadium exit and the nearest transportation to some other institution of learning and ball. It was, pretty obviously, the start of football season. Crisp air, everything half dead, burning leaves, hot chocolate, raccoon coats, and halftime twirling and something called the wave. Crowds exponentially larger and more demonstrative than tennis tournament crowds. Home versus SUNY Buffalo. Home versus Syracuse at Boston College, at Rhode Island. Home versus the despised Minutemen of UMass Amherst. Orrin's average reached 69 yards per kick and was still improving, his eyes fixed on the twin inducements of a gleaming baton and a massive developmental carrot he hadn't felt since age 14. He punted the football better and better as his motion, a dancerly combination of moves and weight transfers every bit as complex and precise as a kick serve, got more instinctive, and he found his hamstrings and adductors loosening through constant and high-impact competitive punting. His left cleat finishing at 90 degrees to the turf, knee to his nose, rocket kicking in the midst of crowd noise so rabid and entire it seemed to remove stadium's air, the one huge, wordless, orgasmic voice rising and creating a vacuum that sucked the ball after it into the sky, the leather egg receding as it climbed in a perfect spiral, seeming to chase the very crowd roar it had produced. By Halloween, his control was even better than his distance. It wasn't by accident that the special teams assistant described it as touch. Consider that a football field is basically just a grass tennis court, tugged unnaturally long, and that white lines at complex right angles still define tactics and movement, the very possibility of play. And that Orrin Incandenza, who, tennis historically, had had mediocre passing shots, had been indicted by Stitt for depending way too often on the lob he developed as compensation. Like the equally weak passing eschaton prodigy Michael Pemulus after him, Orrin's whole limited game had been built around a preternatural lob, which, of course, a lob is just a higher-than-opponent parabola that ideally lands just shy of the area of play's rear boundary and is hard to retrieve and return. Gerhard Stitt and Delint and their depressing prorectors had had to sit eating butterless popcorn through only one cartridge of one BU game to understand how Orrin had found his major sport niche. Orrin was still just only lobbing, Stitt observed, illustrating with the pointer and a multiple replayed 4th down, but now with the leg instead. The only punting, and now with 10 armored and testosterone-flushed factotum to deal with, whatever return an opponent could muster. Stitt posited that Orrin had stumbled by accident on a way, in this grotesquely physical and territorial U.S. game, to legitimate the same dependency on the one shot of lob that had kept him from developing the courage to develop his weaker areas, which this unwillingness to risk the temporary failure and weakness for long-term gain had been the real herbicide on the carrot of Orrin Incandenza's tennis. Puberty schmuberty, as the real reason for burning down the inside fire for tennis, Stitt knew. Stitt's remarks were nodded vigorously at and largely ignored in the viewing room. Stitt later told DeLint he had several very bad feelings about Oren's future inside. But so, by freshman Halloween, Oren was regularly placing his punts inside the opponent's 20, spinning the ball off his cleats' laces so it either hit and squiggled outside the white sideline and out of play, or else landed on its point and bounced straight up and seemed to squat in the air, hovering and spinning, waiting for some downfield terrier to kill it just by touching. The special teams assistant told Oren that these were historically called coffin corner kicks, and that Oren Incandenza was the best natural coffin corner man he'd lived to see. You almost had to smile. Oren's full-ride scholarship was renewed under the aegis of a brutaler but way more popular North American sport than competitive tennis. This was after the second home game, around the time that a certain actionizingly pretty baton twirler, invoking mass pep during breaks in the action, seemed to begin somehow directing her glittering sideline routines, and Oren in particular. So, and then the only really cardiac-grade romantic relationship of Oren's life took bilateral root at a distance during games, without one exchanged personal phoneme, a love communicated across grassy expanses, against stadium's monovocal roar, entirely through stylized repetitive motions, his functional, hers celebratory, their respective little dances of devotion to the spectacle they were both, in their different roles, trying to make as entertaining as possible. But so the point was that the accuracy came after the distance. In his first couple games, Oren had approached his fourth down task as one of simply kicking the ball out of sight and past hope of return. The dreamy special team assistant said this was a punter's natural pattern of growth and development. Your raw force tends to precede your control. In his initial home start, wearing a padless uniform that didn't fit and a wide receiver's number, he was summoned when Boston University's first drive stalled on the 40 of a Syracuse team that had no idea it was in its last season of representing an American university. A side issue. College sport analysts would later use the game to contrast the beginning and end of different eras, but a side issue. Oren had a booked long of 73 yards that day, and an average hang of 8-point-something seconds. But that first official punt exhilarated. The carrot, the PGOAT, the monovocal roar of a major sport crowd. He sent over the head of the Orangeman back waiting to receive it, over the goalposts and the safety nets behind the goalposts, over the first 3 sections of seats, and into the lap of an emeritus theology prof in row 52, who'd needed opera glasses to make out the play itself. It went in the books at 40 yards, that baptismal competitive punt. It was really almost a 90-yard punt, and had the sort of hang time the special teams assistant said you could have tender and sensitive intercourse during. The sound of the podiatric impact had silenced a major sport crowd, and a retired United States Marine Corps flyer who always came with petroleum jelly samples he hawked to the knuckle-chapped crowds in the Nickerson stands told his cronies in a Brookline watering hole after the game that this Incandenza kid's first public punt had sounded just the way Rolling Thunder's big-bellied Berthas had sounded, the exaggerated whoomp of incendiary tonnage, way larger than life. After 4 weeks, Oren's success at kicking big, egg-shaped balls was way past anything he'd accomplished hitting little round ones. Granted, the tennis and eschaton hadn't hurt. But it wasn't all athletic, this affinity for the public punt. It wasn't all just high-level competitive training and high-pressure experience transported intersport. He told Joelle Van Dyne, she of the accent and baton and brain-locking beauty, told her in the course of an increasingly revealing conversation, after kind of amazingly she had approached him at a Columbus Day major sport function and asked him to autograph a squishy-sided football he'd kicked a hole through in practice. The deflated bladder had landed in the marching terrier's sousaphone player's sousaphone, and had been handed over to Joelle after extrication by the lardy tubist, sweaty and dumb, under the girl's actionizingly imploring gaze. Asked him, Orrin, now also suddenly damp and blank on anything attractive to say or recite, asked him, in an emptily resonant drawl, to inscribe the punctured thing for her own personal daddy, one Jolon Van Dyne of Shiny Prize, Kentucky. And she said also of the Dine Riney Proton Donor Regent Corporation of nearby Boaz, Kentucky, and engaged him, Orrin, in a slowly, decreasingly one-sided social function-type conversation. The PGOAT was pretty easy to stay in a one-to-one-like tete-a-tete with, since no other terrier could bring himself within 4 meters of her. And Orrin gradually found himself almost meeting her eye as he shared that he believed it wasn't all athletic, hunting's pull for him, that a lot of it seemed emotional and or even, if there was such a thing anymore, spiritual, a denial of silence. Here were upwards of 30,000 voices, souls, voicing approval as one soul. He invoked the raw numbers, the frenzy. He was thinking out loud here. Audience exhortations and approvals so total they ceased to be numerically distinct and melded into a sort of single coital moan. One big vowel, the sound of the womb, the roar, gathering, tidal, amniotic, the voice of what might as well be God. None of tennis's prim applause cut short by an umpire's patrician shush. He said he was just speculating here, ad-libbing. He was meeting her eye, and not drowning, his dread now transformed into whatever it had been dread of. He said the sound of all those souls as one sound, too loud to bear, building, waiting for his foot to release it. Orrin said the thing he thought he liked was he literally could not hear himself think out there. Maybe a cliché, but out there, transformed. His own self-transcended, as he'd never escaped himself, on the court. A sense of a presence in the sky. The crowd sound congregational, the stadium shaking climax as the ball climbed, and inscribed a cathedral arc, seeming to take forever to fall. It never even occurred to him to ask her what sort of demeanor she preferred. He didn't have to strategize or even scheme. Later he knew what the dread had been dread of. He hadn't had to promise her anything, it turned out. It was all for free. By the end of his freshman fall, and Boston University's championship of the Yankee Conference, plus its non-victorious but still unprecedented appearance at Las Vegas's dignitary-attended KLRMKI Forsythia Bowl, Orrin had taken his off-campus housing subsidy and moved with Joelle Van Dyne, the heart-stopping Kentuckian, into an East Cambridge co-op 3 subway stops distant from BU. And the all-new inconveniences of being publicly stellar at a major sport in a city where people beat each other to death in bars over stats and fealty. Joelle had done the midnight Thanksgiving dinner at ETA and survived Avril. And then Orrin spent his first Christmas ever away from home, flying to Paducah, and then driving a rented 4-wheel drive to kudzu-hung Shiny Prize, Kentucky, to drink toddies under a little white reusable Christmas tree with all red balls, with Joelle and her mother and personal daddy and his loyal pointers, getting a storm cellar tour of Jolon's incredible Pyrex collection of every solution in the known world that can turn blue litmus paper red. Little red rectangles floating in the flasks for proof. Orrin nodding a lot and trying incredibly hard, and Joelle saying that Mr. Van D's not once smiling at him was just his way, was all. The way his own moms had her way Joelle had trouble with. Orrin wired Marlon Bain and Ross Reet and the strabismic Nickerson that he was, by all indications, in love with somebody. Freshman New Year's Eve in Shiny Prize, far from the ONANite upheavals of the new Northeast, the last PM, before subsidization, was the first time Oren saw Joelle ingest very small amounts of cocaine. Oren had exited his own substance phase about the time he discovered sex. Plus, of course, the NONANCAA urine considerations, and he declined it, the cocaine, but not in a judgmental or killjoy way, and found he liked being with his PGOAT straight while she ingested. He found it exciting, a vicariously on-the-edge feeling he associated with giving yourself not to any one game's definition, but to yourself, and how you unjudgmentally feel about somebody who's high and feeling even freer and better than normal, with you alone under the red balls. They were a natural match here. Her ingestion then was recreational, and he not only didn't mind, but never made a show of not minding, nor she that he abstained. The whole substance issue was natural and kind of free. Another reason they seemed star-fated was that Joelle had in her sophomore year decided to concentrate in film cartridge, academically, at BU, either film cartridge theory or film cartridge production, or maybe both. The PGOAT was a film fanatic, though her tastes were pretty corporate. She told O she preferred movies where a whole bunch of shit blows up.
101.
Oren in a low-key way introduced her to art film, conceptual and highbrow academic avant and après-garde film, and taught her how to use some of Interlace's more esoteric menus. He blasted up the hill to Enfield and brought down the Mad Stork's own prenuptial agreement of heaven and hell, which had a major impact on her. Right after Thanksgiving, himself let the PGOAT understudy with Leith on the set of The American Century as Seen Through a Brick, in return for getting to film her thumb against a plucked string. After an only mildly disappointing sophomore season, Oren flew with her to Toronto to watch part of the filming of Blood Sister, One Tough Nun. Himself would take Oren and his beloved out after dailies, entertaining Joelle with his freakish gift for Canadian cab-hailing, while Oren stood, turtle-headed in his topcoat. And then later Oren would shepherd the two of them back to their Ontario Place hotel, stopping the cab to let them both throw up, firemen carrying Joelle, while he watched the Mad Stork negotiate his suite by holding on to walls. Himself showed them the University of Toronto Conference Centre, where he and the moms had first met. This might have been the end's start gradually in hindsight. Joelle that summer declined a sixth summer at the Dixie Baton Twirling Institute in Oxford, Mississippi, and let himself give her a stage name and use her in rapid succession in Low Temperature Civics, The Desire to Desire, and Safe Boating is No Accident, traveling with himself and Mario while Oren stayed in Boston, recuperating from minor surgery on a hypertrophied left quadriceps at a Massachusetts General Hospital where no fewer than 4 nurses and PTs in the sports medicine wing filed for legal separation from their husbands with custody. The PGOAT's real ambitions weren't thespian, Oren knew, is one reason he hung in so long. Joelle, when he'd met her, already owned some modest personal film equipment, courtesy of her personal daddy, and she now had access to nothing if not serious digital gear. By Oren's sophomore year, she no longer twirled or incited pep in any way. In his first full season, she stood behind various white lines with a little Bolex R32 digital recorder and BTL meters and lenses, including a bitchin' ingenue zoom, Oren gone and paid for as a gesture, and she shot little half-disc sector clips of number 78, Boston University punter, sometimes with Leith in attendance, never himself, experimenting with speed and focal length and digital mats, extending herself technically. Oren, despite his interests in upgrading the PGOAT's commercial tastes, was himself pretty lukewarm on film and cartridges and theater and pretty much anything that reduced him to herd-like spectation. But he respected Joelle's own creative drives to an extent. And he found out that he really did like watching the football footage of Joel Van Dyne, featuring pretty much him only. Strongly preferred the little .5 sector clips to himself's cartridges or corporate films where things blew up while Joelle bounced in her seat and pointed at the viewer. And he found them, her clips of him at play, way more engaging than the grainy, over-cluttered game and play celluloids the head coach made everybody sit through. Orrin liked to adjust the co-op's rheostat way down when Joelle wasn't home, and haul out the diskettes and make Jiffy Pop and watch her little 10-second clips of him, over and over. He saw something different each time he rewound, something more. The clips of him punting unfolded like time-lapsing flowers and seemed to reveal him in ways he could never have engineered. He sat, rapt. It only happened when he watched them alone. Sometimes he got an erection. He never masturbated. Joelle came home. Still in the last stages of a late puberty and the prettiness getting visibly worse day by day, Joelle had been maiden still when Orrin met her. She'd been shunned theretofore, both at Boston University and Shiny Prize Boaz Consolidated. The beauty had repelled every comer. She devoted her life to her twirling in amateur film. Disney Leith said she had the knack. Her camera hand was rock steady. Even the early clips from the start of the YW season looked shot off a tripod. There'd been no audio in the sophomore clips, and you could hear the high-pitched noise of the cartridge in the TP's disk drive. A cartridge revolving at a digital diskette's 450 RPM sounds a bit like a distant vacuum cleaner. Late-night car noises and sirens drifted in through the bars from as far away as the Starro 500. Silence was not part of what Orrin was after, watching. Joelle housekeeps like a fiend. The place is always sterile. The resemblance to the mom's housekeeping he finds a bit creepy. Except Joelle doesn't mind a mess or give anybody the creeps worrying about hiding that she minds it, so nobody's feelings will be hurt. With Joelle, the mess just disappears sometime during the night, and you wake up and the place is sterile. It's like elves. Soon after he started watching the clips in his junior year, Orrin had blasted up Commonwealth's Hill and brought Joelle back a Bolex-compatible Tatsuoka recorder with sync pulse, a cardioid mic, a low-end tripod with a Barney to muffle the Bolex's whir, a classy Pillowtone blooper and sync pulse cords, a whole oracopia. It took Lee 3 weeks to teach her to use the Pillowtone. Now, the clips had sound. Orrin has trouble not burning the Jiffy Pop popcorn. It tends to burn as the foil top inflates. You have to take it off the stove before the foil forms a dome. No microwave popcorn for Orrin, even then. He liked to dim the track lights when Joelle was out, and haul out the cartridge rack and watch her little 10-second clips of his punts over and over. Here he is, back against Delaware, in the second home game of YTMP. The sky is dull and pale. The 5 Yankee Conference flags, University of Vermont and the University of New Hampshire, now history, are all right out straight with the gale off to Charles for which Nickerson Field is infamous. It's 4th down, obviously. Thousands of kilos of padded meat assume 4-point stances and chuff at each other, poised to charge and stave. Orrin is 12 yards back from scrimmage, his cleated feet together, his weight just ahead of him, his mismatched arms out before him, and the attitude of the blind before walls. His eyes are fixed on the distant, grass-stained valentine of the center's ass. His stance, waiting to receive the snap, is not unlike a diver's, he sees. 9 men on line, 4-pointed, poised to stave off 10 men's assault. The other team's deep back is back to receive, 70 yards away or more. The fullback, whose sole job is to keep Orrin from harm, is ahead and to the left, bent at the knees, his taped fists together and elbows out like a winged thing ready to hurl itself at whatever breaches the line and comes at the punter. Joelle's equipment isn't quite pro-caliber, but her technique is very good. By junior year, there's also color. There's only one sound, and it is utter. The crowd's noise, and its response to that noise building. Orrin's back against Delaware, ready, his helmet a bright non-contact white, and his head's insides scrubbed free for 10 seconds of every thought not connected to receiving the long snap and stepping martially forward to lob the leather egg beyond sight to an altitude that makes the wind no factor. Madam PGOAT gets it all, zooming in from the opposite end zone. She gets his timing. A punt's timing is minutely precise, like a serve's. It's like a solo dance. She gets the ungodly whoomp against and above the crowd's vowels climax. She captures the pendular 180-degree arc of Orrin's leg. The gluteal follow-through that puts his cleats' laces way over his helmet. The perfect right angle between leg and turf. Her technique is superb on the Delaware debacle Orrin can just barely take reviewing. The one time all year, the big chuffing center oversnaps and arcs the ball over Orrin's upraised hands, so by the time he's run back and grabbed the crazy bouncing thing 10 yards farther back, the Delaware defense has breached the line, or through the line, the fullback supine and trampled, all 10 rushers rushing, wanting nothing more than personal physical contact with Orrin and his leather egg. Joelle gets him sprinting, a 3-meter lateral burst as he avoids the first few sets of hands and the beefy curling lips, but is just about to get personally contacted and knocked out of his cleats by the Delaware strong safety flying in on a slant from way outside when the tiny .5 sector of digital space each punt's programmed to require runs out, and the crowd sound moos and dies, and you can hear the disk drive stalled at the terminal byte, and Orrin's chin-strapped, plastic-barred face is there on the giant viewer, frozen and high-def in his helmet, right before impact, zoomed in on with a quality lens. Of particular interest are the eyes. The 14th of November, year of the Depend adult undergarment. Poor Tony Krause had a seizure on the T. It happened on a Grey Line train from Watertown to Inman Square, Cambridge. He'd been drinking codeine cough syrup in the men's room of the Armenian Foundation Library in horrid central Watertown, Massachusetts, for over a week, darting out from cover only to beg a script from hideous Equus Reese, and then dash in at Brooks Pharmacy, wearing a simply vile ensemble of synthetic fiber slacks and suspenders and tweed Donegal cap he'd had to cage from a longshoreman's union hall. Poor Tony couldn't dare wear anything comely, not even the Antitois brothers' red leather coat, not since that poor woman's bag had turned out to have a heart inside. He had simply never felt so beset and overcome on all sides as the black July day when it fell to his lot to boost a heart. Who wouldn't wonder why me? He didn't dare dress expressive or ever go back to the square. And Emile still had him marked for demapping as a consequence of that horrid thing with Wu and Bobby C. last winter. Poor Tony didn't dare show one feather east of Tremont Street, or at the Brighton Projects, or even Delphina's in Backwater Enfield since last Christmas, even after Emile simply dematerialized from the street scene. And now, since the 29th of July, he was non grata at Harvard Square and environs, and even the sight of an Oriental now gave him palpitations, say nothing of an Egner accessory. Thus, poor Tony had no way to cop for himself. He could trust no one enough to inject their wares. St. Cheese and Lola Sister were no more trustworthy than he himself. He didn't even want them to know where he slept. He began drinking cough syrup. He managed to get Bridget Tenderhole and the strictly rough-trade Stokely Darkstar to cop for him on the wink for a few weeks, until Stokely died in a Fenway hospice, and then Bridget Tenderhole was shipped by her pimp to Bruckton under maddeningly vague circumstances. Then poor Tony had read the dark portents and swallowed the first of his pride and hid himself even more deeply in a dumpster complex behind the IBPWDW.
102.
Local, number 4 Hall, in 4 Point downtown, and resolved to stay hidden there for as long as he could swallow the pride to send Lola's sister out to acquire heroin, accepting without pride or complaint the shameless rip-offs the miserable bitch perpetrated upon him, until a period in October when Lola's sister went down with hepatitis G, and the supply of heroin dried horribly up, and the only people even copping enough to chip were people in a position to dash here and there to great beastly lengths under an open public access sky, and no friend, no matter how dear or indebted, could afford to cop for another. Then, wholly friend and connectionless, poor Tony, in hiding, began to withdraw from heroin. Not just get strung out or sick. Withdraw. The words echoed in his neuralgiac and wigless head, with the simple, most awful, sinister footsteps echoing in deserted corridor quality. Withdrawal. The wingless fowl. Turkification. Kicking. The old cold bird. Poor Tony had never once had to withdraw. Not all the way down the deserted corridor of withdrawal, not since he first got strung at 17. At the very worst, someone kind had always found him charming if things got dire enough to have to rent out his charms. Alas, thus, about the fact that his charms were now at low ebb. He weighed 50 kilos, and his skin was the color of summer squash. He had terrible shivering attacks and also perspired. He had a sty that had scraped one eyeball as pink as a bunny's. His nose ran like twin spigots, and the output had a yellow-green tinge he didn't think looked promising at all. There was an uncomely dry rot smell about him that even he could smell. In Watertown he tried to pawn his fine auburn wig with removable chignon and was cursed at in Armenian because the wig had infestations from his own hair below. Let's not even mention the Armenian pawnbroker's critique of his red leather coat. Poor Tony got more and more ill as he further withdrew. His symptoms themselves developed symptoms. Troughs and nodes he charted with morbid attention in the dumpster, in his suspenders and horrid tweed cap, clutching a shopping bag with his wig and coat, and comely habiliments he could neither wear nor pawn. The empty Empire Displacement Company dumpster he was hiding in was new and apple green, and the inside was bare, dimpled iron. And it remained new and unutilized because persons declined to come near enough to utilize it. It took some time for poor Tony to realize why this was so. For a brief interval it had seemed like a break, fortune's one wan smile. An EWD land barge cruise had him straight in language that left quite a bit of tact to be wished for, he felt. The dumpster's green iron cover also leaked when it rained, and it contained already a colony of ants along one wall, which insects poor Tony had ever since a neurasthenic childhood fear, and detested in particular ants. And in direct sunlight the quarters became a hellish living environment from which even the ants seemed to vanish. With each step further into the black corridor of actual withdrawal, poor Tony Kraus stamped his foot and simply refused to believe things could feel any worse. Then he stopped being able to anticipate when he needed to, as it were, visit the powder room. A fastidious gender dysphoric's horror of incontinence could not properly be described. Fluids of varying consistency began to pour without advance notice from several openings. Then, of course, they stayed there, the fluids, on the summer dumpster's iron floor. They were there, not going anywhere. He had no way to clean up, and no way to cop. His entire set of interpersonal associations consisted of persons who did not care about him, plus persons who wished him harm. His own late obstetrician father had rended his own clothing in symbolic Shiva in the year of the Whopper in the kitchen of the Krause home, 412 Mount Auburn Street, horrid central Watertown. It was the incontinence, plus the prospect of 11-4's monthly social assistance checks that drove poor Tony out for a mad, scampering relocation to an obscure Armenian Foundation Library men's room in Watertown Central, wherein he tried to arrange a stall as comfortingly as he could with shiny magazine photos and cherished knickknacks and toilet paper laid down around the seat, and flushed repeatedly, and tried to keep true withdrawal at some sort of bay with bottles of Codeine X+. A tiny percentage of codeine gets metabolized into good old C17 morphine, affording an agonizing hint of what real relief from the bird might feel like. That is, the cough syrup did little more than draw the process out, extend the corridor. It slowed up time. Poor Tony Krause sat on the insulated toilet in the domesticated stall all day and night, alternately swilling and gushing. He held his high heels up at 1900 hours, when the library staff checked the stalls and turned off all the lights and left poor Tony in a darkness within darkness so utter he had no idea where his own limbs were or went. He left that stall maybe once every 2 days, scampering madly to Brooks in cast-off shades and a kind of hood or shawl made pathetically of brown men's room paper towels. Time began to take on new aspects for him now, as withdrawal progressed. Time began to pass with sharp edges. Its passage in the dark or dim-lit stall was like time was being carried by a procession of ants, a gleaming red martial column of those militaristic red southern U.S. ants that build hideous tall boiling hills. And each vile gleaming ant wanted a minuscule little portion of poor Tony's flesh in compensation as it helped bear time slowly forward down the corridor of true withdrawal. By the second week in the stall, time itself seemed the corridor, lightless at either end. After more time, time then ceased to move or be moved, or be move-throughable, and assumed a shape above and apart, a huge, musty-feathered, orange-eyed, wingless fowl, hunched, incontinent, atop the stall, with a kind of watchful but deeply uncaring personality that didn't seem keen on poor Tony Krause as a person at all, or to wish him well, not one little bit. It spoke to him from atop the stall, the same things over and over. They were unrepeatable. Nothing in even poor Tony's grim life experience prepared him for the experience of time, with a shape and an odor, squatting. And the worsening physical symptoms were a spree at Bonwitz compared to time's black assurances that the symptoms were merely hints, signposts pointing up at a larger, far more dire set of withdrawal phenomena that hung just overhead by a string that unraveled steadily with the passage of time. It would not keep still, and would not end. It changed shape and smell. It moved in and out of him like the very most feared prison shower assailant. Poor Tony had once had the hubris to fancy he'd had occasion really to shiver ever before. But he had never truly, really shivered until time's cadences, jagged and cold and smelling oddly of deodorant, entered his body via several openings. Cold, the way only damp cold is cold. The phrase he'd had the gall to have imagined he understood was the phrase, chilled to the bone. shard-studded columns of chill entering to fill his bones with ground glass, and he could hear his joints glassy crunch with every slightest shift of hunched position. Time, ambient, and in the air, and entering and exiting at will, coldly. And the pain of his breath against his teeth. Time came to him, with the falcon black of the library night, and an orange mohawk and merry widow with tacky Amalfi pumps and nothing else. Time spread him, and entered him roughly, and had its way, and left him again in the form of endless, gushing liquid shit that he could not flush enough to keep up with. He spent the longest morbid time trying to fathom whence all the shit came from, when he was ingesting nothing at all but Codenex Plus. Then at some point he realized time had become the shit itself. Poor Tony had become an hourglass. Time moved through him now. He ceased to exist apart from its jagged-edged flow. He now weighed more like 45 kilograms. His legs were the size his comely arms had been before withdrawal. He was haunted by the word Zuckung, a foreign and possibly Yiddish word he did not recall ever before hearing. The word kept echoing in quick step cadence through his head without meaning anything. He'd naively assumed that going mad meant you were not aware of going mad. He'd naively pictured madmen as forever laughing. He kept seeing his sonless father again, removing the training wheels, looking at his pager, wearing a green gown and mask, pouring iced tea in a pebbled glass, tearing his sports shirt in filial woe, grabbing his shoulder, sinking to his knees, stiffening in a bronze casket, being lowered under the snow at Mount Auburn Cemetery, through dark glasses from a distance, chilled to the Zuckung. When, then, even the funds for the codeine syrup were exhausted, he still sat on the toilet of the rear stall of the AFL-Loo, surrounded by previously comforting hung habiliments and fashion magazine photographs he'd fastened to the wall with tape caged on the way in from the reference desk. Sat for almost a whole nother night and day, because he had no faith that he could stem the flow of diarrhea long enough to make it anywhere, if anywhere to go presented itself, in his only pair of gender-appropriate slacks. During hours of lit operation, the men's room was full of old men who wore identical brown loafers and spoke Slavic, and whose rapid-fire flatulence smelled of cabbage. Toward the end of the day of the second syrupless afternoon, the day of the seizure, poor Tony Kraus began to withdraw from the cough syrups alcohol and codeine and demethylated morphine now, as well as from the original heroin, yielding a set of sensations for which not even his recent experience had prepared him. The alcohol withdrawal, especially. And when the true DT-type big-budget visuals commenced, when the first glossy and minutely hirsute army ant crawled up his arm and refused, ghost-like, to be brushed away or hammered dead, poor Tony threw his hygienic pride into Time's porcelain maw and pulled up his slacks, mortifyingly wrinkled from 10-plus days puddled around his ankles, made what slight cosmetic repairs he could, donned his tacky hat with scotch-taped scarf of paper towels, and lit out in last-ditch desperation for Cambridge's Inman Square, for the sinister and duplicitous Antitois brothers, their glass entertainment and notions-fronted operations center he'd long ago vowed never again to darken the door of, but now figured to be his place of very last resort. The Antitois, Canadians of the Quebec subgenus, sinister and duplicitous, but when it came down to it, rather hapless political insurgents, he twice availed of services through the offices of Lola Sister, now the only persons anywhere he could claim somehow owed him a kindness, since the affair of the heart. In his coat and scally cap over scarf on Watertown Center's underground gray line platform, when the first hot, loose load fell out into the baggy slacks and down his leg and out around his high heel, he still had only his red high heels with the crossing straps, which the slacks were long enough to mostly hide. Poor Tony closed his eyes against the ants, formicating up and down his arms, skinny length, and screamed a soundless interior scream of utter and soul-scalding woe. His beloved boa fit almost entirely in one breast pocket, where it stayed, in the name of discretion. On the crowded train itself, then, he discovered that he'd gone, in 3 weeks, from being a colorful and comely, albeit freakishly comely person, to being one of those loathsome urban specimens that respectable persons on T-trains slide and drift quietly away from, without even seeming to notice they're even there. His scarf of paper towels had come partly untaped. He smelled of bilirubin and yellow sweat, and wore week-old eyeliner that simply did not fly if one needed a shave. There had been some negative urine incidents as well in the slacks, to round matters out. He had simply never in his life felt so unattractive or been so sick. He wept silently in shame and pain at the passage of each brightly lit public second's edge. And the driver ants that boiled in his lap opened needle-teethed little insectile mouths to catch the tears. He could feel his erratic pulse in his sty. The gray line was of the green and orange line, trundling behemoth-type train, and he sat all alone at one end of the car, feeling each slow second take its cut. When it descended, the seizure felt less like a separate, distinct health crisis than simply the next exhibit in the corridor of horrors that was the old cold bird. In actual fact, the seizure, a kind of synaptic firefight in poor Tony's desiccated temporal lobes, was caused entirely by withdrawal not from heroin, but from plain old grain alcohol, which was Codenex plus cough syrup's primary ingredient and balm. He'd consumed upwards of 16 little 80-proof bottles of Codenex per day for 8 days, and so was cruising for a real neurochemical bruising when he just up and stopped. The first thing that didn't augur very well was a shower of spark-sized phosphenes from the ceiling of the swaying train. This, plus the fiery violet aura around the heads of the respectables who had quietly retreated as far as possible from the various puddles in which he sat. Their clean pink faces looked somehow stricken, each inside a hood of violet flame. Poor Tony didn't know that his silent whimpers had ceased to be silent, was why everyone in the car had gotten so terribly interested in the floor tiles between their feet. He knew only that the sudden and incongruous smell of Old Spice, stick deodorant, classic original scent, unbidden and unexplainable, his late obstetric papa's brand, not smelled for years, and the tiny, panicked twitters with which withdrawal's ants skittered glossily up into his mouth and nose and disappeared, each, of course, taking its tiny pincered farewell bite as it went, augured some new and vivider exhibit on the corridor's horizon. He'd become, at puberty, violently allergic to the smell of Old Spice. As he soiled himself and the plastic seat and floor once again, the classic scent of times past intensified. Then, poor Tony's body began to swell. He watched his limbs become airy, white dirigibles, and felt them deny his authority and detach from him and float sluggishly up, snout first, into the steel mill sparks the ceiling rained. He suddenly felt nothing, or rather, nothing. A pre-tornadic stillness of zero sensation, as if he were the very space he occupied. Then he had a seizure.
103.
The floor of the subway car became the ceiling of the subway car, and he was on his arched back in a waterfall of light, gagging on Old Spice and watching his tumid limbs tear ass around the car's interior like undone balloons. The booming zakung, zakung, zakung was his high heels drumming on the soiled floor's tile. He heard a rushing train roar that was no train on earth, and felt a vascular roaring rushing that, until the pain hit, seemed like the gathering of a kind of orgasm of the head. His head inflated hugely and creaked as it stretched, inflating. Then the pain. Seizures hurt, is what few civilians have occasion to know, was the sharp end of a hammer. There was a squeak and rush of release inside his skull, and something shot from him into the air. He saw Bobby C.'s blood misting upward in the hot wind of the Copley blower. His father knelt beside him on the ceiling in a well-rendered, sleeveless tee, extolling the Red Sox of Rice and Lynn. Tony wore summer taffeta. His body flopped around without OK from HQ. He didn't feel one bit like a puppet. He thought of gaffed fish. The gown had 1,000 flounces and a saucy bodice of lace crochet. Then he saw his father, green-gowned and rubber-gloved, leaning to read the headlines off the skin of a fish a newspaper had wrapped. That had never happened. The largest print headline said, "Push." Poor Tony flopped and gasped and pushed down inside, and the utter red of the blood that feeds sight bloomed behind his fluttering lids. Time wasn't passing so much as kneeling beside him in a torn T-shirt disclosing the rodent-nosed tits of a man who disdains the care of his once comely bod. Poor Tony convulsed and drummed and gasped and fluttered. A fountain of light all around him. He felt a piece of nourishing and possibly even intoxicating meat in the back of his throat, but elected not to swallow it, but swallowed it anyway, and was immediately sorry he did. And when his father's bloody, rubbered fingers folded his teeth back to retrieve the tongue he'd swallowed, he refused absolutely to bite down ungratefully on the hand that was taking his food. Then, without authorization, he pushed and bit down and took the gloved fingers clean off. So there was rubber-wrapped meat in his mouth again, and his father's head exploded into needled antennae of color like an exploding star between his gown's raised green arms, and a call for Zuckung, while Tony's heels drummed and struggled against the widening stirrups of light they were hoisted into, while a curtain of red was drawn wetly up over the floor he stared down at, Tony, and he heard someone yelling for someone to give in, with a hand on his lace belly as he bore down to push, and he saw the legs in the stirrups they held would keep spreading until they cracked him open and all the way inside out on the ceiling, and his last worry was that red-handed papa could see up his dress what was hidden. The 7th of November, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment. Each of the 8 to 10 prorectors at the Enfield Tennis Academy teaches one academic class per term, usually a once-a-week Saturday thing. This is mostly for certification reasons. Plus, all but one of the prorectors are low-level touring professionals, with low-level professional tennis players, in general, being not exactly the most candid stars in the intellectual Orion.
104.
Because of all this, their classes tend to be not only electives but academy jokes, and the ETA Dean of Academic Affairs regards prorector-taught classes, for example, in fall YDAU, Corbett Thorpe's Deviant Geometries, Aubrey DeLint's Introduction to Athletic Spreadsheets, or the colon-mad Tex Watson's From Scarcity to Plenty, From Putrid Stuff Out of the Ground to the Atom in the Mirror, A Lay Look at Energy Resources from Anthracite to Annular Fusion, etc., as not satisfying any sort of quadrivial requirement. But the older ETAs, with more latitude, credit, and elective-wise, still tend to clamor and jostle for spots in the prorector's seminars. Not just because the classes can be passed by pretty much anybody who shows up and displays vital signs, but because most of the prorectors are, also like low-level tennis pros, as a genus, kind of bats, and their classes are usually fascinating the way plane crash footage is fascinating. For example, although any closed room she's in soon develops a mysterious and overpowering vitamin B stink he can just barely stand, ETA senior Ted Schacht has taken Mary Esther Thode's perennially batsoid, "The personal is the political is the psychopathological, the politics of contemporary, psychopathological, double binds, all 3 times it's been offered. Mary Esther Thode is regarded by the upperclassmen as probably insane, by, clinical standards, although her coaching proficiency with the girls' 16s is beyond dispute. A bit on the old side for an ETA pro-rector, Thode had been a pupil of Coach G. Stitt back at Stitt's infamous Old Crop and Epaulette Harry Hopman program in Winter Park, Florida, and then for a couple years at the new ETA as a top and showbound, if kind of rabidly political and not too tightly wrapped female junior. Later backlisted off both the Virginia Slims and Family Circle professional distaff circuits after trying to organize the circuit's more politically rabid and unwrapped players into a sort of radical post-feminist Grange that would compete only in pro-tournaments organized, subsidized, refereed, overseen, and even attended and cartridge distributed exclusively to not only women or homosexual women, but only by, for, and to registered members of the infamously unpopular early interdependence era Female Objectification Prevention and Protest Phalanx.
105.
Given the shoe, she'd come, practically with a bandana tied over her shoulder, back to Coach Stitt, who, for historico-national reasons, has always had a soft place inside for anyone who seems even marginally politically repressed. Last spring's airless and bee-redolent section of Thode's psychopolitical offering, The Toothless Predator, Breastfeeding as Sexual Assault, had been one of the most disorientingly fascinating experiences of Ted Schact's intellectual life so far, outside the dentist chair. Whereas this fall's focus on pathologic double-bind type quandaries was turning out to be not quite as compelling, but weirdly, almost intuitively, easy. For example, from today's. The personal is the political is the psychopathological. The politics of contemporary psychopathological double-binds midterm examination. Ms. Thode, November 7th, Year of DAU. Keep your answers brief and gender neutral. Item 1. 1A. You are an individual who is pathologically kleptomaniacal. As a kleptomaniac, you are pathologically driven to steal, steal, steal. You must steal. 1B. But you are also an individual who is pathologically agoraphobic. As an agoraphobic, you cannot so much as step off your front step of the porch of your home without undergoing palpitations, drenching sweats, and feelings of impending doom. As an agoraphobic, you are driven to pathologically stay home and not leave. You cannot leave home. 1C. But, from 1A, you are pathologically driven to go out and steal, steal, steal. But from 1B, you are pathologically driven to not ever leave home. You live alone, meaning there is no one else in your home to steal from, meaning you must go out into the marketplace to satisfy your overwhelming compulsion to steal, steal, steal. But such is your fear of the marketplace that you cannot, under any circumstances, leave home, whether your problem is true personal psychopathology or merely marginalization by a political definition of psychopathology. Nevertheless, it is a double bind. 1D. Thus, respond to the question of, what do you do? Schacht was just looping the letter D in Mail Fraud when Jim Troeltsch's pseudo-radio program, backed by its eustachian-crumpling operatic soundtrack, came over 112 West House's ETA intercom speaker up over the classroom clock. When no away tournaments or meets were going on, WETA student-run radio got to broadcast ETA-related news, sports, and community affairs for 10 or so minutes over the closed-circuit intercom every Tuesday and Sunday during the last PM class period, like 14:35 to 14:45 hours. Troeltsch, who's dreamed of a tennis broadcast career ever since it became clear, very early, that he would be in no way showbound, The Trollch who spends every last fin his folks send him on his staggering Interlace SPN Pro Match cartridge library, and spends almost every free second calling Pro Action with his room's TP viewer's volume down.
106.
The kind of pathetic Trollch who shamelessly kiss-asses the Interlace SPN sportscasters whenever he's on the scene of an ISPN-recorded junior event.
107.
Pestering the sportscasters and offering to get them donuts and Joe, etc. The Trollch who already owns a whole rack of generic blue blazers and practices combing his hair so that it has that glassy toupee-like look of a real sportscaster. Trollch has been doing the sports portion of WETA's weekly broadcast ever since Schact's old man died of ulcerative colitis, and Ted came up to join his old childhood doubles partner at the Academy in the fall of the year of the trial-sized Dove Bar, which had been 4 months after the late ETA headmaster's felo de se, when the flags were still at half-mast and everybody's bicep was banded in black cotton, which the mesomorphic Schacht got excused from because of biceps size. Trollch had already been doing WETA sports when he came, and he's been undislodgeable from the post ever since. The sports portion of WETA's broadcast is mostly just reporting the outcomes and scores of whatever competitive events the ETA squads have been in since the last broadcast.
108.
Trollch, who approaches his twice-a-week duties with all possible verve, will say he feels like the hardest thing about his intercom broadcasts is keeping things from getting repetitive as he goes through long lists of who beat whom and by how much. His quest for synonyms for beat and got beat by is never-ending and serious and a continual source of irritation to his friends. Mary Esther's exams were notorious no-brainers, and automatic A's if you were careful with your third-person pronouns. And even while he listened closely enough to Trollch to be able to supply the audience feedback that tonight's dinner table would be inescapable without, Schacht was already on the test's third item, which concerned exhibitionism among the pathologically shy. 11-7's broadcast results were from ETA's 71-37 rout of Port Washington's A and B teams at the Port Washington Annual Thing. John Wayne at A1-18s beat Port Washington's Bob Francis of Great Neck, New York, 6-0-6-2, Trollch says. While A2 singles, Howland Condenza defeated Craig Berta of Vivian Park, Utah, 6-2-6-1. And while A3, KD Coyle went down in a hard-fought loss to Port Washington's Shelby Vandermeer of Hempstead, Long Island, 6-3-5-7-7-5. A4 Trevor, the Axe-Handle Axford, crushed PW's Tapio Marti out of Sonora, Mexico, 7-5-6-2. And so on. By the time it's down to boys' A14s, Trollch's delivery gets terser even as his attempts at verbiform variety tend to have gotten more lurid. For example, Lamanchu disemboweled Charles Pospisilova 6-3-6-2. Jeff Penn was on Nate Millis-Johnson like a duck on a June bug, 6-4-6-7-6-0. Peter Beek spread Ville de Lard on a cracker like some sort of hors d'oeuvre and bit down 6-4-7-6. While 14's A4 Idris Arslanian ground his heel into the neck of David Weir, 6-1-6-4. And PW's five-man R. Greg Chubb had to be just about carried off over somebody's shoulder after Todd Postlethwaite moonballed him into a narcoleptic coma, 4-6-6-4-7-5. Some of Corbett Thorpe's class on geometric distortions a lot of kids find hard. Likewise DeLint's class, for the software inept. And though Tex Watson's overall handle on cold containment, DT annulation, is shaky, his lay physics survey of combustion and annulation has some sort of academic validity to it, especially because he, some terms, gets Pemulus to guest lecture when he and Pemulus are in a period of détente. But the only really challenging prorected class ever for Howland Condenza is turning out to be Mademoiselle Thierry Poutrincourt's Separatism and Return, Quebecois History from Frontenac through the Age of Interdependence, which, to be candid, Hal had never heard much positive about and had always deflected his mom's suggestions that he might profitably take until finally this term's schedule juggling got dicey, and which, the class, he finds difficult and annoying, but surprisingly less and less dull as the semester wears on, and is actually developing something of a layman's savvy for Canadianism and ONANite politics, topics he previously found for some reason not only dull but queerly distasteful. The rub of this particular class's difficulty is that Poutrincourt teaches only in Quebecois French, which Hal can get by in because of his youthful tour through Oren's real French Pléiade classics, but has never all that much liked, particularly sound-wise, Quebecois being a gurgly, glottal language that seems to require a perpetually sour facial expression to pronounce. Hal sees no way of Oren's knowing he was taking Poutrincourt's separatism in return, when he called to ask for help with separatism, which Oren's asking for help from him with anything was strange enough in itself. Bernadette Longley reluctantly bowed to P.W.'s Jessica Perlberg at 18A1 Singles 644662, although A2 Diane Prinz hopped up and down on the thorax of Port's Marilyn Nwayatep 7661, and Bridget Boone drove a hot thin spike into the right eye of Amy Middleton Law 6363. And so on, in classroom after classroom, while instructors grade quizzes, or read, or tap a decreasingly patient foot every Tuesday and Saturday, while Schacht sketches prenatal dentition charts in his exam's margins, with a concentrated look, not wanting to embarrass Thode by handing the no-brainer exam in too soon. Most of the early Quebec stuff about Cartier, and Roberval, and Cap Rouge, and Champlain, and flocks of Ursuline nuns with frozen wimples, covered up to like UN Day, Hal found mostly dry and repetitive. The wig and jerkin gentlemanly warfare stilted and absurd, like slow-motion slapstick, though everyone had been sort of queasily intrigued by the way the English commander Amherst had handled the Hurons by dispensing free blankets and buckskin that had been carefully coated with smallpox variola. 14's A3, Felicity Zweig, went absolutely sack-poop on P.W.'s Kiki Pfefferblit, 7661, while Gretchen Holt made P.W.'s Tammy Taylor Bing sorry her parents were ever even in the same room together, 6063. At 5, Ann Kittenplan grimaced and flexed her way to a 752663 win over Paisley Steinkamp, right next to where Jolene Kreis, at 6, was doing to P.W.'s Mona Get what a quality boot can do to a toadstool, 2 and 2. Saluki-faced Terry Poutrincourt leans back in her chair and closes her eyes and presses her palms hard against her temples, and stays like that all the way through every WETA broadcast, which always interrupts her last period lecture and puts this section slightly and maddeningly behind Separation and Return's other section, resulting in 2 required lesson preps instead of 1. The sour Saskatchewanese kid next to Hal has been making impressive schematic drawings of automatic weaponry in his notebook all semester. The kid's assigned ROM diskettes are always visible in his book bag, still in their wrapper. Yet, the Scatch kid always finishes quizzes in like 5 minutes. It had taken up to the week before Halloween to get through the BS 67, Levesque Parti en Bloc Québécois, and early Front de la Libération Nationale stuff, and up to the present interdependent era.
109.
Poutrincourt's lecture voice has gotten quieter and quieter as history's approached its contemporary limit. And Hal, finding the stuff rather more high concept and less dull than he'd expected, seeing himself as, at his innermost core, apolitical, nevertheless found the Québécois separatism mentality almost impossibly convolved and confused and impervious to U.S. parsing.
110.
Plus was both conned and repelled by the fact that the contemporary anti-ONAN insurgent stuff provoked in him a queasy feeling, not the glittery disorientation of nightmares or on-court panic, but a soggier, more furtively nauseous kind of sense, as if someone had been reading mail of Hal's that he'd thought he'd thrown away. The proud and haughty Quebecois had been harassing and even terrorizing the rest of Canada over the separation issue for time out of mind. It was the establishment of ONAN and the gerrymandering of the Great Convexity, Poutrincourt's Canadian, recall, that turned the malevolent attention of Quebecois' worst post-FLN insurgents south of the border. Ontario and New Brunswick took the continental Anschluss and territorial reconfiguration like good sports. Certain far-right fringes in Alberta weren't too pleased, but not much pleases an Albertan far-rightist anyway. It was finally only the proud and haughty Quebecois who whinged, and the insurgent cells of Quebec who completely lost their political shit.
111.
Quebec's anti-ONAN, and thus U.S., separatisteurs, the different terrorist cells formed when Ottawa had been the foe, proved to be not a very nice bunch at all. The earliest unignorable strikes involved a then-unknown terrorist cell,
112.
that apparently snuck down from the EWD-blighted Papineau region at night and dragged huge, standing mirrors across U.S. Interstate 87 at selected dangerous narrow-winding Adirondack passes south of the border and its lucite walls. Naively empiricist northbound U.S. motorists, a good many of them military and ONANite personnel this close to the concavity, would see impending headlights and believe, like some suicidal idiot or Canadian had traversed the median and was coming right for them. They'd flash their high beams, but to all appearances the impending idiot would just flash his high beams right back. The U.S. motorists, usually not to be fucked with in their vehicles, historically, it was well known, would brazen it out as long as anyone right-minded possibly could, but right before apparent impact with the impending lights, they'd always veer wildly and leave shoulderless I-87 and put their arm over their head in that screaming, pre-crash way and go ass over tea kettle into an Adirondack chasm with a many-petaled bloom of high-test flame. And the then-unknown Quebecois terrorist cell would remove the huge mirror and truck off back up north, via checkpointless backroads back into the blighted bowels of southern Quebec until next time. There were fatalities this way well into the year of the Tux medicated pad before anyone had any idea they were diabolic cell-related. For over 20 months, the scores of burnt-out hulls piling up in Adirondack chasms were regarded as either suicides or inexplicable, doze-behind-the-wheel-type single-car accidents by new New York State troopers who had to detach their chin straps to scratch under their big brown hats over the mysterious sleepiness that seemed to afflict Adirondack motorists at what looked to be high-adrenaline mountaintop passes. Chief of the new United States Office of Unspecified Services, Rodney Tyne, pressed, to his later embarrassment, for a series of anti-driving when drowsy public service spots to be interlaced disseminated in upstate New York. It was an actual U.S. would-be suicide, a late-stage Valium-addicted Amway distributor from Schenectady, who was at the end of her benzodioxane rope, and all over the road anyway, and who by historical accounts saw the sudden impending headlights in her northbound lane as grace, and shut her eyes and floored it right for them, the lights, never once veering, spraying glass and micronized silver all over 4 lanes. This unwitting civilian who smashed the illusion, made the breakthrough, these were media headlines, and brought to light the first tangible evidence of an anti-ONAN ill will, way worse than anything aroused by plain old historical separatism up in Quebec. The first birth of the Incandenza's second son was a surprise. The tall and eye-poppingly curvaceous Avril Incandenza did not show, bled like clockwork, no hemorrhoids or gland static, no pica, affect and appetite normal. She threw up some mornings, but who didn't in those days? It was on a metal-lit November evening in the 7th month of a hidden pregnancy that she stopped, Avril, on her husband's long arm as they ascended the maple staircase of the Back Bay brownstone they were soon to leave, stopped, turned partly toward him, ashen, and opened her mouth in a mute way that was itself eloquent. Her husband looked down at her, paling. "What is it?" "It's pain." It was pain. Broken water had made several steps below them gleam. She seemed to James Incandenza to sort of turn in toward herself, hold herself low, curl, and sink to a stair-step she barely made the edge of, hunched, her forehead against her shapely knees. Incandenza saw the whole slow thing in a light like he was Vermeer. She sank steadily from his side, and he bent to hers, and she then tried to rise. "Wait. It's pain." A bit ragged from an afternoon of wild turkey and low-temperature holography, James had thought Avril was dying right before his eyes. His own father had dropped dead on a set of stairs. Luckily, Avril's half-brother Charles Tavis was upstairs, using the portable stairmaster he'd brought with him for an extended and emotional battery-recharging visit the preceding spring, after the horrible snafu with the video scoreboard at Toronto's Sky Dome. And he heard the commotion, and scuttled out and down, and promptly took charge. He had to be more or less scraped out, Mario, like the meat of an oyster, from a womb whose sides he'd been found spiderishly clinging, tiny and unobtrusive, attached by cords of sinew at both feet and a hand, the other fist stuck to his face by the same material.
113.
He was a complete surprise, and terribly premature, and withered, and he spent the next many weeks waggling his withered and contractured arms up at the Pyrex ceilings of his incubators, being fed by tubes and monitored by wires and cupped in sterile palms, his head cradled by a thumb. Mario had been given the name of Dr. James Incandenza's father's father, a dour and golf-addicted Green Valley, Arizona oculist who made a small fortune just after Jim grew up and fled east by inventing those, quote, X-ray specs that don't work, but whose allure for mid-60s pubescent comic book readers almost compelled mail order. Then selling the copyrights to New England novelty industry titan Acme Co., then promptly, in mid-putt, died. Mario Sr. did, allowing James Incandenza Sr. to retire from a sad third career as the man from Glad in sandwich bag commercials during the BS 1960s, and move back to the saguaro-studded desert he loathed, and efficiently drank himself to a cerebral hemorrhage on a Tucson stairway.
114.
Anyway, Mario II's incomplete gestation and arachnoidal birth left the kid with some lifelong character-building physical challenges. Size was one, he being in 6th grade about the size of a toddler, and at 18+ in a range somewhere between elf and jockey. There was the matter of the withered-looking and bradyauxetic arms, which, just as in a hair-raising case of Volkmann's contracture, curled out in front of his thorax in majuscule S's, and were usable for rudimentary, knifeless eating and slapping at doorknobs until they sort of turned just enough and doors could be kicked open, and forming a pretend lens frame to scout scenes through, plus maybe tossing tennis balls very short distances to players who wanted them, but not for much else, though the arms were impressively, almost familial dysautonomically, pain-resistant, and could be pinched, punctured, singed, and even compressed in a basement optical device-securing vice-like thing by Mario's older brother Oren, without effect or complaint.
115.
Brady pedestrianism-wise, Mario had not so much club feet as more like block feet, not only flat but perfectly square, good for kicking knob-fumbled doors open with, but too short to be conventionally employed as feet. Together with the lordosis in his lower spine, they forced Mario to move in the sort of lurchy half-stumble of a vaudeville inebriate, body tilted way forward as if into a wind, right on the edge of pitching face first onto the ground, which as a child he did fairly often, whether given a bit of a shove from behind by his older brother Oren or no. The frequent forward folds help explain why Mario's nose was squished severely in, and so flared out to either side of his face but did not rise from it, with the consequence that his nostrils tended to flap just a bit, particularly during sleep. One eyelid hung lower than the other over his open eyes, good and gently brown eyes, if a bit large and protrusive, to qualify as conventionally human eyes. The one lid hung like an ill-tempered window shade, and his older brother, Orrin, had sometimes tried to give the recalcitrant lid that smart type of downward snap that can unstick a dicky shade, but had succeeded only in gradually loosening the lid from its sutures, so that it eventually had to be refashioned and reattached in yet another blepharoplasty procedure, because it was in fact not Mario's real eyelid. That had been sacrificed when the fist stuck to his face like a tongue to cold metal had been peeled away at nativity, but an extremely advanced blepharoprosthesis of dermal fibropolymer studded with horsehair lashes that curved out into space well beyond the reach of his other lid's lashes, and together with the lazy lid action itself gave even Mario's most neutral expression the character of an oddly friendly pirate's squint, together with the involuntary constant smile. This is probably also the place to mention Hal's older brother Mario's khaki-colored skin, an odd dead gray-green that in its corticate texture, and together with his atrophic, incurled arms and arachnodactylism gave him, particularly from a middle distance, an almost uncannily reptilian dinosaurian look, the fingers being not only mucronate and talonesque, but non-prehensile, which is what made Mario's knife work untenable at table. Plus, the thin, lank, slack hair, at once tattered and somehow too smooth, that looked at 18+ like the hair of a short, plump 48-year-old stress engineer and athletic director and academy headmaster, who grows one side to girlish length and carefully combs it so it rides thinly up and over the gleaming yarmulke of bare, gray-green, complected scalp on top and down over the other side where it hangs, lank, and fools no one, and tends to flap back up over in any wind Charles Tavis forgets to carefully keep his left side to. Or that he's slow, Hal's brother is, technically, Stanford Benet-wise slow, the Brandeis CDC found, but not, verifiably not, retarded, or cognitively damaged, or bradophrenic. More like refracted, almost. Ever so slightly epistemologically bent. A pole poked into mental water, and just a little off, and just taking a little bit longer in the manner of all refracted things. Or that his status at the Enfield Tennis Academy, erected along with Dr. and Mrs. I's marriage's third and final home at the northern rear of the grounds, when Mario was 9 and Hallie 8 and Orrin 17, and in his one ETA year B4 singles, and in the USTA's top 75, that Mario's life there is by all appearances kind of a sad and left-out type existence. The only physically challenged minor in residence, unable even to grip a regulation stick, or stand unaided behind a boundaried space. That he and his late father had been, no pun intended, inseparable. That Mario had been like an honorary assistant production assistant, and carried the late Incandenza's film and lenses and filters in a complex backpack the size of a joint of beef for most of the last 3 years of the late-blooming filmmaker's life, attending him on shoots and sleeping with multiple pillows in small, soft, available spaces in the same motel rooms as himself, and occasionally tottering out for a bright red plastic bottle of something called Big Red Soda Water, and taking it to the apparently mute, veiled graduate intern down the motel's hall, fetching coffee and joe and various pancreatitis remedies and odds and ends for props, and helping D. Leith out with continuity when Incandenza wanted to preserve continuity, basically being the way any son would be whose dad let him into his heart's final and best-loved love, lurching gamely, but not pathetically, to keep up with a tall, stooped, increasingly bats man's slow, patient, 2-meter stride through airports, train stations, carrying the lenses, inclined ever forward, but in no way resembling any kind of leashed pet. When required to stand upright and still, like when videotaping an ETA service motion or manning the light meters on the set of a high-contrast, chiaroscuro art film, Mario in his forward list is supported by a new New York City apartment door-style police lock, a 0.7-meter steel pole that extends from a special velcroed vest and angles about 40 degrees down and out to a slotted piece of lead blocking. A bitch to carry in that complicated pack, placed by someone understanding and prehensile on the ground before him. He stood thus buttressed on sets himself, had him help erect and furnish and light, the lighting usually unbelievably complex, and for some parts of the crew sometimes almost blinding, sunbursts of angled mirrors, and merino lamps, and key-light Klieg's. Mario getting a thorough technical grounding in a cinematic craft he never even imagined being able to pursue on his own until Christmas of the year of the trial-sized Dove Bar, when a gaily wrapped package forwarded from the offices of Incandenza's attorney revealed that himself had designed and built and legally willed, in a codicil, to be gaily wrapped and forwarded for Mario's 13th Christmas, a trusty old Bolex H64 Rex 5 tri-lensed camera,
116.
Bolted to an oversized old leather aviator's helmet, and supported by struts, whose ends were the inverted tops of training room crutches and curved nicely over Mario's shoulders, so the Bolex H64 required no digital prehensility because it fit over Mario's oversized face, like a tri-plated scuba mask, and was controlled by a sewing machine-adapted foot treadle.
117.
But even then, it took some serious getting used to. And Mario's earliest pieces of digital juvenilia are marred/enhanced by this palsied, pointing every which way quality of like home movies shot at a dead run. 5 years hence, Mario's facility with the head-mount Bolex attenuates the sadness of his status here, allowing him to contribute via making the annual ETA fundraising documentary cartridge, videotaping students' strokes, and occasionally from over the railing of Stitt's supervisory transom, the occasional challenge match. The tapings become part of the pro-instruction package detailed in the ETA catalog, plus producing more ambitious, arty-type things that occasionally find a bit of an au clef-type following in the ETA community. After Orrin Incandenza left the nest to first hit and then kick collegiate balls, there was almost nobody at ETA, or its Enfield Brighton environs, who did not treat Mario M. Incandenza with the casual gentility of somebody who doesn't pity you or admire you so much as just vaguely prefer it when you're around. And Mario, despite rectilinear feet and cumbersome police lock, the most prestigious walker and recorder in 3 districts, hit the unsheltered area streets daily at a very slow pace, a halting constitutional, sometimes with head-mounted Bolex and sometimes not, and took citizens' kindness and cruelty the same way, with a kind of extra-inclined half-bow that mocked his own canted posture without pity or cringe. Mario's an especial favorite among the low-rent shopkeepers up and down ETA's stretch of Commonwealth Avenue, and photographic stills from some of his better efforts adorn the walls behind certain Commonwealth Avenue deli counters, and steam presses and Korean-keyed cash registers. The object of a strange and maybe kind of cliquey affection from Lyle, the spandexed sweat guru, to whom he sometimes brings caffeine-free Diet Cokes to cut the diet's salt. Mario sometimes finds younger ETAs referred to him by Lyle on really ticklish matters of injury, and incapacity, and character, and rallying what remains, and never much knows what to say. Trainer Barry Loach all but kisses the kid's ring, since it's Mario who, through coincidence, saved him from the rank panhandling underbelly of Boston Commons netherworld, and more or less got him his job.
118.
Plus, of course, there's the fact that Stitt himself constitutionalizes with him of certain warm evenings and lets him ride in his surplus sidecar. an object of some weird, attracto-repulsive gestalt for Charles Tavis, Mario treats C.T. with the quiet deference he can feel his possible half-uncle wanting, and stays out of his way as much as possible for Tavis's sake. Players at Denny's, when they all get to go to Denny's, almost vie to see who gets to cut up the cuttable parts of Mario's under-12 size kilo breakfast. And his younger and way more externally impressive brother Hal almost idealizes Mario secretly. God-type issues aside, Mario is a semi-walking miracle, Hal believes. People who are somehow burned at birth, withered or ablated way past anything like what might be fair, they either curl up in their fire, or else they rise. Withered Saurian homodonic Mario floats for Hal.
119.
He calls him Boo-Boo, but fears his opinion more than probably anybody, except their moms's. Hal remembers the unending hours of blocks and balls on the hardwood floors of early childhood's 36 Bell Avenue, Weston, Massachusetts. Tangrams and See and Spell, huge-headed Mario hanging in there for games he could not play, for make-believe, and when she had no interest, other than proximity to his brother. Avril remembers Mario still wanting Hal to help him with bathing and dressing at 13, an age when most unchallenged kids are ashamed of the very space their sound pink bodies take up, and wanting the help for Hal's sake, not his own. Despite himself, and showing a striking lack of insight into his mom's psyche, Hal fears that Avril sees Mario as the family's real prodigy, an in-bent, savant-type genius of no classifiable type, a very rare and shining thing, even if his intuition, slow and silent, scares her. His academic poverty breaks her heart. The smile he puts on each a.m. without fail since the suicide of their father makes her wish she could cry. This is why she tries so terribly hard to leave Mario alone, not to hover or ring, to treat him so less specially than she wants. It is for him. It is kind of noble, pitiable. Her love for the son who was born a surprise transcends all other experiences and informs her life. Hal suspects. It was Mario, not Avril, who obtained Hal his first copies of the unabridged OED at a time when Hal was still being shunted around for the assessment of possible damage, Boo-Boo pulling them home in a wagon by his bicuspids over the fake rural blacktop roads of upscale Weston, months before Hal tested out at Whatever's Beyond Eidetic on the mnemonic verbal inventory designed by a dear and trusted colleague of the moms at Brandeis. It was Avril, not Hal, who insisted that Mario live not in the headmaster's house with her and Charles Tavis, but with Hal in an ETA subdorm. But in the year of dairy products from the American heartland, it was Hal, not she, who, when the veiled legate from the Union of the Hideously and Improbably Deformed showed up at the ETA driveway's portcullis, to discuss with Mario issues of blind inclusion versus visual estrangement, of the openness of concealment the veil might afford him, it was Hal, even as Mario laughed and half-bowed, it was Hal, brandishing his Dunlop stick, who told the guy to go peddle his linen someplace else. The 30th of April to the 1st of May, year of the Depend adult undergarment. The sky of USA's desert was clotted with blue stars. Now it was deep at night. Only above the USA city was the sky blank of stars. Its color was pearly and blank. Marat shrugged. Perhaps in you is the sense that citizens of Canada are not involved in the real root of the threat? Steepley shook the head in seeming annoyance. What's that supposed to mean? He said. The lurid wig of him slipped when he moved the head with any abrupt force. The first way Marat betrayed anything of emotion was to smooth rather too fussily at the blanket on his lap. It is meaning that it will not a finality be Quebecers making this kick to l'un des États-Unis. Look, the facts of the situation speak loudly. What is known? This is a USA production, this entertainment cartridge, made by an American man in the USA. The appetite for the appeal of it, this also is USA. The USA drive for spectation, which your culture teaches. This, I was saying, this is why choosing is everything. When I say to you choose with great care in loving, and you make ridicule, it is why I look and say, can I believe this man is saying this thing of ridicule? Marat leaned slightly forward on his stumps, leaving the machine pistol to use both his hands in saying. Steepley could tell this was important to Marat. He really believed it. Marat made small, emphatic circles and cuts in the air while he spoke. This facts of situation, which speaks so loudly of your Bureau's fear of this Samizdat, now is what is happened when a people choose nothing over themselves to love each one. A USA that would die, and let its children die, each one, for this so-called perfect entertainment, this film. Who would die for this chance to be fed this death of pleasure with spoons, in their warm homes, alone, unmoving? Hugh Steepley, in complete seriousness, as a citizen of your neighbor, I say to you, forget for a moment the entertainment, and think instead about a USA where such a thing could be possible enough for your office to fear. Can't such a USA hope to survive for a much longer time? To survive as a nation of peoples? To much less exercise dominion over other nations of other peoples? If these are other peoples who still know what it is to choose, who will die for something larger, who will sacrifice their warm home, the loved women at home, their legs, their life even, for something more than their own wishes of sentiment, who will choose not to die for pleasure alone? Steepley removed with cool deliberation another Belgian cigarette and lit it, this time on the first match, waving the match out with a circular flourish and snap. All this took time of his silence. Marat settled back. Marat wondered why the presence of Americans could always make him feel vaguely ashamed after saying things he believed, an aftertaste of shame after revealing passion of any belief and type when with Americans, as if he had made flatulence instead of had revealed belief. Steepley rested his one elbow on the forearm of the other arm across his prostheses, to smoke like a woman. You're saying that the administration wouldn't even be concerned about the entertainment if we didn't know we were fatally weak, as a nation. You're saying the fact that we're worried speaks volumes about the nation itself. Marat shrugged. Us? We will force nothing on USA persons in their warm homes. We will make only available entertainment. There will be then some choosing to partake or choose not to. Smoothing slightly at his lapse blanket. How will USAs choose? Who has taught them to choose with care? How will your offices and agencies protect them, your people? By laws? By killing Quebecois? Marat rose, but very slightly. As you were killing Colombians and Bolivians to protect USA citizens who desire their narcotics? How well did this work for your agencies and offices, the killing? How long was it before the Brazilians replaced the dead of Colombia? Steepley's wig had slipped hard to starboard. Ramey, no. Drug dealers don't want you dead necessarily. They just want your money. There's a difference. You people seem to want us dead, not just the concavity re-demised, not just secession for Quebec. The FLQ, maybe they're like the Bolivians, but Fortier wants us dead. Again you pass over what is important. Why BSS cannot understand us. You cannot kill what is already dead. Just you wait and see if we're dead, paisano. Marat made a gesture as if striking his own head. Again passing over the importance. This appetite to choose death by pleasure, if it is available to choose. This appetite of your people unable to choose appetites, this is the death. What you call the death, the collapsing, this will be the formality only. Do you not see? This was the genius of Guillaume de Plessis, what Monsieur Duplessis taught the cells, even if FLQ and Lefille did not understand. Much less the Albertans, all crazy inside their head. We of the AFR, we understand. This is why the sale of Quebecers, that danger of entertainment so fine it will kill the viewer. If so, the exact way does not matter. The exact time of death and way of death, this no longer matters. Not for your peoples, you wish to protect them, but you can only delay, not save. The entertainment exists. The attaché and the gendarme of the Razzle incident? More proof. It is there, existing. The choice for death of the head by pleasure now exists, and your authorities know. Or you would not be now trying to stop the pleasure. Your Saint-Christi gentle was in this one part correct. Someone is to blame.
That had nothing to do with the reconfiguration. The reconfiguration was self-preservation.
That, forget it. There is the villain he saw you needed, all of you, to delay this splitting apart, to keep you together, the hating some other.
Gentle is crazy in his head, but in this, fault at someone, he was correct in saying it. Un ennemi commun.
But not someone outside you, this enemy. Someone or some people among your own history sometime killed your USA nation already, Hugh. Someone who had authority, or should have had authority, and did not exercise authority. I do not know. But someone sometime let you forget how to choose, and what. Someone let your peoples forget it was the only thing of importance, choosing. So completely forgetting that when I say choose to you, you make expressions with your face such as, here we are going. Someone taught that temples are for fanatics only, and took away the temples and promised there was no need for temples. And now, there is no shelter, and no map for finding the shelter of a temple, and you all stumble about in the dark, this confusion of permissions. The without-end pursuit of a happiness of which someone let you forget the old things, which made happiness possible. How is it you say? Anything is going?
And this is why we shudder at what a separate Quebec would be like. Choose what we tell you, neglect your own wish and desires, sacrifice. For Quebec, for the state.
Marat shrugged. L'État protecteur.
Steeply said, Does this sound a little familiar, Amy? The National Socialist, neo-fascist state of separate Quebec? You guys are worse than the worst Albertans. Totalitarity. Cuba with snow. Ski immediately to your nearest re-education camp for instructions on choosing. Moral eugenics. China, Cambodia, Chad, unfree.
Unhappy.
There are no choices without personal freedom, buckaroo. It's not us who are dead inside. These things you find so weak and contemptible in us, these are just the hazards of being free.
But what does this USA expression want to mean, this buckaroo?
Steeply turned to face away into the space they were above. And now here we go. Now you will say, how free are we if you dangle fatal fruit before us and we cannot help ourselves from temptation, and we say human to you. We say that one cannot be human without freedom.
Marat's chair squeaked slightly as his weight shifted.
Always with you this freedom. For your walled-up country always to shout, freedom, freedom, as if it were obvious to all people what it wants to mean, this word. But look, it is not so simple as that. Your freedom is the freedom from. No one tells your precious individual USA settlers what they must do. It is this meaning only, this freedom from constraint and forced duress.
Marat, over Steeply's shoulder, suddenly can realize why the skies above the coruscating city were themselves erased of stars. It was the fumes from the exhausts wastes of the moving autos' pretty lights that rose and hid stars from the city and made the city Tucson's loom nacreous in the dome's blankness of it. But what of the freedom to? Not just free from. Not all compulsion comes from without. You pretend you do not see this. What of freedom to? How for the person to freely choose?
how to choose any but a child's greedy choices if there is no loving field father to guide, inform, teach the person how to choose? How is there freedom to choose if one does not learn how to choose? Steeply threw away his cigarette and faced partly Marat from the edge. Now the story of the rich man. Marat said, The rich father who can afford the cost of candy, as well as food for his children. But if he cries out, freedom, and allows his child to choose only what is sweet, eating only candy, not pea soup, and bread and eggs, so his child becomes weak and sick. Is the rich man who cries freedom the good father? Steeply made 4 small noises. Excitement of some belief made the American's electrolysis' little pimples of rash redden even in the milky dilute light of loom and low stars. The moon over the mountains of Rincon was on its side, its color the color of a fat man's face. Marat could believe he could hear some young USA voices shouting and laughing in a young gathering somewhere out on the desert floor below, but saw no headlights or young persons. Steeply stamped a high heel in frustration. Steeply said, But U.S. citizens aren't presumed by us to be children, to paternalistically do their thinking and choosing for them. Human beings are not children. Marat pretended again to sniff. Ah, yes, but then you say, no? Steeply said, no. You say, not children? You say, what is the difference, please, if you make a recorded pleasure so entertaining and diverting it is lethal to persons? You find a copy-capable copy, and copy it and disseminate it for us to choose to see or turn off, and if we cannot choose to resist it, the pleasure, and cannot choose instead to live? You say what your 40A believes, that we are children, not human adults like the noble Quebecers. We are children. Bullies, but still children inside, and we kill ourselves for you if you put the candy within the arm's reach. Marat tried to make his face expressive of anger, which was difficult for him. This is what happens. You imagine the things I will say, and then say them for me, and then become angry with them. Without my mouth it never opens. You speak to yourself, inventing sides. This itself is the habit of children. Lazy, lonely, self. I am not even here, possibly, for listening to. Unmentioned by either man was how in heaven's name either man expected to get up or down from the mountain-sized shelf in the dark of the U.S. desert's night. The 8th of November, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment, Interdependence Day. Every year at ETA, maybe a dozen of the kids between maybe like 12 and 15, children in the very earliest stages of puberty, and really abstract, capable thought, when one's allergy to the confined realities of the present is just starting to emerge as weird kind of nostalgia for stuff you never even knew.
120.
Maybe a dozen of these kids, mostly male, yet fanatically devoted to a homemade academy game called Eschaton. Eschaton is the most complicated children's game anybody around ETA'd ever heard of. No one's entirely sure who brought it to Enfield, from where, but you can pretty easily date its conception from the mechanics of the game itself. Its basic structure had already pretty much coalesced when Alston's Michael Pemulus hit age 12 and helped make it way more compelling. Its elegant complexity, combined with a dismissive reenactment frisson and a complete disassociation from the realities of the present, composes most of its puerile appeal. Plus, it's almost addictively compelling, and shocks the tall. This year it's been Otis P. Lord, a 13-year-old baseliner and calculus phenom from Wilmington, Delaware, who wears the beanie as Eschaton's game master and statistician of record, though Pemulus, since he's still around and is far and away the greatest Eschaton player in ETA history, has a kind of unofficial emeritus power of correction over Lord's calculations and mandate. Eschaton takes 8 to 12 people to play, with 400 tennis balls so dead and bald
They can't even be used for service drills anymore. Plus, an open expanse equal to the area of 4 contiguous tennis courts. Plus, a head for data retrieval and coldly logical cognition, along with at least 40 megabytes of available RAM and wide array of tennis paraphernalia. The Vedi-Mikamish rulebook that Pemulus in YPW got Hal Incandenza to write, with appendices and sample C:/pink_2/mathpack/nstat-path decision tree diagrams, and an offset of the most accessible essay Pemulus could find on applied game theory, is about as long and interesting as J. Bunyan's stupefying Pilgrim's Progress from this world to that which is to come, and a pretty tough nut to compress into anything lively, although every year a dozen more ETA kids memorize the thing at such a fanatical depth that they sometimes report reciting mumbled passages under light dental or cosmetic anesthesia years later. But if Hal had a Luger pointed at him and were under compulsion to try, he'd probably start by explaining that each of the 400 dead tennis balls in the game's global arsenal represents a 5-megaton thermonuclear warhead. Of the total number of a given day's players,
121.
3 compose a theoretical Anschluss designated Amnat, another 3, Sovwar, 1 or 2, Red Chai, another 1 or 2, the wacko but always pesky Lib Seer, or more formidable, Ear Lib Seer, and that the day's remaining players, depending on involved random considerations, can form anything from South Af to Ind Pak to like an independent cell of Nook insurgents with a 50-click howitzer and big ideas. Each team is called a combatant. On the open expanse of contiguous courts, combatants are arrayed in positions corresponding to their location on the planet Earth as represented in the Rand McNally slightly rectangular hanging map of the world.
122.
Practical distribution of total megatonnage requires a working knowledge of the mean value theorem of integrals.
123.
But for Hal's synoptic purposes here, it's enough to say that megatonnage is distributed among combatants according to an integrally regressed ratio of A, combatants' yearly military budget as percentage of combatants' yearly GNP, to B, the inverse of stratego-tactical expenditures as percentage of combatants' yearly military budget. In quainter days, combatants' balls were simply doled out by throws of shiny red Yahtzee dice. Quaint chance is no longer required because Pemulus has downloaded MathPack Unlimited's elegant NStat Stats Cruncher software into the late James Incandenza's fearsome, idle, drop-cloth DEC 2100.
124.
And has shown Otis P. Lord how to dicky the lock to Stitt's office at night with a dining hall meal card and plug the DCE into a 3-prong that's under the lower left corner of the enormous print of Dewar's The Magnificent Beast on the wall by the relevant edge of Stitt's big glass desk. So Stitt or DeLint won't even know it's on when it's on, then link it by cellular modem to a slick you portable with collar monitor out on the court's nuclear theater. Amnat and Sovwar usually end up with about 400 total megatons each, with the rest inconsistently divided. It's possible to complicate Pemulus's mean value equation for distribution by factoring in stuff like historical incidences of bellicosity and appeasement, unique characteristics of perceived national interests, etc. But Lord, the son of not one but 2 bankers is a straight bang-for-buck type of apportioner, a stance the equally bottom-line-minded Michael Pemulus endorses with both thumbs. Pieces of tennis gear are carefully placed within each combatant's territories to mirror and map strategic targets. Folded gray-on-red ETA T-shirts are MAMAs, or Major Metro Areas. Towels are stolen from selected motels on the junior tour stand for airfields, bridges, satellite-linked monitoring facilities, carrier groups, conventional power plants, important rail convergences. Red tennis shorts with gray trim are con-4-cons, meaning conventional force concentrations. The black cotton ETA armbands, for when God forbid there's a death, designate the non-contemporary game era's atomic power plants, uranium or plutonium enrichment facilities, gaseous diffusion plants, breeder reactors, initiator factories, neutron scattering reflector labs, tritium production reactor vessels, heavy water plants, semi-private shaped charge concerns, linear accelerators, and the especially point-heavy annular fusion research laboratories in North Syracuse, New York, and Presque Isle, Maine, Chongskrig, Kyrgyzstan, and Pliscu, Romania, and possibly elsewhere. Red shorts with gray trim, few in number because strongly disliked by the traveling squads, are SSTRACs, equally low number but point-intensive sites of strategic command. SOCs are either missile installations or anti-missile installations, or isolated silo clusters, or cruise-capable B-2 or SS-5 squadrons. Let's draw the curtain of charity across any more millibrebs. Depending on whether they're boys' tennis socks or boys' street shoe socks, or girls' tennis socks with the little bunny tail at the heel, or girls' tennis socks without the bunny tail. Toe-worn, cast-off corporate-supplied sneakers sit open-mouthed and serenely lethal, strongly suggesting the subs they stand for. In the game, combatants' 5-megaton warheads can be launched only with handheld tennis rackets. Hence, the requirement of actual physical targeting skill that separates Eschaton from rotisserie league Holocaust games played with protractors and PCs around kitchen tables. The paraboloid transcontinental flight of a liquid fuel strategic delivery vehicle closely resembles a top-spin lob. One reason the ETA administration and staff unofficially permit Eschaton to absorb students' attention and commitment might be that the game's devotees tend to develop terrific lobs. Pemulus's lobs can nail a coin on the baseline 2 out of 3 times off either side, is why it's idiotic that he rushes the net so much instead of letting the other guy come in more. Warheads can be launched independently or packed into an intricately knotted athletic supporter designed to open out in mid-flight and release multiple independent reentry vehicles known as MIRVs. MIRVs, being a profligate use of a combatant's available megatonnage, tend to get used only if a game of Eschaton metastasizes from a controlled set of spasm exchanges, known as SPASX, to an all-out apocalyptic series of punishing strikes against civilian populations, known as SACPOP. Few combatants will go to SACPOP unless compelled by the remorseless logic of game theory, since SACPOP exchanges usually end up costing both combatants so many points they're eliminated from further contention. A given Eschaton's winning team is simply that combatant with the most favorable ratio of points for INDEER, or infliction of death, destruction, and incapacitation of response, to SUFDEER, self-evident, though the assignment of point values for each combatant's shirts, towels, shorts, armbands, socks, and shoes is statistically icky. Plus, there are also wildly involved corrections for initial megatonnage, population density, land-sea-air delivery distributions, and EM pulse-resistant civil defense expenditures, so that the official victor takes 3 hours of NSTAT number crunching and at least 4 Motrin for Otis P. Lord to confirm. Another reason why each year's master statistician has to be a special combination of tech-wonk and compulsive is that the Baroque apparatus of each Eschaton has to be worked out in advance, and then sold to a kind of immature and easily bored community of world leaders. A quorum of the day's combatants has to endorse a particular simulated world situation, as lords stayed up well past several bedtimes to develop it. land, sea, air force distributions, ethnic, sociologic, economic, and even religious demographics for each combatant, plus broadly sketched psych profiles of all relevant heads of state, prevailing weather in all the maps, quadrants, etc. Then everybody playing that day is assigned to a combatant's team, and they all sit down over purified water and unfatted chips to hash out between combatants stuff like mutual defense alliances, humane war pacts, facilities for intercombatant communication, DEF-CON gradients, city trading, and so on. Since each combatant's team knows only their own situation profile and total available megatonnage, and since even out in the forecourt theater the stockpiled warheads are hidden from view inside the identical white plastic cast-off industrial solvent buckets all academies and serious players use for drill balls,
125.
there can be a lot of poker facing about response resolve, willingness to go sack pop, non-negotiable interests, EM pulse immunity, distribution of strategic forces, and commitment to geopolitical ideals. You should have seen Michael Pemulus just about eat the whole world alive during pre-Eschaton summits back when he played. His teams won most games before the first lob landed. What often takes the longest to get a quorum on is each game's triggering situation. Here, Lord, like many stellar statistics wonks, shows a bit of an Achilles heel imagination-wise. But he's got a good 5 or 6 years of Eschaton precedents to draw on. A Russo-Chinese border dispute goes tactical over Xinjiang. An Amnat computer tracker in the Aleutians misreads a flight of geese as 3 Sovwar SS-10s on re-entry. Israel moves armored divisions north and east through Jordan after an El Al Airbus is bombed in mid-flight by a cell linked to both Husseins. Black Albertan wackos infiltrate an isolated silo at Fort Chimo and get 2 MIRVs through South AF's defense net. North Korea invades South Korea, vice versa. Amnat is within 72 hours of putting an impregnable string of anti-missile satellites online, and the remorseless logic of game theory compels Sovwar to go sack pop while it still has the chance. On Interdependence Day, Sunday, 11/8, Game Master Lord's triggering situation unwinds nicely, on Pemulus's view. Explosions of suspicious origin occur at Amnat satellite receiver stations from Turkey to Labrador as 3 high-level Canadian defense ministers vanish, and then a couple of days later are photographed at a Volgograd bistro, hoisting shots of Stolichnaya with Slavic bimbos on their knee.
126.
Then 2 Sovwar trawlers, just inside international waters off Washington, are strafed by F-16s on patrol out of Cape Flattery Naval Base. Both Amnat and Sovwar go from DEFCON 2 to DEFCON 4. Red Chai goes to DEFCON 3, in response to which Sovwar airfields and anti-missile networks from Irkutsk to the Jugzhur Range go to DEFCON 5, in response to which Amnat SAC bombers and anti-missile missile silos in Nebraska and South Dakota and Saskatchewan and eastern Spain assume a maximum readiness posture. Sovwar's bald and port wine-stained premier calls Amnat's waddle-chinned president on the hotline and asks him if he's got Prince Albert in a can.
127.
Another pretty shady explosion levels a Sovwar Big Ear monitoring station on Sakhalin. General Atomic Inc.'s gaseous diffusion uranium enrichment facility in Portsmouth, Ohio, reports 4 kilograms of enriched uranium hexafluoride missing, and then suffers a cataclysmic fire that forces evacuation of 6 downwind counties. An Amnat minesweeper of the 6th Fleet on maneuvers in the Red Sea is hit and sunk with Red Chai silkworm torpedoes fired by Libseer MiG-25s. Italy, in an apparently bizarre NSTAT-generated development Otis P. Lord will only smile enigmatically about, invades Albania. Sovwar goes apeshit. Apoplectic premier rings Amnat's president, only to be asked if his refrigerator's running. Libseer shocks the Christian world by air-bursting a half-megaton device 2 clicks over Tel Aviv, causing deaths in the low 6 figures. Everybody and his brother goes to DEFCON 5. Air Force One leaves the ground. South Af and Red Chai announce neutrality and plead for cool heads. Israeli armored columns behind heavy tactical artillery saturation push into Syria all the way to Abu Kanal in 12 hours. Damascus has firestorms, and Nepk is reportedly just plain gone. Several repressive right-wing regimes in the Third World suffer coup d'etat and are replaced by repressive left-wing regimes. Tehran and Baghdad announce full diplomatic and military support of Libseer, thus reconstituting Libseer as Libseer. Amnat and Sovwar activate all civil defense personnel and armed forces reserves and commence evacuation of selected MAs. Libseer is today represented by Evan Ingersoll, whom Axford keeps growling at under his breath, Halkin here. A shifty-eyed member of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff vanishes and isn't photographed anywhere. Albania sues for terms. Crude and apparently amateur devices in the low kiloton range explode across Israel from Haifa to Ashkelon. Tripoli is incommunicado after at least 4 thermonuclear explosions cause second-degree burns as far away as Medellin, Tunisia. A 10-kiloton tactical artillery device airbursts over the command center of the Czech Third Army in Ostrava, resulting in what one Pentagon analyst calls a serious weenie roast. Despite the fact that nobody but Sovwar itself has anybody close enough to hit Ostrava from howitzer distance, Sovwar stonewalls Amnat's denials and regrets. Amnat's president tries ringing Sovwar's premier from the air, and gets only the premier's answering machine. Amnat is unable to determine whether the string of explosions at its radar installations all along the Arctic Circle are conventional or tactical. CIA-NSA reports that 64% of the civilian populations of Sovwar's MAs have been successfully relocated below ground in hardened shelters. Amnat orders evacuation of all MAs. Sovwar MiG-25s engage Red Chai aircraft overseas off Tianjin. Air Force 2 tries to leave the ground and gets a flat tire. A single 1-megaton SS-10 evades anti-missile missiles and detonates just over Provo, Utah, from which all communications abruptly cease. Eschaton's game master now posits, but does not go so far as to actually assert, that NSTAT's game theoretic decision tree now dictates a SPASX response from Amnat. Uninitiated adults who might be parked in a nearby mint green advertorial Ford sedan, or might stroll casually past ETA's 4 easternmost tennis courts and see an atavistic global nuclear conflict game played by tanned and energetic little kids, and so this might naturally expect to see fuzzless green warheads getting whacked indiscriminately skyward all over the place, as everybody gets blackly drunk with thanatoptic fury in the crisp November air. These adults would more likely find an actual game of Eschaton strangely subdued, almost narcotized looking. Your standard round of Eschaton moves at about the pace of chess between adepts, for these devotees become, on court, almost parodically adult, staid, sober, humane, and judicious 12-year-old world leaders trying their best not to let the awesome weight of their responsibilities to nation, globe, rationality, ideology, conscience, and history, to both the living and the unborn, not to let the terrible agony they feel at the arrival of this day, this dark day the leaders have prayed would never come, and have taken every conceivable measure rationally consistent with national strategic interest to avoid, to prevent. Not to let the agonizing weight of responsibility compromise their resolve to do what they must to preserve their people's way of life. So, they play, logically, cautiously, so earnest and deliberate in their calculations, they appear thoroughly and queerly adult, almost Talmudic from a distance. A couple gulls fly overhead. A mint green Ford sedan has passed through the gate's raised portcullis and is trying to parallel park between 2 dumpsters in the circular drive behind West House, which is behind and to the neck-straining left of the Gatorade Pavilion, there's an autumnal tang in the air and a brittle gray shell of cloud cover, plus the constant faraway hum of Sunstrand Plaza's ATHS CME fan line. Strategic acumen and feel for realism vary from kid to kid, of course. When ear-lib seers Evan Ingersoll starts lobbing warheads at Sovor's belt of third-wave reserve silos in the Kazakh, and it becomes pretty clear that Amnat has one ear-lib seer to its side by making sinister promises about the ultimate disposition of Israel. Israel, even though nobody's Israel out there today, seems in a fit of pique to have somehow persuaded South Af, who today is Brooklyn, New York's little hard-ass Josh Gopnik, the same Josh Gopnik who, by the way, subscribes to commentary, to expend all 16 of its green fuzzy warheads in a debilitating enfilade against Amnat dams, bridges, and bases from Florida to Baja. Everybody involved orders total displacement of MAMA populations. Then, without any calculation whatever, IndPAC, who today is J.J. Penn, a high-ranked 13-year-old but not actually the brightest log in the Yuletide fire, dumps 3 poorly tied jock straps worth of MIRVs on Israel, landing most of the megatonnage in sub-Beersheba desert areas that didn't look much different before the blasts. When roundly kibitzed from the shelter of the Gatorade Pavilion under Stitz Tower by Troeltsch, Axford, and Incandenza, Penn shrilly reminds them that Pakistan is a Muslim state and sworn foe to all infidelic enemies of Islam, but can do little but fiddle with the strings of his launcher when Pemulus cheerfully reminds him that nobody's Israel today, and there isn't so much as a combatant's sock on that part of the courts. It is not a matter of the principle of thing, ever, in Eschaton. Except for the South Af flurry and IndPAC boner, 11/8's game proceeds with much probity and cold deliberation, with even more pauses and hushed, chin-stroking conferences today than tend to be the norm. The only harried-looking person on the 1,300-meter map is Otis P. Lord, who has to keep legging it from one continent to another, pushing a rolling double-shelf stainless steel food cart purloined from St. John of God Hospital, with a blinking You portable on one shelf and a 256-capacity diskette case, about 2/3 full on the other, the shelves' sides hung with clattering clipboards, Lord having to dramatize manually the effortless dictates of real logic and necessity, verifying that command decisions are allowable functions of situation and capacity. He'd shrugged his shoulders in a neutral whatever at South Af and IndPAC, locating necessary data for subterranean premiers and dictators and airsick presidents, removing vaporized articles of clothing from sites of devastating hits, and just wapsing them up or folding them over at the sites of near hits and fizzle yields, triangulating electromagnetic pulse estimates from confirmed hits to authorize or deny communication capacity. It's a nerve-wracking job. He's more or less having to play God, tallying kill ratios and radiation levels and parameters of fallout, strontium-90 and iodine levels, and the likelihood of conflagrations versus firestorms in MAMAs with different mean-value skyscraper heights and combustible capital indices. Despite chapped hands and a badly running nose, Lord's response time to requests for data is impressive, thanks mainly to the sly DEC hookup and the detailed decision algorithm files Pemulus had authored 3 years back. Otis P. Lord informs Sovwar and Amnat that Peoria, Illinois' topographic flatness ups the effective kill radius for Sovwar's 5-megaton direct hit to 10.1 clicks, meaning half of this MAMA pop burns to death in evacuatory traffic jams out on Interstate 74. An Amnat Minuteman can hold an absolute maximum of 8 MIRVs, irregardless of whether the Titanic jockstrap, Little Lamont Chew, promoted out of the sedated Teddy Shock's gear bag on the bus Friday night, can hold 13 dead tennis balls. Given standard climatic conditions, the fire area from an airburst will be 2 pi times larger than the blast area. Toronto has enough subcode skyscrapers within its total area to guarantee a firestorm off a minimum of 2 strikes within 2 pi, times, within parentheses, 1 over the total Toronto area in meters squared of target center. 5 megatons of heavy hydrogen fusion yields at least 1,400,000 curies worth of strontium-90, meaning microcephalic kids in Montreal for roughly 22 generations. And yes, Wiseacre McKenna of Amnat, the world will probably notice the difference. Struck and Trevor Axford hoot loudly from under the green Gatorade Thirst Aid awning of the open-air pavilion outside the fence along the south side of the East Courts, where, the pavilion, they and Michael Pemulus and Jim Troeltsch and Howland Condenza are splayed on reticulate mesh patio chairs in street clothes and with their street sneakers up on reticulate mesh footstools. Struck and Axford with suspiciously bracing Gatorades and what looks like a hand-rolled psychochemical cigarette of some sort being passed between them. 11/8 is an ETA day of mandatory total R&R, though the public intoxicants are a bit much. Pemulus has a bag of red-skinned peanuts he hasn't eaten much of. Trevor Axford has over-inhaled from the cigarette and is hunched, coughing, his forehead purple. Howland Condenza is squeezing a tennis ball and leaning out far to starboard to spit into a NASA glass on the ground, and struggling with a strong desire to get high again for the second time since breakfast, versus a strong distaste about smoking dope with or in front of all these others, especially out in the open in front of little buddies, which seems to him to violate some sort of issue of taste that he struggles to articulate satisfactorily to himself. A tooth way back on the upper left is twinging electrically in the cold air. Pemulus, though, from his twitchy right eye, he's clearly had recent recourse to some tenuate, which helps explain the uneaten nuts, is currently abstaining and sitting on his hands for warmth, peanuts on the floor well away from Hal's NASA glass. The pavilion is open on all sides, and compliments of Stokely Van Camp Corporation, and little more than a big, fancy tent, with a green felt cover over the expanse's real grass and white iron patio furniture, with reticulate plastic mesh. It's mostly used for civilians' spectation during exhibition matches on the East Show Courts 7, 8, and 9. Sometimes ETAs cluster under it during drill breaks in the summer in the heat of the day. The green awning gets taken down when they go into the lung for the winter. Eschaton traditionally commandeers courts 6 through 9, the really nice East courts, unless there's legit tennis going on. All the upper-class spectators, except Jim Struck, are former Eschaton devotees, though Hal and Troeltsch were both marginal. Troeltsch, who's also pretty clearly had some tenuate, is left-eye nystagmus and is calling the action into a disconnected broadcast headset, but Eschaton's tough to enliven, verbally, even for the stimulated, being generally too slow and cerebral. Struck is telling Axford to put his hands over his head, and Pemulus is telling Axford to hold his breath. Now, in a stress-heightened voice, Otis P. Lord says he needs Pemulus to real quick come zip inside through the cyclone fence gate south of Court 12 and walk across the theater's 4-court map to show Lord how to access the NSTAT calculation that every 1,000 Röntgens of straight X and gamma produces 6.36 deaths per 100 POP, and for the other 93.64 means reduced lifespans of total R minus 100 times the quantity of 0.0636 times total R minus 100 squared years, meaning nobody's exactly going to have to be pricing dentures in Minsk, so to speak, in the future, and so on. After about half the planet's extant megatonnage has been expended, things are looking pretty good for the Amnat crew, even though they and the Sauveur are spasexing back and forth with chilling accuracy. Sauveur's designated launcher is the butch and suspiciously muscular Ann Kittenplan, who at 12.5 looks like a Belarusian shot-putter and has to buy urine more than quarter annually, and has a way more lush and impressive mustache than, for instance, Hal himself could raise, and who gets these terrible rages. But so Kittenplan's landed nothing worse than an indirect hit all afternoon, while Amnat's launchman is Todd Postlethwaite, an endomorphic 13-year-old from Medina, Minnesota, whose whole infuriating tennis game consists of nothing but kick serves and topspin lobs, and who's been the Eschaton MVL, Most Valuable Lobber, for the last 2 years, and accuracy-wise has to be seen to be believed.
128.
Still, both sides have artfully avoided the escalation to sack pop that often takes both supercombatants right out of the game. And Amnat's president, Lamont Chu, has used the excuse of Gopnik's emotional strikes against the U.S. South, plus Penn's irrational lobbing at an Israel that at the summit was explicitly placed under Amnat's mutual defense umbrella, has used these as golden tactical geese, racking up serious in-deer points against a South Af and Ind pack whose hasty defensive alliance and shaky aim produced nothing more than a lot of irradiated cod off Gloucester. Whenever there's a direct hit, Troeltsch sits up straight and gets to use the exclamation he's hit on for a kind of announced serial trademark. Holy crow! But Sauveur, beset from 2 vectors by Amnat and Earlib Sear, whose occasional lob Israel's way, Amnat, drawing a storm of diplomatic protest from South Af and Ind pack, keeps instructing Lord to log as regrettable mistargetings. Even with cutting-edge civil defense and EMP-resistant communications, poor old Sauveur is absorbing such serious collateral soufdeer that it's being inexorably impelled by game-theoretic logic to a position where it's going to pretty much have no choice but to go sack-pop against Amnat. Now Sauveur Premier Timmy Sleepy TP Peterson petitions OP Lord for capacity/authorization to place a scrambled call to Air Force One. Scrambled call means they don't yell at each other publicly across the court's map. Lord has to ferry messages from one side to the other, complete with inclined heads and hushed tones, etc. Premier and President exchange standard formalities. Premier apologizes for the Prince Albert crack. Hal, who's declining all public chemicals, he's decided, has a gander at Pemulus's rough tallies of combatants, in-deer and suff-deer ratios so far, and agrees to bet Axford a U.S. Finsky no way Amnat accepts Sauveur's invitation to possible terms. During actionless diplomatic intervals like this, Troeltsch is reduced to saying, "What a beautiful day for an eschaton!" over and over, and asking people for their thoughts on the game until Pemulus tells him he's cruising to get dope-slapped. There's pretty much nobody around. Tavis and Stitt are off giving what are essentially recruiting talks at indoor clubs in the west suburbs. Pemulus had let tall Paul Shaw take the multi-emblazoned tow truck to take Mario down to the public gardens to watch the public I-Day festivities with the Bolex H-64. The local kids often go home for the day. A lot of the rest like to lie in the viewing rooms, barely moving all Interdependence Day until the dinner gala. Lord terrasses back and forth between courts 6 and 8, food cart clattering. The food cart, which Pemulus and Axford picked up from a kind of a seedy-looking orderly at SJOG Hospital that Pemulus knew from Alston, has one of those crazy left front wheels that, for example, seems always to afflict only your particular grocery cart in supermarkets, and makes a hell of a clattering racket when rushed. Ferrying messages, which the 18 and under guys can tell Amnat and Sauveur are making deliberately oblique and obtuse, so Lord has to do that much more running. God is never a particularly popular role to have to play, and Lord, this fall, has already been the victim of several boarding school-type pranks, too puerile even to detail. J.A.L. Struck Jr., who as usual has made a swine of himself with the suspiciously bracing cups of Gatorade, is abruptly ill all over his own lap, and then sort of slumps to one side in his patio chair with his face slack and white, and doesn't hear Pemulus's quick analysis that Hal might as well give Axhandle the money right now, because Lamont Chu can parse a decision tree with the best of them, and the decision trees now indicating peace terms in whatever a decision tree's version of neon letters is, because the biggest priority for Amnat right at 15:15 hours is to avoid having to sack pop with Savoir, since if the game stops right now, Amnat's probably won, whereas if they sack pop with Savoir, trading massive infliction of Indir for massive body shots, of Sufdir, staying more or less even with each other, Amnat'll still be the same number of points ahead of Savoir overall, but it'll have taken such heavy Sufdir debits that Earlib Seer, never forget Earlib Seer, brilliantly, if obnoxiously imamed today by 11-year-old eyebrowless Evan Ingersoll of Binghamton, New York, by staying out of the Sack Pop Fest and lobbing sporadically at Savoir, just often enough to rack up serious Indir, but not quite enough to piss Savoir off enough to provoke the retaliatory SS-10 wave that would mean significant Sufdir, could well have a serious shot at overtaking Amnat for the overall eschaton, especially when you factored in the F of X advantages for bellicosity and non-existent civil defense. At some point, Axford has passed the remainder of the cigarette back over toward Struck, without looking to see that Struck is no longer in his chair, and Hal finds himself taking the proffered Dubois and smoking dope in public without even thinking about it or having consciously decided to go ahead. Sure enough, poor red-faced, runny-nosed Lord is making way too many clattering trips between courts 6 and 8 for it to mean anything but peace terms. Evan Ingersoll is positively strip-mining his right nostril. Finally, Lord stops with the running back and forth and positions himself in the ad service box of Court 7 and loads a new diskette into the U-shit-U. Struck moans something in a possibly foreign tongue. All the other upper-class spectators have scooted their chairs well away from Struck. Troeltsch extends a blood-blistered palm and rubs the tips of the hand's fingers together at Hal, and Hal forks over the fin without handing the thin cigarette back over to Axford somehow. Pemulus has leaned forward intently with his pointy chin in his hands. He seems completely absorbed. Interdependence Day, YDAU's eschaton enters probably its most crucial phase. Lord, at his cart and portable teepee, puts on the white beanie. Take notice, not the black or the red beanie, that signals a temporary cessation, a spassex, between two combatants, but allows all other combatants to go on pursuing their strategic interests as they see fit. Savoir and Amnat are thus pretty vulnerable right now. Sauvoir's Premier Peterson and Air Marshal Kittenplan, carrying their white janitorial stockpile bucket between them, walk across Europe and the Atlantic to parley with Amnat President Chew and Supreme Commander Postlethwaite in what looks to be roughly Sierra Leone. Various territories smolder quietly. The other players are mostly standing around beating their arms against their chests to stay warm. A few hesitant white flakes appear and swirl around and melt into dark stars the moment they hit court. A couple ostensible world leaders run here and there in a rather unstatesmanlike fashion, with their mouths open directed at the sky, trying to catch bits of the fall's first snow. Yesterday it had been warmer and rained. Axford speculates about whether snow will mean Stitt might consent to inflate the lung even before the fundraiser 2 weeks hence. Struck is threatening to fall out of his chair. Pemulus, leaning forward intently, wearing his Mr. Howell yachting cap, ignores everyone. He hates to type and keeps his tallies via pencil and clipboard, a la Delint. The idling Ford sedan is conspicuous for the excruciated full-color, old, Nunhagen aspirin ad on the green of its right rear door. Hal and Axford are passing what looks to the combatants like a suckerless Tootsie Roll stick back and forth between them, and occasionally to Troeltsch. Trevor, the axe-handle Axford, has a total of only 3.5 digits on his right hand. From Westhouse you can hear Mrs. Clark and the time-and-a-half holiday kitchen staff preparing the Interdependence Day Gala dinner, which always includes dessert. Now, Red Chai, itself quietly trying to rack up some unanswered Indir, sends a towering topspin lob into Impact's quadrant, scoring what Red Chai claims is a direct hit on Karachi. and what warheadless impact claims is only an indirect hit on Karachi. It's an uneasy moment. A dispute such as this would never occur in the real God's real world, since the truth would be manifest in the actual size of the actual weenie roast in the actual Karachi. But God here is played by Otis B. Lord, and Lord is number-crunching so fiendishly at the carts you shit you, trying to confirm the verisimilitude of the peace terms Amnat and Sauveur are hashing out, that he can't even pretend to have seen where Red Chai's strike against impact landed with respect to Karachi's T-shirt, which is admittedly kind of mashed and wopsed up, though this could be primarily from breezes and feet, and in his lapse of omniscience cannot see how he's supposed to allocate the relevant in-deer and suff-deer points. Troeltsch doesn't know whether to say, "Holy crow!" or not. Lord, vexed by a lapse it's tough to see how any mortal could have avoided, appeals over to Michael Pemulus for an independent ruling. And when Pemulus gravely shakes his white-hatted head, pointing out that Lord is God and either sees or doesn't in Eschaton, Lord has an intense little crying fit that's made abruptly worse when now J.J. Penn of Indpac all of a sudden gets the idea to start claiming that now that it's snowing, the snow totally affects blast area and fire area and pulse intensity, and maybe also has fallout implications. And he says Lord has to now completely redo everybody's damage parameters before anybody can form realistic strategies from here on out. Pemulus's chair legs shriek and make red-skinned peanuts spill out in a kind of cornucopic cone shape, and he's up in his capacity as sort of éminence grise of Eschaton, and ranging up and down just outside the theater's chain-link fencing, giving J.J. Penn the very roughest imaginable side of his tongue. Besides being real sensitive to any theater boundary puncturing threats to the map's integrity, threats that have come up before, and that, as Pemulus sees it, threaten the game's whole sense of animating realism, which realism depends on buying the artifice of 1,300 meters squared of composition tennis court representing the whole rectangular projection of the planet Earth. Pemulus is also a sworn foe of all Penns for all time. It had been J.J. Penn's much older brother, Miles Penn, now 21, and flailing away on the grim Third World Satellite Pro Tour, playing for travel expenses in bleak dysenteric locales, who, when Pemulus first arrived at ETA at age 11, had christened him Michael Penisless, and had had Pemulus convinced for almost a year that if he pressed on his belly button, his ass would fall off.
129.
It's snowing on the goddamn map, not the territory, you dick!
Pemulus yells at Penn. His lower lip is out and quivering. Pemulus's face is the face of a man who will someday need blood pressure medication, a constitution the tenuate doesn't help one bit. Troeltsch is sitting up straight and speaking very intensely and quietly into his headset. Hal, who in his day never wore the beanie, and usually portrayed some marginal nation somewhere out in the nuclear boondocks, finds himself more intrigued by Penn's map/territory faux pas than upset by it, or even amused. Pemulus turns back to the pavilion and seems to be looking at Hal in some kind of appeal.
Jesus! Except is the territory the real world, quote-unquote, though?
Axford calls across to Pemulus, who's pacing like the fence is between him and some sort of prey. Axford knows quite well Pemulus can be fucked with when he's like this. When he's hot, he always cools down and becomes contrite. Struck tries to yell at a kertwang on Pemulus but can't get the megaphone he makes of his hands to fit over his mouth.
The real world's what the map here stands for.
Lord lifts his head from the you and cries over at Axe-Handle, trying to please Pemulus.
Kinda looks like real-world-type snow from here, MP,
Axford calls out, his forehead still maroon from the coughing fit. Troeltsch is trying to describe the distinction between the symbolic map of the gear-littered courts and the global strategic theater it stands for, using all and only sports broadcast cliches. Hal looks from Axe-Handle to Pemulus to Lord. Struck finally falls out of his chair, with a clunk, but his legs are still somehow entangled in the legs of the chair. It starts to snow harder, and dark stars of melt begin to multiply and then merge all over the courts. Otis Lord is trying to type and wipe his nose on his sleeve at the same time. J. Gopnik and Kay McKenna are running around well outside their assigned quadrants with their tongues outstretched.
Real-world snow isn't a factor if it's falling on the fucking map.
And Kitten Plan's crew-cutted head now protrudes from the kind of rugby scrum Amnats and Sauvevoir's heads of state form around Lord's computational food cart.
For Christ's sake, leave us alone!
She shrieks at Pemulus. Troelch is going, "Oh my," into his headset. Oh, Lord is struggling with the cart's protective umbrella, his head's beanies, little white propeller rotating in a rising wind. A light dusting of snow is starting to appear in the player's hair.
It's only real-world snow if it's already in the scenario!
Pemulus keeps directing everything at Penn, who hasn't said a word since his original suggestion, and is busy sort of casually kicking the Karachi shirt over into the Arabian Sea, clearly hoping the original detonation will get forgotten about in all the meta-theoretical fuss. Pemulus rages along the East Court's western fence. The combination of several tenuate spansules plus eschaton adrenaline bring his blue-collar Irish right out. He's a muscular but fundamentally physically narrow guy. Head, hands, a sharp little wad of cartilage at the tip of Pemulus's nose. Everything about him seems to how to taper and come to a point, like a bad El Greco. Hal leans to spit and watches him pace like a caged thing as Lord works feverishly over NSTAT's peace terms decision matrix. Hal wonders, not for the first time, whether he might deep down be a secret snob about collar, color issues, and Pemulus. Then whether the fact that he's capable of wondering whether he's a snob attenuates the possibility that he's really a snob. Though Hal hasn't had more than 4 or 5 total, very small hits off the public Dubois, this is a prime example of what's sometimes called marijuana thinking. You can tell because Hal's leaned way over to spit, but has gotten lost in a paralytic thought helix and hasn't yet spit, even though he's right in bombing position over the NASA glass. It also occurs to him that he finds the real snow/unreal snow snag in the eschaton extremely abstract, but somehow way more interesting than the eschaton itself so far. Earlib Sears strongman Evan Ingersoll, all of 1.3 meters tall, warmed by baby fat and high-calorie cerebral endeavor, has been squatting on his heels like a catcher just west of Damascus, spinning his Rosignol launcher idly in his hand, watching the one-sided exchange between Pemulus and Ingersoll's roommate, J.J. Penn, who's now threatening to quit and go in for Coco, if they can't, for once, play eschaton without the big guys horning in again like always. There's a tiny whirring sound as Ingersoll's mental gears grind. For the duration of the little Sierra Leone summit and the studious blankness on everybody's face, it's pretty clear that Sauvevoir and Amnat are going to come to terms. And the terms are likely to involve Sauvevoir agreeing not to go sack-pop against Amnat, in return for Amnat letting Sauvevoir go sack-pop against Ingersoll's Earlib Seer, because if Sauvevoir goes sack-pop against an Earlib Seer that can't have many warheads left in the old bucket by now, Ingersoll knows they know, then Sauvevoir will get to rack up a lot of in-deer without much suff-deer, while inflicting such suff-deer on Earlib Seer that Earlib Seer will effectively be eliminated as a threat to Amnat's commanding lead in points, which is what has the most utility in the old game theoretic matrix right now. The exact utility transformations are too oogly for an Ingersoll who's still grappling with fractions, but he can see clearly that this would be the most remorselessly logical, best interest conducive scenario for both Lamont Chew and especially the sleepster, Peterson, who's hated Ingersoll for months now anyway without any good reason or cause or anything. Ingersoll can just somehow tell. Hal, paralyzed and absorbed, watches Ingersoll bob on his haunches and shift his stick from hand to hand, and cerebrate furiously and logically conclude then that Earlib Seer's highest possible strategic utility lies in Amnat and Sovwar failing to come to terms. Hal can almost visualize a dark light bulb going on above Ingersoll's head. Pemulus is telling Penn that there's a critical distinction between horning in and letting asswipes like Geoffrey Joseph Penn run roughshod over the delimiting boundaries that are Eschaton's very lifeblood. Chew and Peterson are nodding soberly at little things they're saying to each other, while Kittenplan cracks her knuckles and Postlethwaite bounces a warhead idly on his strings. So now Evan Ingersoll rises from his squat now, only to bend again and take a warhead out of Earlib Seer's ordnance bucket, and Hal seems to be the only one who sees Ingersoll line up the vector very carefully with his slim thumb, and take a lavish backswing and fire the ball directly at the little circle of super-combatant leaders in West Africa. It's not a lob. It flies straight as if shot from a rifle and strikes Ann Kittenplan right in the back of the head with a loud thok. She whirls to face east, a hand at the back of her bristly skull, scanning and then locking on Damascus, her face a stony Toltec death mask. Pemulus and Penn and Lord and everyone else all freeze, shocked and silent, so there's just the weird glittered hiss of falling snow and the sounds of a couple crows interfacing in the pines over by the headmaster's house. The ATH-SCME fans are silent, and 4 sweat-sock-shaped clouds of exhaust hang motionless over the Sunstrand stacks. Nothing moves. No Eschaton combatant has ever intentionally struck another combatant's physical person with a 5-megaton thermonuclear weapon. No matter how frayed players' nerves, it's never made a lick of sense. A combatant's megatonnage is too precious to waste on personal attacks outside the map. It's been like this unspoken, but very basic rule. Ann Kittenplan is so shocked and enraged that she stands there transfixed, quivering, her sights locked on Ingersoll and his smoking Rosenol. Otis P. Lord feels at his beanie. Ingersoll now makes a show of examining the tiny nails of his left hand, and casually suggests that Earlib Seer has just scored a direct 5-megaton contact burst against Sovwar's entire launch capacity, namely Air Marshal Ann Kittenplan, and that plus also Amnat's own launch capacity, plus both combatants' ordnance and heads of state, all lie well within the blast's kill radius, which by Ingersoll's rough calculations extends from the Ivory Coast to the Doubles Alleys, Senegal. Unless, of course, that kill radius is somehow altered by the possible presence of climatic snow, he adds, beaming. Pemulus and Kittenplan now each let loose with a linear series of anti-Ingersoll invectives that drown each other out and make the trees, crows, take slow flight. But Otis Lord, who's watched the exchange, ashen, and has called up something relevant on NSTAT's TreeMaster meta-decision subdirectory, now, to everyone's horror, removes from around his neck a shoelace with a little nickel-colored key, and bends to the small locked Solander box on the food cart's bottom shelf, and as everyone watches in horror, opens the box, and with near ceremonial care, exchanges the white beanie on his head for the red beanie that signifies utter global crisis. The dreaded red UGC beanie has been donned by an Eschaton game master only once before, and that was over 3 years ago, when human input error on NSTAT's tallies of aggregate suff deer during a 3-way sack-pop free-for-all yielded an apparent ignition of the Earth's atmosphere. Now a real-world chill descends over the grainily white-swirled landscape of the nuclear theater. Pemulus tells Lord he cannot believe his fucking eyes. He tells Lord how dare he don the dreaded red beanie over such an obvious instance of map-not-territory, equivocationary horseshit as Ingersoll's trying to foist. Lord, bent to the cart's blinking you shit you, responds that there seems to be a problem. Ingersoll is whistling and pretending to do the Charleston between Abu Kamal and Es Suida, using his racket like a hoofer's cane. Hal finally spits. Under Pemulus's wild-eyed stare, Lord clears his throat and calls out to Ingersoll, tentatively positing that today's pre-game, triggering situation negotiations established no valid strategic target areas in the postage stamp-sized nation of Sierra Leone. Ingersoll calls back across the Mediterranean that target areas of keen strategic interest appeared in Sierra Leone at the exact moment the heads of state and total launch capacities of Amnat and Sauveur took it upon themselves to traipse into Sierra Leone. That Sierra Leone thenceforward, as of that moment, has, or rather had, he pretends to correct with a smile, become a de facto S-STRAC. If presidents and premiers wanted to leave the protection of their territory's defense nets and hold cliquey little other combatant excluding parleys in some hut somewhere, that was up to them. But Lord had been wearing the white beanie that explicitly authorized the overexploited and underdeveloped defenders of the one true faith of the world to keep on pursuing their strategic interests, and Earlib Seer was now keenly interested in the aggregate Indir points it had coming to them for just now vaporizing both supercombatants' strategic capacities with one flaming sword of the Most High-like strike. And Kitten Plan keeps taking a couple quivery steps toward Ingersoll and getting restrained and pulled back by Lamont Chew. Sleepy T.P. Peterson, who always looks a little dazed even in the best of circumstances, asks Otis P. Lord to define equivocationary for him, causing Hal Incandenza to laugh out loud despite himself. Just outside the theater's fence, Pemulus is bug-eyed with fury, not impossibly dreen-aggravated, and is literally jumping up and down in one spot so hard that his yachting cap jumps slightly off his head with each impact, which Troeltsch and Axford confer and agree they have previously seen occur only in animated cartoons. Pemulus howls that Lord is, in his vacillation, appeasing Ingersoll in Ingersoll's effort to fatally fuck the very breath and bread of Eschaton.
130.
Players themselves can't be valid targets. Players aren't inside the goddamn game. Players are part of the apparatus of the game. They're part of the map. It's snowing on the players, but not on the territory. They're part of the map, not the cluster-fucking territory. You can only launch against the territory, not against the map. It's like the one ground rule boundary that keeps Eschaton from degenerating into chaos. Eschaton, gentlemen, is about logic and axiom and mathematical probity and discipline and verity and order. You do not get points for hitting anybody real. Only the gear that maps what's real. Pemulus keeps looking back over his shoulder to the pavilion and screaming, Jesus! Ingersoll's roommate, J.J. Penn, tries to claim that the vaporized Ann Kitten Plan is wearing several articles of gear worth mucho Indir, and everyone tells him to shut up. The snow is now coming down hard enough to compose an environment, and everybody outside the sheltered pavilion looks gauzily shrouded from Hal's perspective. Lord is crunching madly away at the teepee under the just-opened protection of an old beach umbrella a previous game master had welded to the top of the food cart. Lord wipes his nose against the same shoulder that's clamping a phone to his ear, awkwardly, and reports he's checked with the DEC's Eschaton Axiom directory via Pink 2 capable modem, and that, unfortunately, with all due respect to Anne and Mike, it doesn't seem to explicitly say players with strategic functions can't become target areas if they traipse around outside their defense nets. Lamont Chew says how come point values for actual players have never been assigned then, for Pete's sake? And Pemulus shouts across that that's so totally beside the point it doesn't matter. That the reason players aren't explicitly exempted in the ESCAX directory is that their exemption is what makes Eschaton and its axioms fucking possible in the first place. A kind of pale boat wake of exhaust exits the idling Ford sedan off behind the pavilion and widens as it rises, dispersing. Pemulus says, because otherwise, use your heads, otherwise non-strategic emotions would get aroused, and combatants would be whacking balls at each other's physical persons all the time. An eschaton wouldn't even be possible in its icily elegant game-theoretical form. They stopped jumping up and down, at least, Troeltsch observes. Players' exemption from strikes goes without saying, Pemulus says. It's like pre-axiomatic. Pemulus tells Lord to consider what he's doing very carefully, because from where Pemulus is standing, Lord looks to be willing to very possibly compromise Eschaton's map for all time. Girls 16s and 18s prorector, Mary Esther Thode, putts from left to right behind the pavilion on the long driveway from the circular drive to the portcullis, and halts her scooter and lifts her helmet's tinted visor, and yells across for Kittenplan to put a hat on if she's going to play in the snow in a crew cut. This, even though Kittenplan isn't even strictly in Ms. Thode's, umbrella of authority, Axford observes to Troeltsch, who relays this fact into his headset. Hal moves his mouth around to try to gather up spit in a mouth that's gotten rather dry, which, when you have a plug of Kodiak in, is not very pleasant. And Kittenplan has been suffering from what looked like almost Parkinsonian tremors for the last few minutes, her face writhing, and her mustache almost standing right out straight. Lamont Chew repeats his claim that there's no way players, even with strategic functions, can ever be legit target areas if no INDIR/SUFDIR values have been entered for them in NSTAT's tally function. Pemulus orders Chew not to distract Otis Lord from the incredibly potent and lethal ground Lord's letting Ingersoll lead them onto. He says none of them have ever even seen the true meaning of the word crisis yet. Ingersoll calls over to Pemulus that his emeritus veto power is only over Lord's calculations, not over today's game's God's decisions about what's part of the game and what isn't. Pemulus invites Ingersoll to do something anatomically impossible. Pemulus asks Lamont Chew and Ann Kittenplan if they're just going to stand there with their thumbs in their bottoms and let Lord let Ingersoll eliminate Eschaton's map for keeps for one slimy, cheesy victory in just one day's apocalypse. Kittenplan has been trembling and feeling at the back of her vein-laced head and looking across the Mediterranean at Ingersoll like somebody who knows they'll go to prison for what they want to do. Axford posits certain very unlikely physical conditions under which what Pemulus told Ingersoll to do to himself wouldn't be totally impossible. Hal spits thickly and gathers and tries to spit again, watching. Troeltsch broadcasts the fact that there's always a queer, vague, vitaminish stink about Mary Esther Thode that he never can quite place. There's the sudden tripartite whoomp of 3 Empire waste displacement vehicles being propelled above the cloud cover to points far north. Hal identifies Thode's ambient odor as the stink of thiamine, which, for reasons best known to Thode, she takes a lot of. And Troeltsch broadcasts the datum and refers to Hal as a close source, which strikes Hal as odd and somehow off in a way he can't quite name. Kittenplan shakes Chew's arm loose and darts over and extracts a warhead from Sauvewar's portable stockpile, and shouts out that, well, okay then, if players can be targets, then in that case... And she fires a real screamer at Ingersoll's head, which Ingersoll barely blocks with his Rossignol, and shrieks that Kittenplan can't launch anything at anything because she's been vaporized by a 5-megaton contact burst. Kittenplan tells Ingersoll to write his congressman about it, and over Lamont Chew's pleas for reasoned discussion, takes several more theoretically valuable warheads out of the industrial solvent bucket and gets truly serious about hitting Ingersoll, moving steadily across Nigeria and Chad, causing Ingersoll to run due north across the Quartz map at impressive speed, abandoning Earlib Sear's ammo bucket and terrassing up through Siberia crying, "Foul!" Lord mewing ineffectually for order, but some of the other combatants' staffs have begun to smell that Evan Ingersoll's become fair game for cruelty, the way kids can seem to smell this sort of thing out with such uncanny acuity, and Red Chai's General Secretary and an Amnat vector planning specialist, and Josh Gopnik all start moving northeast over the map, firing balls as hard as they can at Ingersoll, who's dropped his launcher and is shaking frantically at the chain gate on the fence's north side, where Mrs. Incandenza has decided she doesn't want kids exiting the east courts and trampling her Calliopeus. And these little kids can hit balls exceptionally hard. Hal is now unable to gather enough spit to spit. One warhead hits Ingersoll in the neck, and another solidly in the meat of the thigh. Ingersoll begins to limp around in small circles holding his neck, crying in that slow-motion, shuddery way little kids have when they're crying more at the fact of being hurt than at the hurt itself. Famulus is walking backwards away from the south fence, back toward the pavilion, and has both arms up in either appeal or fury or something else. Axford tells Hal and Troeltsch he wishes he didn't feel the dark thrill he felt watching Ingersoll get pummeled. Some filmy red peanut skin has gotten into Jim Struck's hair as he lies there motionless. O.P. Lord attempts to rule that Ingersoll is no longer on the four courts of Eschaton's Earth map, and so isn't even theoretically a valid target area. It doesn't matter. Several kids close in on Ingersoll, triangulating their bombardment, T. Peterson on point. Ingersoll is hit several times, once right near the eye. Jim Troeltsch is up and running to the fence, wanting to stop the thing, but Famulus catches him by his headset's cord and tells him to let them all lie in their own bed. Hal, now leaning forward, steeple-fingered, finds himself just about paralyzed with absorption. Trevor Axford, fist to his chin, asks Hal if he's ever just simply fucking hated somebody without having any idea why. Hal finds himself riveted at something about the degenerating game that seems so terribly abstract and fraught with implications and consequences that even thinking about how to articulate it seems so complexly stressful that being almost incapacitated with absorption is almost the only way out of the complex stress. Now, Indpac's Penn and Amnat's McKenna, who have long-standing personal bones to pick with Ann Kittenplan, peel off and gather ordnance and execute a pincer movement on Ann Kittenplan. She is hit twice from behind at close range. Ingersoll has long since gone down and is still getting hit. Lord is ruling at the top of his lungs that there's no way Amnat can launch against itself when he gets tagged right on the breastbone by an errant warhead. Clutching his chest with one hand, with the other he flicks the red beanie's propeller, never before flicked, whose flickered spin heralds a worst-case and utterly decontrolled Armageddon-type situation. Tim Peterson takes a ball in the groin and goes down like a sack of refined flour. Everybody's scooping up spent warheads and totally unrealistically refiring them. The fences shudder and sing as balls rain against them. Ingersoll now resembles some sort of animal that's been run over in the road. Troeltsch, who's looking for the first time at the idling sedan by Westhouse's dumpsters, and asking if anybody knew anybody who drove a Nunhagen aspirin-adverting Ford, is the only upper-class spectator who doesn't seem utterly, silently engrossed. Ann Kittenplan has dropped her racket and is charging McKenna. She takes 2 contact bursts in the breast area before she gets to him and lays McKenna out with an impressive left cross. Lamont Chew tackles Todd Postlethwaite from behind. Struck looks to have wet his pants in his sleep. J.J. Penn slips on a grounded warhead near Fiji and goes spectacularly down. The snowfall makes everything gauzy and terribly clear at the same time, eliminating all visual background so that the map's action seems stark and surreal. Nobody's using tennis balls now anymore. Josh Gopnik punches Lamont Chew in the stomach, and Lamont Chew yells that he's been punched in the stomach. And Kittenplan has Kieran McKenna in a headlock and is punching him repeatedly on the top of his skull. Otis P. Lord lets down the beach umbrella and starts pushing his crazy wheeled food cart at a diskette-rattling clip toward 12's open Southgate, still flicking furiously at the red beanie's propeller. Struck's hair is steadily accreting nutskins. Famulus is under cover, but still standing, his legs well apart, and his arms folded. The figure in the green Ford still hasn't moved once. Troeltsch says He, for his own part, wouldn't be just sitting and lying there if any of the little buddies under his personal charge were out there getting potentially injured. And Hal reflects that he does feel a certain sort of intense anxiety, but can't sort through the almost infinite-seeming implications of what Troeltsch is saying fast enough to determine whether the anxiety is over something about what he's seeing, or something in connection between what Troeltsch is saying and the degree to which he's absorbed in what's going on out inside the fence, which is a degenerative chaos so complex in its disorder that it's hard to tell whether it seems choreographed or simply chaotically disordered. Lamont Chew is throwing up into the Indian Ocean. Todd Postlethwaite has his hands to his face and is shrieking something about his doze. It is now, beyond any argument or equivocation, snowing. The sky is off-white. Lord and his cart are now literally making tracks for the edge of the map. Evan Ingersoll hasn't moved in several minutes. Penn lies in a whitening service box with one leg bent beneath him at an impossible angle. Someone way off behind them has been blowing an athletic whistle. And Kitten Plan begins to chase Red Chai's General Secretary south across the Asian subcontinent at top speed. Pemulus is telling Hal he hates to say he told them so. Hal can see Axford leaning way forward, sheltering something tiny from the wind, as he flicks at it with a spent lighter. It occurs to him this is the 3rd anniversary of Axhandle losing a right finger and half his right thumb. Fierce little Jay Gopnik is flailing at the air and telling whoever wants it to come on, come on. Otis P. Lord and his cart sail, clattering across Indochina toward the southern gate. Hal is suddenly aware that Troeltsch and Pemulus are wincing, but is not himself wincing, and isn't sure why they are wincing, and is looking out into the fray trying to determine whether he should be wincing, when Red Chai's General Secretary, calling loudly for his mother, and in full flight, as he looks over his shoulder at Anne Kitten Plan's contorted face, barrels directly into Lord's speeding food cart. There's a noise like the historical sum of all cafeteria accidents everywhere. 3.6 megabyte diskettes take flight like mad bats across what uncovered would be the baseline of Court 12. Different colored beanies spill from the rolling cylinder box, whose lock's hasp is broken and protrudes like a tongue as it rolls. The TP's monitor and modem and you-shit-you chassis, with most of Eschaton's nervous system on its hard drive, assume a parabolic southwest vector. The heavy equipment's altitude is impressive. An odd, silent, still moment hangs, the TP aloft. Pemulus bellows, his hands to his cheeks. Otis P. Lord hurdles the bent forms of food cart and General Secretary, and sprints low over the court's map's snow, trying to save hardware that's now at the top of its rainbow's arc. It's clear Lord won't make it. It's a slow-motion moment. The snow falls more than heavy enough now, Hal thinks, to excuse Lord's not seeing Lamont Chew directly before him, on his hands and knees, throwing up. Lord impacts Chew's arched form at about knee level, and is spectacularly airborne. The idling Ford reveals a sudden face at the driver's side window. Axford is holding the lighter's chassis up to his ear and shaking it. And Kitten Plan is ramming Red Chai's leader's face repeatedly into the mesh of the south fence. Lord's flight's parabola is less spectacular on the y-axis than the TP's has been. The you-shit-use hard drive chassis makes an indescribable sound as it hits the earth, and its brightly circuited guts come out. The color monitor lands on its back with its screen blinking error at the white sky. Hal and everyone else can project Lord's flight's own terminus an instant before impact. For a brief moment that Hal will later regard as completely and uncomfortably bizarre, Hal feels at his own face to see whether he is wincing. The distant whistle petweets. Lord does indeed go, head first down, through the monitor screen, and stays there. His sneakers in the air, and his warm-up pants sagging upward to reveal black socks. There's been a bad sound of glass. Penn flails on his back. Postlethwaite, Ingersoll, and McKenna bleed. The second shift's 1600-hour siren down at Sunstrand Power and Light is creepily muffled by the no sound of falling snow. The 8th of November, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment, Interdependence Day. Boston AA is like AA nowhere else on this planet. Just like AA every place else, Boston AA is divided into numerous individual AA groups, and each group has its particular group name, like the Reality Group, or the Alston Group, or the Clean and Sober Group, and each group holds its regular meeting once a week. But almost all Boston groups' meetings are speaker meetings. That means that at the meetings there are recovering alcoholic speakers who stand up in front of everybody at an amplified podium and share their experience, strength, and hope.
131.
And the singular thing is that these speakers are not ever members of the group that's holding the meeting in Boston. The speakers at one certain group's weekly speaker meeting are always from some other certain Boston AA group. The people from the other group who are here at like your group speaking are here on something called a commitment. Commitments are where some members of one group commit to hit the road and travel to another group's meeting to speak publicly from the podium. Then a bunch of people from the host group hit the opposite lane of the same road on some other night and go to the visiting group's meeting to speak. Groups always trade commitments. You come speak to us, and we'll come speak to you. It can seem bizarre. You always go elsewhere to speak. At your own group's meeting, you're a host. You just sit there and listen as hard as you can, and you make coffee in 60-cup urns and stack polystyrene cups in big ziggurats and sell raffle tickets and make sandwiches, and you empty ashtrays and scrub out urns and sweep floors when the other group's speakers are through. You never share your experience, strength, and hope on stage behind a fiberboard podium with its cheap, non-digital PA Systems mic, except in front of some other Metro Boston group.
132.
Every night in Boston, bumper-stickered cars full of totally sober people, wall-eyed from caffeine and trying to read illegibly scrawled directions by the dashboard lights, crisscross the city, heading for the church basements or bingo halls or nursing home cafeterias of other AA groups to put on commitments. Being an active member of a Boston AA group is probably a little bit like being a serious musician or like athlete in terms of constant travel. The White Flag Group of Enfield, Massachusetts and metropolitan Boston meets Sundays in the cafeteria of the Provident Nursing Home on Hanneman Street, off Commonwealth Avenue, a couple blocks west of Enfield Tennis Academy's flat-topped hill. Tonight, the White Flag Group is hosting a commitment from the Advanced Basics Group of Concord, a suburb of Boston. The Advanced Basics people have driven almost an hour to get here. Plus, there's always the problem of signless urban streets and directions given over the phone. On this coming Friday night, a small horde of white flaggers will drive out to Concord to put on a reciprocal commitment for the Advanced Basics Group. Traveling long distances on signless streets, trying to parse directions like, take the second left off the rotary by the driveway to the chiropractors, and getting lost and shooting your whole evening after a long day just to speak for like 6 minutes at a plywood podium, is called getting active with your group. The speaking itself is known as 12th step work, or giving it away. Giving it away is a cardinal Boston AA principle. The terms derive from an epigrammatic description of recovery in Boston AA. You give it up to get it back, to give it away. Sobriety in Boston is regarded as less a gift than a sort of cosmic loan. You can't pay the loan back, but you can pay it forward. By spreading the message that despite all appearances, AA works. Spreading this message to the next new guy who's tottered into a meeting and is sitting in the back row, unable to hold his cup of coffee. The only way to hang on to sobriety is to give it away. And even just 24 hours of sobriety is worth doing anything for. a sober day being nothing short of a daily miracle if you've got the disease, like he's got the disease, says the Advanced Basics member, who's chairing this evening's commitment, saying just a couple public words to the hall before he opens the meeting and retires to a stool next to the podium and calls his group's speakers by random lot. The chairperson says he didn't used to be able to go 24 lousy minutes without a nip before he came in. Coming in means admitting that your personal ass is kicked and tottering into Boston AA, ready to go to any lengths to stop the shitstorm. The Advanced Basics chairperson looks like a perfect cross between pictures of Dick Cavett and Truman Capote.
133.
Except this guy's also like totally, almost flamboyantly, bald. And to top it off, he's wearing a bright black country western shirt with Baroque curlicues of white noddy piping across the chest and shoulders, and a string tie, plus sharp-toed boots of some sort of weirdly imbricate reptile skin. And overall, he's riveting to look at, grotesque in that riveting way that flaunts its grotesquerie. There are more cheap metal ashtrays and styrofoam cups in this broad hall than you'll see anywhere else ever on Earth. Gately's sitting right up front in the first row, so close to the podium he can see the tailor's notch in the chairperson's outsized incisors. But he enjoys twisting around and watching everybody come in and mill around, shaking water off their outerwear, trying to find empty seats. Even on the night of the Interdependence Day holiday, the Providence cafeteria is packed by 2000 hours. AA does not take holidays any more than the disease does. This is the big established Sunday p.m. meeting for AAs in Enfield and Alston and Brighton. Regulars come every week from Watertown and East Newton, too, often, unless they're out on commitments with their own groups. The Provident cafeteria walls, painted an indecisive green, are tonight bedecked with portable felt banners emblazoned with AA slogans in Cub Scoutish blue and gold. The slogans on them appear way too insipid even to mention what they are. For example, "One day at a time," for one. The effete Western-dressed guy concludes his opening exhortation, leads the opening moment of silence, reads the AA preamble, pulls a random name out of the crested butte cowboy hat he's holding, makes a squinty show of reading it, says he'd like to call Advanced Basics' first random speaker of the evening, and asks if his fellow group member, John L., is in the house here tonight. John L. gets up to the podium and says, "That is a question I did not use to be able to answer." This gets a laugh, and everybody's posture gets subtly more relaxed, because it's clear that John L. has some sober time in, and isn't going to be one of those AA speakers who's so racked with self-conscious nerves, he makes the empathetic audience nervous too. Everybody in the audience is aiming for total empathy with the speaker. That way they'll be able to receive the AA message he's here to carry. Empathy, in Boston AA, is called identification. Then John L. says his first name and what he is, and everybody calls hello. White Flag is one of the area AA meetings Ennett House requires its residents to attend. You have to be seen at a designated AA or NA meeting every single night of the week, or out you go, discharged. A house staff member has to accompany the residents when they go to the designated meetings, so they can be officially seen there.
134.
The residents' house counselor suggests that they sit right up at the front of the hall where they can see the pores in the speaker's nose and try to identify instead of compare. Again, identify means empathize. Identifying, unless you've got a stake in comparing, isn't very hard to do here. Because if you sit up front and listen hard, all the speaker's stories of decline and fall and surrender are basically alike, and like your own. Fun with the substance, then very gradually less fun, then significantly less fun because of like blackouts you suddenly come out of on the highway going 145 kilometers per hour with companions you do not know. Nights you awake from in unfamiliar bedding next to somebody who doesn't even resemble any known sort of mammal. 3-day blackouts you come out of and have to buy a newspaper to even know what town you're in. Yes, gradually less and less actual fun, but with some physical need for the substance now, instead of the former voluntary fun. Then at some point, suddenly, just very little fun at all, combined with terrible daily hand-trembling need. Then dread, anxiety, irrational phobias, dim siren-like memories of fun, trouble with assorted authorities, knee-buckling headaches, mild seizures, and the litany of what Boston AA calls losses. Then come the day I lost my job to drinking. Concord's John L. has a huge hanging gut, and just no ass at all, the way some big older guys' asses seem to get sucked into their body and reappear out front as gut. Gately, in sobriety, does nightly sit-ups, out of fear this will all of a sudden happen to him, as age 30 approaches. Gately is so huge no one sits behind him for several rows. John L. has the biggest bunch of keys Gately's ever seen. They're on one of those pull-outable wire janitor's keychains that clips to a belt loop, and the speaker jangles them absently, unaware, his one tip of the hat to public nerves. He's also wearing gray janitor's pants. "Lost my damn job," he says. "I mean to say I still knew where it was and whatnot. I just went in as usual one day, and there was some other fella doing it," which gets another laugh. Then, more losses, with the substance seeming like the only consolation against the pain of the mounting losses. And of course you're in denial about it being the substance that's causing the very losses it's consoling you about. "The alcohol destroys slowly but thoroughly," is what a fella said to me the first night I come in up in Concord, and that fella ended up becoming my sponsor. Then less mild seizures, DTs during attempts to taper off too fast, introduction to subjective bugs and rodents, then one more binge and more formicative bugs, then eventually a terrible acknowledgement that some line has been undeniably crossed, and, fist at the sky, as God is my witness vows to buckle down and lick this thing for good, to quit for all time, then maybe a few white-knuckled days of initial success, then a slip, then more pledges, clock-watching, baroque self-regulations, repeated slips back into the substance's relief after like 2 days' abstinence, ghastly hangovers, head-flattening guilt and self-disgust, superstructures of additional self-regulations, for example, not before 900 hours, not on a work night, only when the moon is waxing, only in the company of Swedes, which also fail. "When I was drunk, I wanted to get sober, and when I was sober, I wanted to get drunk," John L. says. "I lived that way for years, and I submit to you that that's not living. That's a fucking death in life." Then unbelievable psychic pain, a kind of peritonitis of the soul, psychic agony, fear of impending insanity. Why can't I quit if I so want to quit unless I'm insane? Appearances at hospital detoxes and rehabs, domestic strife, financial freefall, eventual domestic losses. And then I lost my wife to drinking. I mean, I still knew where she was and whatnot. I just went in one day and there was some other fella doing it. At which there's not all that much laughter. Lots of pained nods. It's often the same all over in terms of domestic losses. Then vocational ultimatums, unemployability, financial ruin, pancreatitis, overwhelming guilt, bloody vomiting, cirrhotic neuralgia, incontinence, neuropathy, nephritis, black depressions, searing pain, with the substance affording increasingly brief periods of relief. Then, finally, no relief available anywhere at all. Finally, it's impossible to get high enough to freeze what you feel like being this way. And now, you hate the substance. Hate it. But you still find yourself unable to stop doing it, the substance. You find you finally want to stop more than anything on earth, and it's no fun doing it anymore, and you can't believe you ever liked doing it, But you still can't stop. It's like you're totally fucking bats. It's like there's two yous. And when you'd sell your own dear mum to stop and still you find can't stop, then the last layer of jolly, friendly mask comes off your old friend, the substance. It's midnight now, and all masks come off, and you all of a sudden see the substance as it really is. For the first time you see the disease as it really is. Really has been all this time. You look in the mirror at midnight and see what owns you, what's become what you are. A fucking living death. I tell you, it's not being near alive. By the end I was undead, not alive. And I tell you, the idea of dying was nothing compared to the idea of living like that for another 5 or 10 years, and only then dying. With audience heads nodding in rows like a wind-swept meadow. Boy, can they ever identify. And then you're in serious trouble. Very serious trouble, and you know it, finally. Deadly serious trouble. Because this substance you thought was your one true friend, that you gave up all for gladly, that for so long gave you relief from the pain of the losses your love of that relief caused, your mother and lover and God and compadre, has finally removed its smiley face mask to reveal centerless eyes and a ravening maw, and canines down to here. It's the face in the floor. The grinning, root-white face of your worst nightmares. And the face is your own face in the mirror now. It's you. The substance has devoured or replaced and become you. And the puke, drool, and substance-crusted T-shirt you've both worn for weeks now gets torn off, and you stand there looking, and in the root-white chest where your heart, given away to it, should be beating, in its exposed chest's center and centerless eyes, is just a lightless hole, more teeth, and a beckoning taloned hand dangling something irresistible. And now you see you've been had, screwed royal, stripped and fucked and tossed to the side like some stuffed toy to lie for all time in the posture you land in. You see now that it's your enemy and your worst personal nightmare, and the trouble it's gotten you into is undeniable, and you still can't stop. Doing the substance now is like attending Black Mass, but you still can't stop, even though the substance no longer gets you high. You are, as they say, finished. You cannot get drunk, and you cannot get sober. You cannot get high, and you cannot get straight. You are behind bars. You are in a cage, and can see only bars in every direction. You are in the kind of a hell of a mess that either ends lives or turns them around. You are at a fork in the road that Boston AA calls your bottom. Though the term is misleading, because everybody here agrees it's more like someplace very high and unsupported. You're on the edge of something tall and leaning way out forward. If you listen for the similarities, all these speakers' substance careers seem to terminate at the same cliff's edge. You are now finished as a substance user. It's the jumping-off place. You now have two choices. You can either eliminate your own map for keeps. Blades are the best, or else pills. Or there's always quietly sucking off the exhaust pipe of your repossessable car in the bank-owned garage of your familyless home. Something whimpery instead of banging. Better clean and quiet, and, since your whole career's been one long futile flight from pain, painless. Though of the alcoholics and drug addicts who compose over 70% of a given year's suicides, some try to go out with a last great garish balaclavan gesture. One longtime member of the White Flag group is a Prognathous lady named Louise B., who tried to take a map-eliminating drive off the old Hancock building downtown in BS 81, but got caught in the gust of a rising thermal only 6 flights off the roof and got blown cartwheeling back up and in through the smoked glass window of an arbitrage firm's suite on the 34th floor, ending up sprawled prone on a high-gloss conference table with only lacerations and a compound of the collarbone, and an experience of willed self-annihilation and external intervention that has left her rabidly Christian. Rabidly, as in foam, so that she's comparatively ignored and avoided, though her AA story, being just like everybody else's but more spectacular, has become Metro Boston AA myth. But so, when you get to this jumping-off place at the finish of your substance career, you can either take up the Luger or blade and eliminate your own personal map. This can be at age 60 or 27 or 17. Or you can get out the very beginning of the Yellow Pages or Internet Psych Service file and make a blubbery 0200 phone call and admit to a gentle, grandparentish voice that you're in trouble. Deadly serious trouble. And the voice will try to soothe you into hanging on until a couple hours go by, and 2 pleasantly earnest, weirdly calm guys in conservative attire appear, smiling at your door, sometime before dawn, and speak quietly to you for hours, and leave you not remembering anything from what they said except the sense that they used to be eerily like you, just where you are, utterly fucked. But now somehow aren't anymore. Fucked like you. At least they didn't seem like they were. Unless the whole thing's some incredibly involved scam, this AA thing. And so, but anyway, you sit there on what's left of your furniture in the lavender dawn light and realize that by now you literally have no other choices besides trying this AA thing or else eliminating your map. So you spend the day killing every last bit of every substance you've got in one last joyless, bitter, farewell binge, and resolve, the next day, to go ahead and swallow your pride and maybe your common sense too, and try these meetings of this program that at best is probably just Unitarian happy horse shit, and at worst is a cover for some glazed and canny cult-type thing where they'll keep you sober by making you spend 20 hours a day selling cellophane cones of artificial flowers on the median strips of heavy-flow roads. And what defines this cliffish nexus of exactly 2 total choices, this miserable road fork Boston AA calls your bottom, is that at this point you feel like maybe selling flowers on median strips might not be so bad. Not compared to what you've got going, personally, at this juncture. And this, at root, is what unites Boston AA. It turns out this same resigned, miserable, brainwash and exploit me if that's what it takes type desperation has been the jumping-off place for just about every AA you meet, it emerges. Once you've actually gotten it up to stop darting in and out of the big meetings and start walking up with your wet hand out and trying to actually personally meet some Boston AAs. As the one particular tough old guy or lady you're always particularly scared of and drawn to says, nobody ever comes in because things were going really well and they just wanted to round out their PM social calendar. Everybody, but everybody comes in, dead-eyed and puke-white, and with their face hanging down around their knees, and with a well-thumbed firearm and ordnance mail-order catalog kept safe and available at home, map-wise, for when this last, desperate resort of hugs and cliches turns out to be just happy horseshit for you. You're not unique, they'll say. This initial hopelessness unites every soul in this broad, cold, salad-barred hall. They are all like Hindenburg survivors. Every meeting is a reunion, once you've been in for a while. And then the palsied newcomers who totter in, desperate, and miserable enough to hang in and keep coming and start feebly to scratch beneath the unlikely insipid surface of the thing, Don Gately's found, then get united by a second common experience. The shocking discovery that the thing actually does seem to work, does keep you substance-free. It's improbable and shocking. When Gately finally snapped to the fact, one day about 4 months into his Ennis House residency, that quite a few days seemed to have gone by without his playing with the usual idea of slipping over to Unit Number 7 and getting loaded in some non-uremic way the courts couldn't prove, that several days had gone without his even thinking of oral narcotics, or a tightly rolled Dubois, or a cold foamer on a hot day, when he realized that the various substances he didn't use to be able to go a day without absorbing hadn't even occurred to him in almost a week, Gately hadn't felt so much grateful or joyful as just plain shocked. The idea that AA might actually somehow work unnerved him. He suspected some sort of trap, some new sort of trap. At this stage, he and the other Ennis residents, who were still there and starting to snap to the fact that AA might work, began to sit around together late at night, going batshit together because it seemed to be impossible to figure out just how AA worked. It did, yes, tentatively seem maybe actually to be working, but Gately couldn't for the life of him figure out how. Just sitting on hemorrhoid-hostile folding chairs every night, looking at nose pores and listening to cliches could work. Nobody's ever been able to figure AA out is another binding commonality. And the folks with serious time in AA are infuriating about questions starting with how. You ask the scary old guys how AA works, and they smile their chilly smiles and say, just fine. It just works, is all. End of story. The newcomers who abandon common sense and resolve to hang in and keep coming and then find their cages all of a sudden open, mysteriously after a while, share this sense of deep shock and possible trap. About newer Boston AAs with 6 months clean, you can see this look of glazed suspicion instead of beatific glee, an expression like that of bug-eyed natives confronted suddenly with a Zippo lighter. And so this unites them, nervously, this tentative assemblage of possible glimmers of something like hope. This grudging move toward maybe acknowledging that this unromantic, unhip, cliched AA thing, so unlikely and unpromising, so much the inverse of what they'd come too much to love, might really be able to keep the lover's toothy maw at bay. The process is the neat reverse of what brought you down and in here. Substances start out being so magically great, so much the interior jigsaw's missing piece, that at the start you just know deep in your gut that they'll never let you down. You just know it. But they do. And then this goofy, slapdash, anarchic system of low-rent gatherings and corny slogans and saccharine grins and hideous coffee is so lame, you just know there's no way it could ever possibly work except for the utterest morons. And then Gately seems to find out AA turns out to be the very loyal friend he thought he'd had and then lost when you came in. And so you hang in and stay sober and straight, and out of sheer hand burned on hot stove terror you heed the improbable-sounding warnings not to stop pounding out the nightly meetings, even after the substance cravings have left, and you feel like you've got a grip on the thing at last, and can now go it alone. You still don't try to go it alone. You heed the improbable warnings because by now you have no faith in your own sense of what's improbable and what isn't, since AA seems, improbably enough, to be working, and with no faith in your own senses, you're confused, flummoxed, and when people with AA time strongly advise you to keep coming, you nod robotically and keep coming. And you sweep floors and scrub out ashtrays and fill stained steel urns with hideous coffee, and you keep getting ritually down on your big knees every morning and night asking for help from a sky that still seems a burnished shield against all who would ask aid of it. How can you pray to a God you believe only morons believe in still? But the old guys say it doesn't yet matter what you believe or don't believe. Just do it, they say. And like a shock-trained organism without any kind of independent human will, you do exactly like you're told. You keep coming and coming nightly. And now you take pains not to get booted out of the squalid halfway house you'd at first tried so hard to get discharged from. You hang in and hang in, meeting after meeting, warm day after cold day. And not only does the urge to get high stay more or less away, but more general life-quality type things, just as improbably promised at first when you'd come in. Things seem to get progressively somehow better inside for a while. Then worse, then even better. Then for a while worse in a way that's still somehow better, realer. You feel weirdly unblinded, which is good, even though a lot of things you now see about yourself and how you've lived are horrible to have to see. And by this time the whole thing is so improbable and unparsable that you're so flummoxed, you're convinced you're maybe brain damaged still at this point, from all the years of substances, and you figure you'd better hang in this Boston AA where older guys who seem to be less damaged, or at least less flummoxed by their damage, will tell you in terse, simple imperative clauses exactly what to do, and where and when to do it, though never how or why. And at this point you've started to have an almost classic sort of blind faith in the older guys, a blind faith in them born not of zealotry or even belief, but just of a chilled conviction that you have no faith whatsoever left in yourself. And now if the older guys say jump, you ask them to hold their hand at the desired height, and now they've got you, and you're free.
135.
Another advanced basics group speaker, whose first name Gately loses in the crowd's big hello, but whose last initial is E, an even bigger guy than John L., a green-card Irishman in a scally cap and Sinn Féin sweatshirt, with a belly like a swinging sack of meal and a thoroughly visible ass to back it up, is sharing his Hope's experience by listing the gifts that have followed his decision to come in, and put the plug in the jug, and the cap on the phentermine hydrochloride bottle, and stop driving long-haul truck routes in unbroken 96-hour, metal-pedaled states of chemical psychosis.
136.
The rewards of his abstinence, he stresses, have been more than just spiritual. Only in Boston AA can you hear a 50-year-old immigrant wax lyrical about his first solid bowel movement in adult life. There'd been a confirmed bull splatterer for years beyond counting. I'd been barred from fertilities at odd truck stops twixt her and Newark for years. Wallpaper in the loo at home, hung in these curled sheets from twole, I tell you. But now, one day, I'll remember it always, 'twere awake to the day after I stood up for me 90-day chip, and were 3 months sober, and were there on the throne at home, you know. Not to put too fine a point on it, I produced as are usual, and I were so amazed as to not believe in me ears. 'Twas a sound so wonder familiar, at first, I thought I dropped me wallet in the loo, don't you know. I thought I dropped me wallet in the loo as good as me witness. So, down I been twixt my knees, and had a look into them loo, and couldn't believe me eyes. So, good people, I do then, I dropped to my knees by the loo and had a real look. A lover's look, do you know. And friends, 'twere lovely past me poor powers to say. 'Twere a tard into loo, a real tard. 'Twere firm and tapered and ever so gently aged. 'T looked constructed instead of sprayed. 'T looked as I felt in me heart. God himself meant a tard to look. My friends, this tard of mine practically had a pulse.
I stayed down on my knees to thank me Harper, which I choose to call me Harper Good, and I've been thanking me Harper on my knees ever seen. Morning and night time in a Toulouse well ever seen.
The man's red-leather face radiant throughout. Gately and the other white flaggers fall about, laugh from the gut. A turd that practically had a pulse. An ode to a solid dump. But the lightless eyes of certain palsied back-row newcomers widen with a very private identification and possible hope, hardly daring to imagine. A certain message has been carried. Gately's biggest asset as an Ennet House live-in staffer, besides the size thing, which is not to be discounted when order has to be maintained in a place where guys come in fresh from detox still in withdrawal, with their eyes rolling like palsied cattle, and an earring in their eyelid, and a tattoo that says, "Born to be unpleasant." Besides the fact that his upper arms are the size of cuts of beef you rarely see off hooks, his big plus is he has this ability to convey his own experience about, at first, hating AA to new house residents who hate AA and resent being forced to go and sit up in nose-pour range and listen to such limply improbable cliched drivel night after night. Limp AA looks at first, and actually limp it sometimes really is, Gately tells the new residents. And he says no way he'd expect them to believe on just his say-so, that the thing'll work if they're miserable and desperate enough to hang in against common sense for a while. But he says he'll clue them in on a truly great thing about AA. They can't kick you out. You're in if you say you're in. Nobody can get kicked out, not for any reason, which means you can say anything in here. Talk about solid turds all you want. The molecular integrity of shit is small potatoes. Gately says he defies the new Ennet House residents to try and shock the smiles off these Boston AA's faces. Can't be done, he says. These folks have literally heard it all. Enuresis, impotence, priapism, onanism, projectile incontinence, autocastration. Elaborate paranoid delusions, the grandiosest megalomania, communism, fringe birchism, National Socialist Bundism, psychotic breaks, sodomy, bestiality, daughter-diddling, exposures at every conceivable level of indecency. Coprophilia and phagia. 4-year white flagger Glenn Kay's personal chosen higher power is Satan, for fuck's sake. Granted, nobody in White Flag much likes Ken Kay, and the thing with the hooded cape and makeup and the candelabra he carries around draws some mutters, but Glenn Kay is a member for exactly as long as he cares to hang in. So say anything you want, Gately invites them. Go to the beginner meeting at 1930 hours and raise your shaky mitt and tell the unlacquered truth. Free associate. Run with it. Gately this morning, just after required AM meditation, Gately was telling the tat-obsessed little new lawyer guy Ewell, with the hypertensive flush and little white beard, telling him how he, Gately, had perked up considerably at 30 days clean, when he found he could raise his big mitt in beginner meetings and say publicly just how much he hates this limp AA drivel about gratitude and humility and miracles, and how he hates it and thinks it's horseshit, and hates the AAs and how they all seem like limp, smug, moronic, self-satisfied, shit-eating pricks with their lobotomized smiles and goopy sentiment, and how he wishes them all violent technicolor harm in the worst way. Knew Gately sitting there, spraying vitriol, wet-lipped and red-eared, trying to get kicked out, purposely trying to outrage the AAs into giving him the boot so he could quick march back to Ennet House and tell crippled Pat Montesian and his counselor Jean M. how he'd been given the boot at AA, how they'd pleaded for honest sharing of innermost feelings, and okay, he'd honestly shared his deepest feelings on the matter of them, and the grinning hypocrites had shaken their fists and told him to screw. But so in the meetings the poison would leap and spurt from him, and how but he found out all that these veteran white flaggers would do as a group when he, vocally wished them harm, was nod furiously in empathetic identification and shout with maddening cheer, "Keep coming!" And one or two flaggers with medium amounts of sober time would come up to him after the meeting and say how it was so good to hear him share, and holy mackerel, could they ever identify with the deeply honest feelings he'd shared, and how he'd done them the service of giving them the gift of a real remember-when type experience, because they could now remember feeling just exactly the same way as Gately when they first came in, only they confessed not then having the spine to honestly share it with the group. And so in a bizarre, improbable twist, they'd have Gately ending up standing there feeling like some sort of AA hero, a prodigy of vitriolic spine, both frustrated and elated, and before they bid him au revoir and told him to come back, they'd made sure to give him their phone numbers on the back of their little raffle tickets, phone numbers Gately wouldn't dream of actually calling up. To say what, for Christ's sakes? But which he found he rather liked having in his wallet, just to carry around, just in case of who knew what. And then plus maybe one of these old Enfield native white flag guys with geologic amounts of sober time in AA, and a twisted, ruined old body, and clear, bright white eyes would hobble sideways like a crab, slowly up to Gately after a meeting in which he'd spewed vitriol, and reach way up to clap him on his big, sweaty shoulder, and say, in their Fremitic smoker's croak, that, "Well, you at least seem like a ballsy little bastard, all full of piss and vinegar and whatnot. And that just maybe you'll be okay, Don G. Just maybe. Just keep coming. And if you care for a spot of advice from somebody who likely spilled more booze in his day than you've even consumed in yours, you might try to just simply sit down at meetings and relax and take the cotton out of your ears and put it in your mouth and shut the fuck up and just listen. For the first time perhaps in your life, really listen. And maybe you'll end up okay." And they don't offer their phone numbers. Not the really old guys. Gately knows he'd have to eat his pride raw and actually request the numbers of the old, ruined, grim, calm long-timers in White Flag. The crocodiles, the less senior white flaggers call them, because the old twisted guys all tend to sit clustered together with hideous turd-like cigars in one corner of the Provident cafeteria, under a 16 by 20 framed glossy of crocodiles or alligators sunning themselves on some verdant riverbank somewhere, with the maybe joke legend Old-Timers' Corner somebody had majusculed across the bottom of the photo, and these old guys cluster together under it, rotating their green cigars in their misshapen fingers and discussing completely mysterious, long, sober matters out of the sides of their mouths. Gately sort of fears these old AA guys with their varicose noses and flannel shirts and white crew cuts and brown teeth and coolly amused looks of appraisal. Feels like a kind of low-rank tribal knucklehead in the presence of stone-faced chieftains who rule by some unspoken shamanistic fiat.
137.
And so, of course, he hates them, the crocodiles, for making him feel like he fears them. But oddly, he also ends up looking forward a little to sitting in the same big nursing home cafeteria with them and facing the same direction they face every Sunday, and a little later finds he even enjoys riding at 30 kilometers per hour tops in their perfectly maintained 25-year-old sedans when he starts going along on white flag commitments to other Boston AA groups. He eventually heeds a terse suggestion and starts going out and telling his grisly personal story publicly from the podium with other members of White Flag, the group he gave in and finally officially joined. This is what you do if you're new and have what's called the gift of desperation and are willing to go to any excruciating lengths to stay straight. You officially join a group and put your name and sobriety date down on the group secretary's official roster, and you make it your business to start to get to know other members of the group on a personal basis, and you carry their numbers talismanically in your wallet. And, most important, you get active with your group. which here in Gately's Boston AA active means not just sweeping the footprinty floor after the Lord's Prayer, and making coffee, and emptying ashtrays of Gasper butts, and ghastly, spit-wet cigar ends, but also showing up regularly at specified PM times, at the White Flag Group's regular haunt. The elite, the final E's, neons, ballasts out, diner, next to Steve's Donuts in Enfield Center. Showing up and pounding down tooth-loosening amounts of coffee, and then getting in well-maintained crocodilian sedans, whose suspension springs Gately's mass makes sag, and getting driven, wall-eyed with caffeine and cigar fumes and general public-speaking angst, to like Lowell's Joy of Living group, or Charleston's Plug in the Jug group, or Bridgewater State Detox, or Concord Honor Farm with these guys. And except for one or two other pale, wall-eyed newcomers with the gift of utter desperation, it's mostly crocodiles with geologic sober time in these cars. It's mostly the guys that have stayed sober in White Flag for decades, who still go on every single booked commitment. They go every time, dependable as death. Even when the Celtics are on spontaneous dis, they hit the old commitment trail. They remain rabidly active with their group. And the crocodiles in the car invite Gately to see the coincidence of long-term contented sobriety and rabidly tireless AA activity as not a coincidence at all. The backs of their necks are complexly creased. The crocodiles up front look into the rearview mirror and narrow their baggy, bright white eyes at Gately in the sagging back seat with the other new guys. And the crocodiles say they can't even begin to say how many new guys they've seen come in and then get sucked back out there. Come in to AA for a while and hang in and put together a little sober time and have things start to get better, head-wise and life-quality-wise. And after a while, the new guys get cocky. They decide they've gotten well, and they get really busy at the new job sobriety's allowed them to get, or maybe they buy season Celtics tickets, or they rediscover pussy and start chasing pussy. These withered, gnarled, toothless, totally post-sexual old fuckers actually say pussy. But one way or another, these poor, cocky, clueless new bastards start gradually drifting away from rabid activity in the group, and then away from their group itself, and then, little by little, gradually drift away from any AA meetings at all, and then, without the protection of meetings or a group, in time, oh, there's always plenty of time, the disease is fiendishly patient. How in time, they forget what it was like, the ones that have cockily drifted. They forget who and what they are. They forget about the disease, until like one day, they're at like maybe a Celtics-Sixers game, and the good old Fleet First Interstate Center's hot, and they think, what could just one cold foamer hurt after all this sober time, now that they've gotten well? Just one cold one. What could it hurt? And after that one, it's like they'd never stopped if they'd got the disease. And how in a month, or 6 months, or a year, they have to come back in, back to the Boston AA halls and their old group, tottering, DTing, with their faces hanging down around their knees all over again. Or maybe it's 5 or 10 years before they can get it up to get back in, beaten to shit again, or else their system isn't ready for the recurred abuse again after some sober time, and they die out there. The crocodiles are always talking in hushed, nom-like tones about out there. Or else worse, maybe they kill somebody in a blackout and spend the rest of their lives in MCI Walpole, drinking Raisin Jack, fermented in the seatless toilet, and trying to recall what they did to get in there, out there. Or else, worst of all, these cocky new guys drift back out there and have nothing sufficiently horrible to finish them happen at all. Just go back to drinking, 24/7, 365, to not living, behind bars, undead, back in the disease's cage all over again. The crocodiles talk about how they can't count the number of guys that have come in for a while and drifted away and gone back out there and died, or not gotten to die. They even point some of these guys out. Gaunt, gray, spectral men, reeling on sidewalks with all that they own in a trash bag, as the white flaggers drive slowly by in their well-maintained cars. Old emphysemic Francis G. in particular likes to slow his LeSabre down at a corner in front of some jack-legged, loose-faced homeless fuck who'd once been in AA, then drifted cockily out, and roll down his window and yell, "Live it up!" Of course, the crocodiles dig at each other with their knobby elbows and guffaw and wheeze. They say when they tell Gately to either hang in AA and get rabidly active or else die in slime. Of course, it's only a suggestion. They howl and choke and slap their knees at this. It's your classic in-type joke. There are, by ratified tradition, no musts in Boston AA. No doctrine or dogma or rules. They can't kick you out. You don't have to do what they say. Do exactly as you please, if you still trust what seems to please you. The crocodiles roar and wheeze and pound on the dash and bob in the front seat in abject AA mirth. Boston AA's take on itself is that it's a benign anarchy, that any order to the thing is a function of miracle. No regs, no musts, only love and support and the occasional humble suggestion born of shared experience. A non-authoritarian, dogma-free movement. Normally a gifted cynic, with a keen bullshit antenna, Gately needed over a year to pinpoint the ways in which he feels like Boston AA really is actually sub rosa dogmatic. You're not supposed to pick up any sort of altering substance, of course. That goes without saying. But the fellowship's official line is that if you do slip or drift or fuck up or forget and go out there for a night and absorb a substance and get all your disease's triggers pulled again, they want you to know they not only invite but urge you to come on back to meetings as quickly as possible. They're pretty sincere about this, since a lot of new people slip and slide a bit, total abstinence-wise, in the beginning. Nobody's supposed to judge you or snub you for slipping. Everybody's here to help. Everybody knows that the returning slippee has punished himself enough just being out there, and that it takes incredible desperation and humility to eat your pride and wobble back in and put the substance down again after you've fucked up the first time and the substance is calling to you all over again. There's the sort of sincere compassion about fucking up that empathy makes possible, although some of the AAs will nod smugly when they find out the slippee didn't take some of the basic suggestions. Even newcomers who can't even start to quit yet, and show up with suspicious flask-sized bulges in their coat pockets, and list progressively to starboard as the meeting progresses, are urged to keep coming. Hang in, stay, as long as they're not too disruptive. Inebriates are discouraged from driving themselves home after the Lord's Prayer, but nobody's going to wrestle your keys away. Boston AA stresses the utter autonomy of the individual member. Please say and do whatever you wish. Of course, there are about a dozen basic suggestions.
138.
And of course, people who cockily decide they don't wish to abide by the basic suggestions are constantly going back out there, and then wobbling back in with their faces around their knees, and confessing from the podium that they didn't take the suggestions, and have paid full price for their willful arrogance, and have learned the hard way. But now they're back, by God, and this time they're going to follow the suggestions to the bloody letter. Just see if they don't. Gately's sponsor, Ferocious Francis G., the crocodile that Gately finally got up the juice to ask to be his sponsor, compares the totally optional basic suggestions in Boston AA to, say, for instance, if you're going to jump out of an airplane, they suggest you wear a parachute. But of course, you do what you want. Then he starts laughing until he's coughing so bad he has to sit down. The bitch of the thing is you have to want to. If you don't want to do as you're told, as it's suggested you do, it means that your own personal will is still in control. And Eugenio Martinez, over at Enid House, never tires of pointing out that your personal will is the web your disease sits and spins in still. The will you call your own ceased to be yours as of who knows how many substance-drenched years ago. It's now shot through with the spidered fibrosis of your disease. His own experience's term for the disease is the spider.
139.
You have to starve the spider. You have to surrender your will. This is why most people will come in and hang in only after their own entangled will has just about killed them. You have to want to surrender your will to people who know how to starve the spider. You have to want to take the suggestions, want to abide by the traditions of anonymity, humility, surrender to the group conscience. If you don't obey, nobody will kick you out. They won't have to. You'll end up kicking yourself out if you steer by your own sick will. This is maybe why just about everybody in the White Flag group tries so hard to be so disgustingly humble, kind, helpful, tactful, cheerful, non-judgmental, tidy, energetic, sanguine, modest, generous, fair, orderly, patient, tolerant, attentive, truthful. It isn't like the group makes them do it. It's more like that the only people who end up able to hang for serious time in AA are the ones who willingly try to be these things. This is why, to the cynical newcomer or fresh Enid House resident, serious AAs look like these weird combinations of Gandhi and Mr. Rogers, with tattoos and enlarged livers and no teeth, who used to beat wives and diddle daughters and now rhapsodize about their bowel movements. It's all optional. Do it or die. So, but like, for instance, Gately puzzled for quite some time about why these AA meetings, where nobody kept order, seemed so orderly. No interrupting, fistcuffery, no heckled invectives, no poisonous gossip or beefs over the tray's last Oreo. Where was the hard-ass sergeant-at-arms who enforced these principles they guaranteed would save your ass? Pat Montesian and Eugenio Martinez and Ferocious Francis the Crocodile wouldn't answer Gailey's questions about where's the enforcement. They just all smiled coy smiles and said to keep coming, an apothegm Gately found just as trite as easy does it. Live and let live. How do trite things get to be trite? Why is the truth usually not just but anti-interesting? Because every one of the seminal little mini epiphanies you have in early AA is always polyesterishly banal, Gately admits to residents. He'll tell how, as a resident, right after that one Harvard Square industrial grunge post-punk, this guy whose name was Bernard but insisted on being called Plasmatron 7, right after old Plasmatron 7 drank 9 bottles of NyQuil on the men's upstairs head and pitched forward, face first, into his instant spuds at supper, and got discharged on the spot, and got firemen carried by Calvin Thrust right out to Commonwealth Avenue's Green Line T-stop, and Gately got moved up from the newest guy's 5-man room to take Plasmatron 7's old bunk in the less new guy's 3-man room. Gately had an epiphanic AA-related nocturnal dream he'll be the first to admit was banally trite.
140.
In the dream, Gately, in row after row of totally average and non-unique U.S. citizens, are kneeling on their knees on polyester cushions in a crummy, low-rent church basement. The basement was your average low-rent church basement, except for this dream's church basement walls were of like this weird, thin, clean, clear glass. Everybody was kneeling on these cheap but comfortable cushions, and it was weird because nobody seemed to have any clear idea why they were all on their knees, and there was like no tier boss or sergeant-at-arms type figure around coercing them into kneeling, and yet there was this sense of some compelling unspoken reason why they were all kneeling. It was one of those dream things where it didn't make sense, but did. But then some lady over to Gately's left got off her knees and all of a sudden stood up, just like to stretch. And the minute she stood up, she was all of a sudden yanked backward with terrible force and sucked out through one of the clear glass walls of the basement. And Gately had winced to get ready for the sound of serious glass, but the glass wall didn't shatter so much as just let the cartwheeling lady sort of melt right through, and heeled back over where she'd melted through, and she was gone. Her cushion, and then Gately notices a couple other polyester cushions in some of the rows here and there, were empty, and it was then, as he was looking around, that Gately, in his dream, looked slowly up overhead at the ceiling's exposed pipes, and could now, all of a sudden see, rotating slow and silent through the basement, a meter above the different shaped and colored heads of the kneeling assembly, he could see a long, plain, hooked stick, like the crook of a giant shepherd, like the hook that appears from stage left and drags bad acts out of tomato range, moving slowly above them in French curled circles, almost demurely, as if quietly scanning. And when a mild-faced guy in a cardigan happened to stand up and was hooked by the hooked stick and pulled ass over tea kettle out through the soundless glass membrane, Gately turned his big head as far as he could without leaving the cushion, and could see now, just outside the wall's clean pane, trolling with the big stick, an extraordinarily snappily dressed and authoritative figure, manipulating the giant shepherd's crook with one hand, and coolly examining the nails of his other hand from behind a mask that was simply the plain yellow smiley-face circle that accompanied invitations to have a nice day. The figure was so impressive and trustworthy and casually self-assured as to be both soothing and compelling. The authoritative figure radiated good cheer and abundant charm and limitless patience. It manipulated the big stick in the coolly purposeful way of the sort of angler who you know isn't going to throw back anything he catches. The slow, silent stick with the hook he held was what kept them all kneeling below the baroque little circumferences of its movement overhead. One of Enid House's live-in staffers' rotating PM jobs is to be awake and on call in the front office all night for dream duty. People in early recovery from substances often get hit with real horror show dreams, or else traumatically seductive substance dreams, and sometimes trite but important epiphanic dreams, and the staffer on dream duty is required to be up doing paperwork or sit-ups, or staring out the broad bay window in the front office downstairs, ready to make coffee and listen to the residents' dreams, and offer the odd practical upbeat Boston AA-type insight into possible implications for the dreamer's progress in recovery. But Gately had no need to clomp downstairs for a staffer's feedback on this one, since it was so powerfully, tritely, obvious. It had come clear to Gately that Boston AA had the planet's most remorselessly hard-ass and efficient sergeant-at-arms. Gately lay there, overhanging all four sides of his bunk, his broad, square forehead beaded with revelation. Boston AA's sergeant-at-arms stood outside the orderly meeting halls in that much-invoked out there, where exciting clubs full of good cheer throbbed gaily below lit signs with neon bottles endlessly pouring. AA's patient enforcer was always and everywhere out there. It stood casually checking its cuticles in the astringent fluorescence of pharmacies that took forged Tolwyn scripts for a hefty surcharge, in the onion light through paper shades in the furnished rooms of strung-out nurses who financed their own cage's maintenance with stolen pharmaceutical samples, in the isopropyl reek of the storefront offices of stooped old chain-smoking MDs whose script pads were always out, and who needed only to hear pain and see cash. In the home of a snot-strangled Canadian VIP and the office of an implacable Revere ADA, whose wife has opted for dentures at 35. AA's disciplinarian looked damn good, and smelled even better, and dressed to impress, and his blank, black-on-yellow smile never faltered, as he sincerely urged you to have a nice day. Just one. And that was the first night that cynical Gately willingly took the basic suggestion to get down on his big knees by his undersized, spring-shot, Ennet house bunk and ask for help from something he still didn't believe in. Ask for his own sick, spider-bit will to be taken from him and fumigated and squished. But, and plus, in Boston AA there is, unfortunately, dogma, too, it turns out. And some of it is both dated and smug. And there's an off-putting jargon in the fellowship, a psycho-babbly dialect that's damn near impossible to follow at first, says Ken Erdetti, the college boy ad exec, semi-new at Ennet House, complaining to Gately at the White Flag meeting's raffle break. Boston AA meetings are unusually long, an hour and a half instead of the national hour, but here they also have this formal break at about 45 minutes where everybody can grab a sandwich, or Oreo, and a sixth cup of coffee and stand around and chat and bond, where people can pull their sponsors aside and can find some trite insight or emotional snafu that the sponsor can swiftly, privately validate, but also place in the larger imperative context of the primary need not to absorb a substance today, just today, no matter what happens. While everybody's bonding and interfacing in a bizarre system of catchphrases, there's also the raffle, another Boston idiosyncrasy. The newest of the White Flag newcomers, trying to get active in group service, wobble around with rattan baskets and packs of tickets. 1 for $1 and 3 for a fin, and the winner eventually gets announced from the podium, and everyone hisses and shouts, "Fix!" and laughs. And the winner wins a big book, or an As Bill Sees It, or a Came to Believe, which, if he's got some sober time in, and already owns all the AA literature from winning previous raffles, he'll stand up and publicly offer it to any newcomer who wants it, which means any newcomer with enough humble desperation to come up to him and ask for it, and risk being given a phone number to carry around in his wallet. At the White Flag raffle break, Gately usually stands around chain-smoking with the Ennet House residents, so that he's casually available to answer questions and empathize with complaints. He usually waits till after the meeting to do his own complaining to ferocious Francis, with whom Gately now shares the important duty of breaking down the hall, sweeping floors and emptying ashtrays, and wiping down the long cafeteria tables, which ferocious Francis G's function is limited, because he's on oxygen, and his function consists mostly of standing there sucking oxygen and holding an unlit cigar, while Gately breaks down the hall. Gately rather likes Ken Erdetti, who came into the house about a month ago from some cushy Belmont rehab. Erdetti's an upscale guy, what Gately's mother would have called a yuppie, an account executive at Vinnie and Veal's Advertising downtown, his intake form said, and though he's about Gately's age, he's so softly good-looking, in that soft, mannequinish way Harvard and Tufts schoolboys have, and looks so smooth and groomed all the time, even in jeans and a plain cotton sweater, that Gately thinks of him as much younger, totally ungrizzled, and refers to him mentally as kid. Erdetti's in the house mainly for marijuana addiction, which Gately has a hard time identifying with anybody getting in enough trouble with weed to leave his job and condo to bunk in a room full of tattooed guys who smoke in their sleep, and to work like pumping gas. Erdetti just started his 9-month humility job at the Merit Station down by North Harvard Street in Allston for 32 minimum wage hours a week. Or to have his leg be joggling like that all the time from tensions of withdrawal, from fucking grass? But it's not Gately's place to say what's bad enough to make somebody come in and what isn't. Not for anybody else but himself. And the shapely but big-time troubled new girl, Kate Gompert, who mostly just stays in her bed in the new women's 5-woman room when she isn't at meetings, and is on a suicidality contract with Pat, and isn't getting the usual pressure to get a humility job, and gets to get some sort of script meds out of the men's locker every morning. Kate Gompert's counselor Danielle S. reported at the last staff meeting that Kate had finally opened up and told her she'd mostly come in for weed, too, and not the lightweight prescription tranks she'd listed on her intake form. Gately used to treat weed like tobacco. He wasn't like some other narcotics addicts who smoked weed when they couldn't get anything else. He always smoked weed, and could always get something else, and simply smoked weed while he did whatever else he could get. Gately doesn't miss weed much. The shocker-type AA miracle is he doesn't much miss the Demerol either today. A hard November wind is spattering goopy sleet against the broad windows all around the hall. The Provident nursing home cafeteria is lit by a checkerboard array of oversized institutional bulbs overhead, a few of which are always low and give off fluttery strobes. The fluttering bulbs are why Pat Montesian and all the other photic seizure-prone area AAs never go to White Flag, opting for the freeway group over in Brookline, or the candy-ass Lake Street meeting up in West Newton on Sunday nights, which Pat M. bizarrely drives all the way up from her home down on the South Shore in Milton to get to hear people talk about their analysts and sobs. There is no way to account for people's taste in AA. The White Flag Hall is so brightly lit up, all Gately can see out any of the windows is a kind of shiny, drooling black against everybody's pale reflection. Miracles, one of the Boston AA terms Erdedi and the brand-new and very shaky, veiled girl resident standing over him, complain they find hard to stomach. As in, "We're all miracles here," and "Don't leave 5 minutes before the miracle happens," and "To stay sober for 24 hours is a miracle." Except the brand-new girl, either Joelle V. or Joelle D., who said she'd hit the occasional meeting in the past before her bottom, and had been roundly repelled, and is still pretty much cynical and repelled. She said on the way down to Provident under Gately's direct new resident supervision, says she finds even the word miracle preferable to the constant talk about the grace of God, which reminds her of wherever she grew up, where she's indicated places of worship were often aluminum trailers or fiberboard shacks, and churchgoers played with copperheads in the services to honor something about serpents and tongues. Gately's also observed how Erdedi's also got that Tufts Harvard way of speaking without seeming to move his lower jaw. "It's as if it's its own country or something," Erdedi complains, legs crossed in maybe a bit of a faggy schoolboy way, looking around at the raffle break, sitting in Gately's generous shadow. "The first time I ever talked, over at the St. E's meeting on Wednesday, somebody comes up after the Lord's Prayer and says, 'Good to hear you. I could really ID with that bottom you were sharing about and isolating. The can't, it's the greenest I've felt in months hearing you.' And then gives me this raffle ticket with his phone number that I didn't ask for and says I'm right where I'm supposed to be, which I had to say I found a bit patronizing." The best noise Gately produces is his laugh, which booms and reassures, and a certain haunted hardness goes out of his face when he laughs. Like most huge men, Gately has kind of a high, hoarse speaking voice. His larynx sounds compressed. "I still hate the right where you're supposed to be thing," he says, laughing. He likes that Erdedi, sitting, looks right up at him and cocks his head slightly to let Gately know he's got his full attention. Gately doesn't know that this is a requisite for a white-collar job, where you have to show you're attending fully to clients who are paying major sums, and get to expect an overt display of full attention. Gately is still not yet a good judge of anything about upscale people except where they tend to hide their valuables. Boston AA, with its emphasis on the group, is intensely social. The raffle break goes on and on. An intoxicated street guy with a venulated nose and missing incisors and electrician's tape wrapped around his shoes is trying to sing Volare up at the empty podium microphone. He is gently, cheerfully induced off stage by a crocodile with a sandwich and an arm around the shoulders. There's a certain pathos to the crocodile's kindness. His clean flannel arm around the weather-stained shoulders, which pathos Gately feels, and likes being able to feel it, while he says, "But at least good to hear you, I quit minding." It's just what they say when somebody's got done speaking. They can't say, like, "Good job," or "You spoke well," 'cause it can't be anybody's place here to judge if anybody else did good or bad or whatnot. You know what I'm saying, Tiny Day? Tiny Yule, in a blue suit and laser chronometer and tiny shoes, whose shine you could read by, is sharing a dirty aluminum ashtray with Nell Gunther, who has a glass eye, which she amuses herself by usually wearing so the pupil and iris face in, and the dead white and tiny manufacturer specifications on the back of the eye face out. Both of them are pretending to study the blonde false wood of the tabletop, and Yule makes a bit of a hostile show of not looking up, or responding to Gately, or entering into the conversation in any way, which is his choice, and on him alone, so Gately lets it go. Wade McDade has a Walkman going, which is technically okay at the raffle break, although it's not a real good idea. Chandler Foss is flossing his teeth and pretending to throw the used floss at Jennifer Belbin. Most of the Ennett House residents are mingling satisfactorily. The couple of residents that are black are mingling with other blacks.
141.
The Deal Kid and Dooney Glynn are amusing themselves, telling homosexuality jokes to Morris Hanley, who sits smoothing his hair with his fingertips, pretending to not even acknowledge, his left hand still bandaged. Alfonso Parias Carbo is standing with 3 Ulston group guys, smiling broadly and nodding, not understanding a word anybody says. Bruce Green has gone downstairs to the men's head and amused Gately by asking his permission first. Gately told him to go knock himself out. Green has good big arms and no gut, even after all the substances, and Gately suspects he might have played some ball at some point. Kate Gompert is totally by herself at a non-smoking table over by a window, ignoring her pale reflection and making little cardboard tents out of her raffle tickets and moving them around. Lynette Henderson clutches another black girl and laughs and says, "Girl!" several times. Emil Minty is clutching his head. Jeff Day, in his black turtleneck and blazer, keeps lurking on the fringes of various groups of people, pretending he's part of the conversations. No immediate sign of Bert F. Smith or Charlotte Treat. Randy Lenz, in his cognito white mustache and sideburns, is doubtless at the payphone in the northeast corner of the Provident lobby downstairs. Lenz spends nearly unacceptable amounts of time either on a phone or trying to get in position to use a phone. "'Cause what I like," Gately says to Erdetti. Erdetti really is listening, even though there's a compellingly cheap young woman in a brief white skirt and absurd black mesh stockings sitting with her legs nicely crossed. One-strap low-spike black Ferragamos, too, at the periphery of his vision, and the woman is with a large man, which makes her even more compelling. And also the veiled new girl's breasts and her hips, clefts, are compelling and distracting next to him, even in a long, baggy, loose blue sweater that matches the embroidered selvage around her veil. "What I think I like is how 'it was good to hear you' ends up like saying 2 separate things together." Gately's also saying this to Joelle, who, it's weird, but you can tell she's looking at you, even through the linen veil. There's maybe half a dozen or so other veiled people in the White Flag Hall tonight. A decent percentage of people in the 11-step union of the hideously and improbably deformed are also in 12-step fellowships for other issues besides hideous deformity. Most of the room's veiled AAs are women, though there is this one male, veiled, UHID guy that's an active white flagger, Tommy S. or F., who years ago nodded out on a stuffed acrylic couch with a bottle of Ramey and a lit Tiparillo. The guy now wears UHID veils and a whole spectrum of silk turtlenecks and assorted hats and classy lambskin driving gloves. Gately's had the UHID and veil philosophy explained to him in passing a couple times, but still doesn't much get it. It seems like a gesture of shame and concealment still to him, the veil. Pat Montesian had said there's been a few other UHIDs who'd gone through Ennet House prior to the year of dairy products from the American heartland, which is when new resident Gately came wobbling in. But this Joelle Van Dyne, who Gately feels he has zero handle on yet as a person, or how serious she is about putting down substances and coming in to really get straight, this Joelle is the first veiled resident Gately's had under him as a staffer. This Joelle girl, that wasn't even on the 2-month waiting list for intake, got in overnight under some private arrangement with somebody on the house's board of directors, upscale Enfield guys into charity and directing. There'd been no intake interview with Pat at the house. The girl just showed up 2 days ago, right after supper. She'd been up at Brigham and Women's for 5 days after some sort of horrific OD-type situation, said to have included both defib paddles and priests. She'd had real luggage and this, Chinese portable dressing screen thing with clouds and pop-eyed dragons that even folded lengthwise. Took both Green and Parias Carbo to lug upstairs. There's been no talk of a humility job for her, and Pat's counseling the girl personally. Pat's got some sort of privately directed arrangement with the girl. Gately's already seen enough private-type arrangements between certain staffers and residents to feel like it's maybe kind of a character defect of Ennet House. A girl from the Brookline Young People's Group over in a cheerleader skirt and slut stockings is ignoring all the ashtrays and putting her extra-long gasper out on the bare tabletop 2 rows over as she laughs like a seal at something an acneed guy in a long camel hair coat he hasn't taken off and sockless leather dance shoes Gately's never seen at a meeting before says. And he's got his hand on hers as she grinds the gasper out, something like putting a cigarette out against the wood-grain plastic table, which Gately can already see the ragged black burned divot that's formed. It's something the rankness of which would never have struck him one way or the other before, until Gately took on half the break down the hall and wipe down the tables job at ferocious Francis G's suggestion, and now he feels sort of propriety about the Providence tabletops. But it's not like he can go over and take anybody else's inventory and tell them how to behave. He settles for imagining the girl pinwheeling through the air toward a glass wall. When they say it, it sort of means like what you said was good for them. It helped them out somehow, he says. But plus now, also, I like saying it myself because if you think about it, it also means it was good to be able to hear you, to really hear. He's trying subtly to alternate and look at Erdeti and Joelle both, like he's addressing them both. It's not something he's good at. His head's too big to be subtle with. Because I remember for the first 60 days or so, I couldn't hear shit. I didn't hear nothing. I'd just sit there and compare. I'd go to myself like, I ain't never rolled a car, I ain't never lost a wife, I never bled from the rectum. Gene would tell me to just keep coming for a while, and sooner or later I'd be able to both listen and hear. He said it's hard to really hear, but he wouldn't say what was the difference between hearing and listening, which pissed me off. But after a while I started to really hear. It turns out, and this is just for me maybe, but it turned out hearing the speaker means like all of a sudden hearing how fucking similar the way he felt and the way I felt were, out there, at the bottom, before we each came in. Instead of just sitting here, resenting being here, and thinking how he bled from the ass and I didn't, and how that means I'm not as bad as him yet, and I can still be out there. One of the tricks of being a real service to newcomers is not to lecture or give advice, but only talk about your own personal experience, and what you were told, and what you found out personally, and to do it in a casual but positive and encouraging way. Plus, you're supposed to try and identify with the newcomer's feelings as much as possible. Ferocious Francis G. says this is one of the ways Guys with just a year or two sober can be most helpful, being able to sincerely ID with the newly sick and suffering. Ferocious Francis told Gately as they were wiping down tables that if a crocodile with decades of sober AA time can still sincerely empathize and identify with a whacked-out, bug-eyed, disease-ridden newcomer, then there's something deeply fucked up about that crocodile's recovery. The crocodiles, decades sober, live in a totally different spiritual galaxy inside. One long-timer describes it as, he has a whole new, unique, interior spiritual castle now to live in. Part of this new Joelle girl's pull for Ken Erdety isn't just the sexual thing of her body, which he finds made way sexier by the way the overlarge blue coffee-stained sweater tries to downplay the body thing, without being so hubristic as to try to hide it. Sloppy sexiness pulls Erdety in, like a well-groomed moth to a lit window. But it's also the veil, wondering what horrific contrast to the body's allure lies, swollen or askew under that veil. It gives the pull a perverse sideways slant that makes it even more distracting. And so, Erdety cocks his head a little more up at Gately and narrows his eyes to make his listening look terribly intense. He doesn't know that there's an abstract distance in the look that makes it seem like he's studying a real bitch of a 7-iron on the 10th rough or something. The look doesn't communicate what he thinks his audience wants it to. The raffle break is winding down as everybody starts to want their own ashtray. 2 more big urns of coffee emerge from the kitchen door over by the literature table. Erdety is probably the second biggest leg and foot joggler in present residence after Jeffrey D. Joelle Van Dyne now says something very strange. It's a very strange little moment, right at the end of the raffle break, and Gately later finds it impossible to describe it in his log entry for the PM shift. It's the first time he realizes that Joelle's voice, crisp and rich and oddly empty, her accent just barely southern, and with a strange, and it turns out Kentuckian lapse in the pronunciation of all apicals except S, is familiar in a faraway way that both makes it familiar and yet lets Gately be sure he's never once met her before, out there. She inclines the plane of her blue-bordered veil briefly toward the floor's tile. Very bad tile. Scab, colored, nauseous, worst thing about the big room by far. Brings it back up level. Unlike Erdety, she's standing, and in flats is nearly Gately's height, and says that she's finding it especially hard to take when these earnest, ravaged folks at the lectern say they're here but for the grace of God. Except that's not the strange thing she says, because when Gately nods hard and starts to interject about it was the same for, and wants to launch into a fairly standard Boston AA agnostic, soothing riff about the God in the slogan being just shorthand for a totally subjective and up-to-you higher power, and AA being merely spiritual instead of dogmatically religious, a sort of benign anarchy of subjective spirit, Joelle cuts off his interjection and says that her trouble with it is that but for the grace of God is a subjunctive, a counterfactual, she says, and can make sense only when introducing a conditional clause, like, for example, but for the grace of God, I would have died on Molly Notkin's bathroom floor. So that an indicative transposition like, I'm here but for the grace of God is, she says, literally senseless, and regardless of whether she hears it or not, it's meaningless, and that the foamy enthusiasm with which these folks can say what in fact means nothing at all makes her want to put her head in a radar range at the thought that substances have brought her to the sort of pass where this is the sort of language she has to have blind faith in. Gately looks at a rectangular blue, selvaged expanse of clean linen, whose gentle rises barely allude to any features below. He looks at her and has no idea whether she's serious or not, or whacked, or trying like Dr. Jeff Day to erect denial-type fortifications with some kind of intellectualish showing off. And he doesn't know what to say in reply. He has absolutely nothing in his huge, square head to identify with her with, or latch onto, or say in encouraging reply. And for an instant, The Provident cafeteria seems pin-drop silent, and his own heart grips him like an infant rattling the bars of its playpen, and he feels a greasy wave of an old and almost unfamiliar panic. And for a second it seems inevitable that at some point in his life he's going to get high again and be back in the cage all over again, because for a second the blank white veil leveled at him seems a screen on which might well be projected a casual and impressive black and yellow smiley face, grinning, and he feels all the muscles in his own face loosen and descend kneeward. And the moment hangs there distended until the white flag raffle coordinator for November, Glenn Kay, glides up to the podium mic in his scarlet velour caparison and makeup and candelabrum with candles the same color as the floor tile, and uses the plastic gavel to formally end the break and bring things back to whatever passes here for order for the raffle drawing. The Watertown guy with mid-level sober time, who wins the big book, publicly offers it to any newcomer who wants it, and Gately is pleased to see Bruce Green raise a big hand, and decides he'll just turn it over and ask ferocious Francis G. for feedback on subjunctives and countersexuals, and the infant leaves its playpen alone inside him, and the rivets of the long table his seat's attached to make a brief distressed noise as he sits and settles in for the second half of the meeting, asking silently for help to be determined, to try to really hear, or die trying. New York City's harbors Liberty Island's gigantic lady has the sun for a crown, and holds what looks like a huge photo album under one iron arm, and the other arm holds aloft a product. The product is changed each 1st of January by brave men with pitons and cranes. But it's funny what they'll find funny, AAs at Boston meetings, listening. The next advanced basics guy summoned by their gleaming bald, Western wear chairman to speak is dreadfully, transparently unfunny, painfully new but pretending to be at ease, to be an old hand, desperate to amuse and impress them. The guy's got the sort of professional background where he's used to trying to impress gatherings of persons. He's dying to be liked up there. He's performing. The white flag crowd can see all this. Even the true morons among them see right through the guy. This is not a regular audience. A Boston AA is very sensitive to the presence of ego. When the new guy introduces himself and makes an ironic gesture and says, "I'm told I've been given the gift of desperation. I'm looking for the exchange window." It's so clearly unspontaneous, rehearsed, plus commits the subtle but cardinal message offense of appearing to deprecate the program rather than the self, that just a few polite titters resound, and people shift in their seats with a slight but signal discomfort. The worst punishment Gately's seen inflicted on a commitment speaker is when the host crowd gets embarrassed for him. Speakers who are accustomed to figuring out what an audience wants to hear and then supplying it find out quickly that this particular audience does not want to be supplied with what someone else thinks it wants. It's another conundrum Gately finally ran out of cerebral steam on. Part of finally getting comfortable in Boston AA is just finally running out of steam in terms of trying to figure stuff like this out. Because it literally makes no sense. Close to 200 people all punishing somebody by getting embarrassed for him, killing him by empathetically dying right there with him, for him, up there at the podium. The applause when this guy's done has the relieved feel of a fist unclenching, and their cries of "Keep coming!" are so sincere, it's almost painful. But then, in equally paradoxical contrast, have a look at the next advanced basic speaker. This tall, baggy sack of a man, also painfully new, but this poor bastard here completely and openly nerve-racked, wobbling his way up to the front, his face shiny with sweat and his talk full of blank cunctations and disassociated leaps, as the guy speaks with terrible, abashed chagrin about trying to hang on to his job out there as his AM hangovers became more and more debilitating, until he finally got so shaky and aphasic He just couldn't bear to even face the customers who come knocking on his department's door. He was, from 0800 to 1600 hours, the complaint department of Filene's department store. What I did finally, Jesus, I don't know where I got such a stupid idea from. I brought this hammer in from home and brought it in and kept it right under my desk on the floor. And when somebody knocked at the door, I just sort of dive onto the floor and crawl under the desk and grab up the hammer, and I'd start into pounding on the leg of the desk real hard, like, whack-a-da, like I was fixing something down there. And if they opened the door finally and came in anyhow, or came in to bitch about me not opening the door, I'd just stay out of sight under there pounding away like hell, and I'd yell out I was going to be a moment, just a moment. Yeah. Emergency repairs. Be with them momentarily. I guess you can guess how all that pounding felt, under there, with that big head I had every morning. I'd hide under there and pound with the hammer till they finally gave up and went away. I'd watch from under the desk and tell when they finally went away, for I could see their feet from under the desk. And about how the hiding under the desk and pounding thing worked, incredibly enough, for almost the whole last year of his drinking, which ended around this past Labor Day, when one vindictive complainant finally figured out where in Filene's to go to complain about the complaint department. The white flaggers all fell about. They were totally pleased and amused. The crocodiles removed their cigars and roared and wheezed and stomped both feet on the floor and showed scary teeth. Everyone roaring with identification and pleasure. Even this, though, as the speaker's confusion at their delight openly betrays, the story wasn't meant to be one bit funny. It was just the truth. Gately's found it's got to be the truth is the thing. He's trying hard to really hear the speakers. He stayed in the habit he'd developed as an Ennet resident, of sitting right up there where he could see dentition and pores, with zero obstructions or heads between him and the podium. So the speaker fills his whole vision, which makes it easier to really hear, trying to concentrate on receiving the message, instead of brooding on that odd old dark moment of aphagic terror with his veiled, pseudo-intellectual type girl, who was probably just in some sort of complex denial, or on whatever doubtlessly grim place he feels like he knows that smooth, echoless, slightly southern voice from. The thing is, it has to be the truth to really go over here. It can't be a calculated crowd-pleaser, and it has to be the truth unslanted, unfortified, and maximally unironic. An ironist in a Boston AA meeting is a witch in church. Irony-free zone. Same with sly, disingenuous, manipulative pseudo-sincerity. Sincerity with an ulterior motive is something these tough, ravaged people know and fear. All of them trained to remember the coyly sincere, ironic, self-presenting fortifications they'd had to construct in order to carry on out there under the ceaseless neon bottle. This doesn't mean you can't pay empty or hypocritical lip service, however. Paradoxically enough, the desperate, newly sober white flaggers are always encouraged to invoke and pay empty lip service to slogans they don't yet understand or believe. For example, easy does it, and turn it over, and one day at a time. It's called fake it till you make it, itself an oft-invoked slogan. Everybody on a commitment who gets up publicly to speak starts out saying he's an alcoholic, says it whether he believes he is yet or not. Then everybody up there says how grateful he is to be sober today, and how great it is to be active and out on a commitment with his group, even if he's not grateful or pleased about it at all. You're encouraged to keep saying stuff like this until you start to believe it, just like if you ask somebody with serious sober time how long you'll have to keep schlepping to all these goddamn meetings, he'll smile that infuriating smile and tell you just until you start to want to go to all these goddamn meetings. There are some definite cultish, brainwashy elements to the AA program, The term program itself resonates darkly for those who fear getting brainwashed, and Gately tries to be candid with his residents regarding this issue. But he also shrugs and tells them that by the end of his oral narcotics and burglary careers, he'd sort of decided the old brain needed a good scrub and soak anyway. He says he pretty much held his brain out and told Pat Montesian and Jean M. to go ahead and wash away. But he tells his residents he's thinking now that the program might be more like deprogramming than actual washing, considering the psychic job the disease's spider has done on them all. Gately's most marked progress in turning his life around in sobriety, besides the fact that he no longer drives off into the night with other people's merchandise, is that he tries to be just about as verbally honest as possible at almost all times now, without too much calculation about how a listener's going to feel about what he says. This is harder than it sounds, but so that's why on commitments, sweating at the podium as only a large man can sweat, his thing is that he always says he's lucky to be sober today, instead of that he's grateful today, because he admits that the former is always true, every day, even though a lot of the time he still doesn't feel grateful, more like shocked that this thing seems to work, plus a lot of the time also ashamed and depressed about how he spent over half his life, and scared he might be permanently brain damaged or retarded from substances, plus also usually without any sort of clue about where he's headed in sobriety, or what he's supposed to be doing, or about really anything at all except that he's not at all keen to go back out there behind any bars again in a hurry. Ferocious Francis G. likes to punch Gately's shoulder and tell him he's right where he's supposed to be. But also know that casual attribution, like irony, is death. Speaking on commitments-wise, Crocodile's temple veins will actually stand out and pulse with irritation if you start trying to blame your disease on some cause or other, and everybody with any kind of sober time will pale and writhe in their chair. See, for example, the White Flag audience's discomfort when the skinny, hard-faced advanced basics girl who gets up to speak next to last posits that she was an 8-bag-a-day dope fiend because at 16 she'd had to become a stripper and semi-whore at the infamous Naked Eye Club out on Route 1. A number of male eyes in the audience flash with sudden recognition, and despite all willed restraint, automatically do that crawly north-to-south thing down her body, and Gately can see every ashtray on the table shake from the force of Joelle V's shudder. And then, but that she'd had to become a stripper at 16 because she'd had to run away from her foster home in Saugus, Massachusetts, and that she'd had to run away from home because, here at least some of the room's discomfort is from the fact that the audience can tell the etiology is going to get head-clutchingly prolix and involved. This girl has not yet learned to keep it simple because, well, to begin with, she'd been adopted, and the foster parents also had their own biological daughter, and the biological daughter had from birth been totally paralyzed and retarded and catatonic, and the foster mother in the household was, as Joelle V. put it later to Gately, crazy as a fucking mudbug, and was in total denial about her biological daughter's being a vegetable, and not only insisted on treating the invertebrate biological daughter like a valid member of the chordate phylum, but also insisted that the father and the adopted daughter also treat it as normal and undamaged, and made the adopted daughter share a bedroom with it, bring it along to slumber parties. The speaker uses the term it for the invertebrate sister, and also, to tell the truth, uses the phrase drag it along rather than bring it along, which Gately wisely doesn't dwell over, and even to school with her, and softball practice, and the hairdressers, and campfire girls, etc., where at whatever place she dragged it along to, it would lie in a heap, drooling and incontinent under exquisite mother-bought fashions, specially altered for atrophy, and top-shelf Lancome cosmetics that looked just lurid on it, and with only the whites of its eyes showing, with fluid dribbling from its mouth and elsewhere, and making unspeakable gurgly noises, completely pale and moist and stagnant. And then, when the adopted daughter, now speaking, turned 15, the rabidly Catholic wacko foster mother even announced that, okay, now that the adopted daughter was 15, she could go out on dates, but only as long as it got to come along too. In other words, that the only dates the 15-year-old adopted daughter could go out on were double dates with it and whatever sub-mammalian escort the speaker could root up for it. And how this sort of stuff went on, and how the nightmarishness of its continual pale, soggy ubiquitousness in her young life would alone be more than sufficient to cause and explain the speaker's later drug addiction, she feels. But that also it so happened that the foster family's quiet, smiling patriarch, who worked 0900 to 2100 as a claims processor for Aetna, it turned out that the cheerful, smiling foster father actually made the wacko foster mother look like a Doric column of stability by comparison, because there turned out to be things about the biological daughter's utterly paralytic pliability and catatonic inability to make anything except unspeakable gurgling noises that the smiling father found greatly to a certain very sick advantage. The speaker says she has trouble openly discussing still, even at 31 months sober in AA, being as yet still so retroactively wounded and hurting from it. But so, in sum, that she's been ultimately forced to run away from the adoptive foster Saugus home, and so become a naked eye stripper, and so become a raging dope fiend, not, as in so many ununique cases, because she had been incestuously diddled, but because she'd been abusively forced to share a bedroom with a drooling invertebrate, who by 14 was itself getting incestuously diddled on a nightly basis by a smiling biological claims processor of a father, who, the speaker pauses to summon courage, who apparently liked to pretend it was Raquel Welch, the former celluloid sex goddess of the father's glandular heyday. And he even called it Raquel in moments of incestuous extremity. And how, the New England summer, the speaker turned 15 and had to start dragging it along on double dates, and then having to make sure to drag it back home again by 2300 hours, so it had plenty of time to be incestuously diddled. That summer, the smiling, quiet foster father even had found somewhere, a cheesy rubber Raquel Welch full-head pull-on mask with hair, and would now nightly come in the dark, and lift its limp, soft head up, and struggle and lug to get the mask on, and the relevant holes aligned for air, and then would diddle his way to extremity, and cry out, "Raquel!" And then, but he would just clamber out and off and leave the dark bedroom smiling, and sated, and lots of times leave the mask still on it. He'd forget, or not care, just as he seemed oblivious, but for the grace of God, in a way, to the fetally curled skinny form of the adopted daughter, lying perfectly still in the next bed in the dark, pretending to sleep, silent, shell-breathing, with her hard, skinny, wounded, pre-addiction face turned to the wall, in the room's next bed, her bed, the one without the collapsible crib-like hospital railings along the sides. The audience is clutching its collective head, by this time only partly in empathy, as the speaker specifies how she was de facto emotionally all but forced to flee and strip and swan dive into the dark spiritual anesthesia of active drug addiction in a dysfunctional attempt to psychologically deal with one particular, seminally scarring night of abject horror. The indescribable horror of the way it, the biological daughter, had looked up at her, the speaker, one particular final time on this one particular one of the frequent occasions the speaker had to get out of bed after the father had come and gone, and tiptoe over to its bed and lean over the cold metal hospital railing and remove the rubber Raquel Welch mask, and replace it in a bedside drawer under some back issues of Ramparts and Commonweal, after carefully closing its splayed legs and pulling down its variously stained designer nightie, all of which she made sure to do when the father didn't bother to at night, so that the wacko foster mother wouldn't come in the AM and find it in a rubber Raquel Welch mask with its nightie hiked up and its legs agape, and put two and two together and get all kinds of deep denial shattered about why the foster father always went around the foster house with a silent, creepy smile, and flip out and make the invertebrate catatonic's father stop diddling it. Because, the speaker figured, if the foster father had to stop diddling it didn't exactly take Sally Jesse Raphael, MSW, to figure out who was then probably going to get promoted to the role of Raquel over in the next bed. The silent, smiling claims processor father never once acknowledged the adopted daughter's little post-incestuous tidyings up. It's the kind of sick, unspoken complicity characteristic of wildly dysfunctional families, confides the speaker, who's also proud, she says, to be a member of a splinter 12-step fellowship, an adult child-type thing called Wounded, Hurting, Inadequately Nurtured, but Ever-Recovering Survivors. But so, she says, it was this one particular night, soon after she turned 16, after the father had come and gone and uncaringly just left its mask on again, and over to its bedside the speaker had to creep in the dark, to tidy up. But this time it turned out there was a problem with the Raquel Welch mask's long auburn horsehair tresses having gotten twisted and knotted into the semi-living strands of its own elaborately over-moussed coiffure, and the adopted daughter had to activate the perimeter of lights on its bedside table's many-bubbled vanity mirror to try to get the Raquel Welch wig untangled. And when she finally got the mask off, with the vanity mirror still blazing away, the speaker says how she was forced to gaze for the first time on its lit-up, paralytic, post-diddle face, and how the expression thereon was most assuredly quite enough to force anybody with an operant limbic system
142.
To leg it right out of her dysfunctional foster family's home. Nay, and the whole community of Saugus, Massachusetts, now homeless and scared and forced by dark psychic forces straight to Route 1's infamous gauntlet of neon light depravity and addiction, to try and forget, rasa the tabula, wipe the memory totally out, numb it with opiates. Voice trembling, she accepts the chairperson's proffered bandana hanky and blows her nose one nostril at a time, and says she can almost see it all over again, its expression. In the vanity's lights, only its eyes' whites showed, and while its utter catatonia and paralysis prevented the contraction of its luridly rouged face's circummoral muscles into any conventional human facial-type expression, nevertheless, some hideously mobile and expressive layer in the moist regions below real people's expressive facial layer, some slow twitch layer unique to it, had blindly contracted somehow, to gather the blank, soft cheese of its face into the sort of pinched, gasping look of neurologic concentration that marks a carnal bliss beyond smiles or sighs. Its face looked post-coital, sort of the way you'd imagine the vacuole and optica of a protozoan-looking post-coital, after it's shuddered and shot its monocellular load into the cold waters of some really old sea. Its facial expression was, in a word, the speaker says, unspeakably, unforgettably ghastly and horrid and scarring. It was also the exact same expression as the facial expression on the stone-robed lady's face in this one untitled photo of some Catholic statue that hung, the photo, in the dysfunctional household's parlor right above the little teak table where the dysfunctional foster mother kept her beads and hours and lay breviary. This photo of a statue of a woman whose stone robes were half hiked up and wrinkled in the most god-awfully, sensually, prurient way. The woman reclined against uncut rock, her robes hiked and one stone foot hanging off the rock as her legs hung parted, with a grinning little, totally psychotic-looking cherub-type angel standing on the lady's open thighs and pointing a bare arrow at where the stone robe hit her cold tit. The woman's face upturned and cocked and pinched into that exact same shuddering, protozoan look beyond pleasure or pain. The wacko foster mom knelt daily to that photo, in a beaded and worshipful posture, and also required daily that it be hoisted by the adopted daughter from its never-mentioned wheelchair, and held under its arms, and lowered so as to approximate the same knelt devotion to the picture. And while it gurgled and its head lolled, the speaker had gazed at the photo with a nameless revulsion each morning, as she held its dead slumped weight and tried to keep its chin off its chest, and now was being forced into seeing by mirror light the exact same expression on the face of a catatonic who'd just been incestuously diddled, an expression at once reverent and greedy on a face connected by dead hair to the slack and flapping rubber visage of an old sex goddess's empty face. And, to make a long story short, the speaker says, not trying to be funny as far as the flaggers can see, the traumatically scarred adopted daughter had legged it from the bedroom and foster home into the brooding North Shore teen runaway night, and had stripped and semi-whored and IV-injected her way all the way to that standard two-option addicted cliff edge, hoping only to forget. That's what caused it, she says. That's what she's trying to recover from, a day at a time. And she's sure grateful to be here with her group today, sober and courageously remembering, and newcomers should definitely keep coming. As she's telling what she sees as etiological truth, even though the monologue seems sincere and unaffected, and at least a B+ on the overall AA story lucidity scale, faces in the hall are averted and hands clutched and postures uneasily shifted in empathetic distress at the "look what happened to poor me" invitation implicit in the tale. The talk's tone of self-pity itself less offensive, even though plenty of these white flaggers, Gately knows, had personal childhoods that made this girl's look like a day at Six Flags over the Poconos. Then the subcurrent of explanation, an appeal to exterior cause that can slide in the addictive mind so insidiously into excuse that any causal attribution is, in Boston AA, feared, shunned, punished by empathetic distress. The why of the disease is a labyrinth. It is so strongly suggested all AAs boycott. Inhabited, as the maze is, by the twin minotaurs of why me and why not, also known as self-pity and denial, two of the smiley-faced sergeant-at-arms, more fearsome aides-de-camp. The Boston AA in here that protects against a return to out there is not about explaining what caused your disease. It's about a goofily simple practical recipe for how to remember you've got the disease day by day, and how to treat the disease day by day. How to keep the seductive ghost of a bliss long absconded from baiting you and hooking you and pulling you back out, and eating your heart raw and, if you're lucky, eliminating your map for good. So, no whys or wherefores allowed. In other words, check your head at the door. Though it can't be conventionally enforced, this, Boston AA's real root axiom, is almost classically authoritarian, maybe even proto-fascist. Some ironist who decamped back out there and left his meager effects to be bagged and tossed by staff into the Enid House attic had, all the way back in the year of the Tux medicated pad, permanently engraved his tribute to AA's real prime directive with a rosewood-handled boot knife in the plastic seat of the five-man men's room's commode. Do not ask why if you don't want to die. Do like you're told if you want to get old.
143.
The 30th of April to the 1st of May, year of the Depend adult undergarment. The choreography of interface had settled into the form of steeply smoking, his bare arms crossed, going up and down slowly on the toes of his high heels, while Marat hunched slightly in his metal chair, shoulders rounded and head slightly forward in a practiced position that allowed him almost to sleep while still attending to every detail of a conversation or wearisome surveillance. He, Marat, had drawn his plaid blanket up to his chest. It was increasingly chilly, at the altitude of the shelf. They could feel the remains of the USA Sonora Desert's heat rising past them into the clotted spangle of stars that were above them. The shirt Marat wore beneath his windbreaker was not of Hawaiian type. Marat remained unsure in this time of what exactly it was that Hugh Steepley of USOUS wished to learn from him or verify through Marat's betrayal. Near midnight, Steepley had given him the datum that he, Steepley, had been on the personal marital leave over his recent divorce, and was now back in the field of duty, wearing prosthetic breasts and woman journalist credentials, assigned to cultivate some of the entertainment's alleged filmmakers' relatives and inner circles. Marat had made gentle fun of the in-originality of a journalistic cover, then later less gentle fun of Steepley's cover's false name, expressing humored doubts that the meaty, electrolyzed face of Steepley would be responsible for launching even one ship or vessel. There'd been that first brutal winter night, early in the ON-ANite, temporo-subsidized era, soon after the interlaced dissemination of the man who began to suspect he was made of glass, that himself emerged from the sauna and came to Lyle all sloppy blotto and depressed over the fact that even the bastards in the avant-garde journals were complaining that even in his commercially entertaining stuff, Incandenza's fatal Achilles heel was plot. That Incandenza's efforts had no sort of engaging plot, no movement that sucked you in and drew you along.
144.
Mario and Ms. Joelle Van Dyne are probably the only people who know that found drama
145.
and anti-confluentialism both came out of this night with Lyle. It's not like Boston AA recoils from the idea of responsibility, though. Cause, no. Responsibility, yes. It seems like it all depends on which way the arrow of presumed responsibility points. The hard-faced adopted stripper had presented herself as the object of an outside cause. Now the arrow comes back around as tonight's meeting's last and maybe best advanced basic speaker, another newcomer, a round pink girl with no eyelashes at all, and a basehead's ruined teeth, gets up there and speaks in an artless South Boston brogue about being pregnant at 20 and smoking 8 balls of freebase cocaine like a fiend all through her pregnancy, even though she knew it was bad for the baby and wanted desperately to quit. She tells about having her water break and contractions start late one night in her welfare hotel room when she was right in the middle of an 8-ball she'd had to spend the evening turning unbelievably sordid and degrading tricks to pay for. She did what she had to do to get high, she says, even while pregnant, she says. And she says even when the pain of the contractions got to be too bad to bear, she'd been unable to tear herself away from the base pipe to go to the free clinic to deliver, and how she'd sat on the floor of the welfare hotel room and freebased her way all through labor. That new Joelle girl's veil's billowing in and out with her breath, Gately sees, just like it also was during the last speaker's description of the statue's orgasm in the Catatonics' dysfunctional Catholic mother's devotional photo, and how she'd finally delivered of a stillborn infant, right there, alone on her side like a cow on the rug of her room, all the time throughout still compulsively loading up the glass pipe and smoking, and how the infant emerged all dry and hard, like a constipated turdlet, with no protective moisture and no afterbirth material following it out, and how the emerged infant was tiny and dry and all withered in the color of strong tea and dead, and also had no face, had in utero developed no eyes or nostrils, and just a little lipless hyphen of a mouth, and its limbs were malformed and arachnodactylic, and there had been some sort of translucent reptilian-like webbing between its mucronate digits. The speaker's mouth is a quivering arch of woe. Her baby had been poisoned before it could grow a face, or make any personal choices. It would have soon died of substance withdrawal in the free clinic's Pyrex incubator if it had emerged alive anyway, she could tell. She'd been on such a bad base binge all that pregnant year. But so eventually the 8-ball was consumed, and then the screen, and steel wool ball in the pipe itself smoked, and the cloth prep filter smoked to ash, and then, of course, likely-looking pieces of lint had been gleaned off the rug and also smoked. And the girl finally passed out, still umbilically linked to the dead infant. And how when she came to again in unsparing noonlight the next day and saw what still clung by a withered cord to her empty insides, she got introduced to the real business end of the arrow of responsibility. And as she gazed in daylight at the withered, faceless, stillborn baby, she was so overcome with grief and self-loathing that she erected a fortification of complete and black denial, like total denial. She held and swaddled the dead thing just as if it were alive, instead of dead, and she began to carry it around with her wherever she went, just as she imagined devoted mothers carry their babies with them everywhere they go. The faceless infant's corpse, completely veiled and hidden in a little pink blanket the addicted expectant mother'd let herself buy at Woolworth's at 7 months. And she also kept the cord's connection intact until her end of the cord finally fell out of her and dangled and smelled. And she carried the dead infant everywhere, even when turning sordid tricks. Because single motherhood or not, she still needed to get high, and still had to do what she had to do to get high. So she carried the blanket-wrapped infant in her arms as she walked the streets in her velvet fuchsia mini-pants and halter top and green spike heels, turning tricks, until there began to be strong evidence, as she circled her block, it was August. Let's just say compelling evidence that the infant in the stained cocoon of blanket in her arms was not a biologically viable infant. And passers-by on the South Boston streets began to reel away, white-faced, as the girl passed by, stretch-marked and brown-toothed and lashless. Lashes lost in a substance accident, fire hazard and dental dysplasia go with the freebase terrain. And also just hauntedly calm-looking, oblivious to the olfactory havoc she was wreaking in the sweltering streets. But her August's trick business soon fell off sharply, understandably, and eventually word that there was a serious infant and denial problem here got around the streets. And her fellow Southie baseheads and street friends came to her with not ungentle arless remonstrances and scented hankies and gently prying hands and tried to reason her out of her denial. But she ignored them all. She guarded her infant from all harm and kept it clutched to her. It was by now sort of stuck to her and would have been hard to separate from her by hand anyway. And she'd walk the streets, shunned and trickless and broke, and in early-stage substance withdrawal, with the remains of the dead infant's tummy's cord dangling out from an unclosable fold in the now ominously ballooned and crusty Woolworth's blanket. Talk about denial. This girl was in some major league denial. But finally a pale and reeling beat cop phoned an hysterical olfactory alert in to the Commonwealth's infamous Department of Social Services. Gately sees alcoholic moms all over the hall cross themselves and shudder at the mere mention of DSS. Every addicted parent's worst nightmare, DSS. They of the several different abstruse legal definitions of neglect and the tungsten-tipped battering ram for triple-locked apartment doors. In a dark window, Gately sees one reflected mom sitting over with the Brighton AAs that has her 2 little girls with her in the meeting, and now at the DSS reference, clutches them reflexively to her bosom, one head per bosom, as one of the girls struggles and dips her knees in the little curtsies of impending potty. But so now DSS was on the case, and a platoon of blandly efficient, Wellesley alum DSS field personnel with clipboards and scary black Chanel women's business wear were now on the prowl in the South Boston streets for the addicted speaker and her late faceless infant. But finally, around this time, during the last year's awful late August heat wave, evidence that the infant had a serious bio-viability problem started presenting itself so forcefully that even the denial-ridden addict in the mother could not ignore or dismiss it. Evidence which the speaker's reticence about describing, save to say that it involved an insect attraction problem, makes things all the worse for the empathetic white flaggers, since it engages the dark imaginations all substance abusers share in surplus. And so, but the mother says how she finally broke down, emotionally and olfactorily, from the overwhelming evidence on the cement playground outside her own late mother's abandoned project building off the L Street beach in Southie. And a DSS field team closed in for the pinch, and she and her infant got pinched, and special DSS spray solvents had to be sent for her and utilized in order to detach the Woolworth baby blanket from her maternal bosom. And the blanket's contents were more or less reassembled and were interred in a DSS coffin the speaker recalls as being the size of a Mary Kay makeup case. And the speaker was medically informed by somebody with a clipboard from DSS that the infant had been involuntarily toxified to death somewhere along in its development toward becoming a boy. And the mother, after a painful D&C for the impacted placenta she'd carried inside, then spent the next 4 months on the locked ward of Metropolitan State Hospital in Waltham, Massachusetts, psychotic with denial, deferred guilt, and cocaine withdrawal, and searing self-hatred. And how, when she finally got discharged from Met State with her first SSI mental disability check, she found she had no taste for chunks or powders. She wanted only tall, smooth bottles whose labels spoke of proof. And she drank and drank and believed in her heart she would never stop or swallow the truth. But finally she got to where she had to, she says, swallow it, the responsible truth. How she quickly drank her way to the old 2-option welfare hotel window ledge and made a blubbering 200 hours phone call. And then so, here she is, apologizing for going on so long, trying to tell a truth she hopes someday to swallow inside, so she can just try and live. When she concludes by asking them to pray for her, it almost doesn't sound corny. Gately tries not to think. Here is no cause or excuse. It is simply what happened. This final speaker is truly new, ready. All defenses have been burned away. Smooth-skinned and steadily pinker at the podium. Her eyes squeezed tight, she looks like she's the one that's the infant. The host white flaggers pay this burnt public husk of a newcomer the ultimate Boston AA compliment. They have to consciously try to remember even to blink as they watch her, listening, IDing without effort. There's no judgment. It's clear she's been punished enough. And it was basically the same all over, after all, out there. And the fact that it was so good to hear her, so good that even Tiny Ewell and Kate Gompert and the rest of the worst of them all sat still and listened without blinking, looking not just at the speaker's face but into it, helps force Gately to remember all over again what a tragic adventure this is that none of them signed up for. They'd been the odd couple of libations, the muscled fitness guru and the tall, slope-shouldered optician director, often down there in the weight room till all hours, sitting on the towel dispenser, drinking. Lyle with his caffeine-free Diet Coke, Incandenza with his wild turkey. Mario literally standing by in case the ice bucket ran out, or himself needed moral support getting to the urinal. Mario often fell asleep as the hour got severe, drifted in and out, slept upright and leaning forward, weight borne by his police lock and lead receptacle. James Incandenza was one of those profound personality change drinkers who seemed quiet and centered and almost affectless when he was sober, but would move way out to one side or the other of the human emotional spectrum when drunk, and seemed to open up in a way that was almost injudicious. Sometimes, libated late at night with Lyle in the newly outfitted ETA weight room, and Condenza'd open up and pour his heart's thickest chyme right out there for all to be affected and potentially scarred by. For example, one night Mario, leaning way forward in the police lock support, drifted awake to the sound of his father saying that if he had to grade his marriage, he'd give it a C-. This seems injudicious in the extreme potentially, though Mario, like Lyle, tends to take data pretty much as it comes. Lyle, who sometimes would start to get tipsy himself, as himself's pores began to excrete the bourbon, often brought some Blake out, as in William Blake, during these all-night sessions, and read Incandenza Blake, but in the voices of various cartoon characters, which himself eventually started regarding as deep.
146.
The 8th of November, year of the Depend adult undergarment. Gaudiemus igitur. If it's odd that Mario Incandenza's first halfway coherent film cartridge, a 48-minute job shot 3 summers back in the carefully decorated janitor closet of Subdorm B with his head mount Bolex H64 and foot treadle. If it's odd that Mario's first finished entertainment consists of a film of a puppet show, like a kid's puppet show, then it probably seems even odder that the film's proven to be way more popular with ETA's adults and adolescents than it is with the woefully, historically, underinformed children it had first been made for. It's proved so popular that it gets shown annually now every 11/8, Continental Interdependence Day, on a wide-beam cartridge projector and stand-up screen in the ETA dining hall after supper. It's part of the gala but rather ironic annual celebration of Interdependence Day at an academy whose founder had married a Canadian, and it usually gets underway about 1930 hours, the film, and everybody gathers in the dining hall and watches it. And by Charles Tavis's festive fiat,
147.
everybody gets to two-handed snack instead of squeezing tennis balls while they watch. And not only that, but normal ETA dietary regulations are for an hour completely suspended. And Mrs. Clark, the dietitian out in the kitchen, a former 4-star dessert chef normally relegated here to protein conveyors and ways to very complex carbs, Mrs. Clark gets to put on her floppy white chef's hat and just go sucrotically mad out in Westhouse's gleaming kitchen. Everybody's supposed to wear some sort of hat. Avril Incandenza positively towers in the same steeple-crowned witch's hat she teaches all her classes in every 10/31, and Pemulus wears the complex yachting cap and naval braid, and pale and blotchy Struck a toque with a kind of flitty aigrette, and Hal a black preacher's hat with a stern, round, down-turned brim, etc., etc.
148.
And Mario, as director and putative author of the popular film, is encouraged to say a few words, like 8. "Thanks, everybody, and I hope you like it," is what he said this year, with Pemulus behind him making a show of putting a maraschino on top of the small twizzle of Reddi-Whip that O. Stice had sprayed on the top of Mario's head-mounted Bolex H64, which counts as a hat, when the dessert course's zenith had gotten slightly out of control near the Interdependence Day gala supper's end. These few brief words and round of applause are Mario's big public yearly moment at ETA, and he neither likes the moment nor dislikes it. Same with the untitled film itself, which really started out as just a kid's adaptation of the O.N.A.N. Tired, a 4-hour piece of tendentiously anti-confluential political parody, long since dismissed as minor incandenza by his late father's archivists. Mario's piece isn't really better than his father's. It's just different. Plus, of course, way shorter. It's pretty obvious that somebody else in the Incandenza family had at least an amanuensic hand in the screenplay. But Mario did the choreography and most of the puppet work personally. His little S-shaped arms and falcate digits are perfect for the forward curve from body to snout of a standard big-headed political puppet. And it was, without question, Mario's little square hush puppy on the H64's operant foot treadle, the Bolex itself mounted on one of the tunnel's locked labs, Husky 6TL tripods, across the overlet closet, mops and dull gray janitorial buckets carefully moved out past the frame's borders on either side of the little velvet stage. Ann Kittenplan and two older crew-cut girls sit in identical snap-brim fedoras with their arms crossed. Kittenplan's right hand bandaged. Mary Esther Thode is grading midterms on the sly. Rick Dunkel has his eyes closed but is not asleep. Somebody slapped an ad hoc Red Sox cap on the visiting Syrian Satellite Pro, and the Syrian Satellite Pro sits with most of the pro-rectors, looking confused, his shoulder taped up with a heatable compress, being polite about the comparative authenticity of Mrs. C's baklava. Everyone gathers and all's quiet except for the sounds of saliva and chewing, and there's the yeasty sweet smell of Coach Stitt's pipe, and ETA's youngest kid, Tina Echt, in her giant beret, gets to be in charge of the lights. Mario's thing opens without credits, just a crudely matted imposition of fake linotype print. A quotation from President Gentle's second inaugural. Let the call go forth to pretty much any nation we might feel like calling, that the past has been torched by a new and millennial generation of Americans, against a full facial still photo of a truly unmistakable personage. This is the projected face of Johnny Gentle, famous crooner. This is Johnny Gentle, formerly Joyner, lounge singer turned teeny bopper throb turned B-movie mainstay, for 2 long past decades known unkindly as the cleanest man in entertainment. The man's a world-class retentive, the late Howard Hughes kind, the really severe kind, the kind with the paralyzing fear of free-floating contamination. The either wear a surgical microfiltration mask or make the people around you wear surgical caps and masks and touch doorknobs only with a boiled hanky, and take 14 showers a day, only they're not exactly showers. They're with this Dermalatex brand shower-sized hypospectral flash booth that actually burns your outermost layer of skin off in a dazzling flash and leaves you baby's butt new and sterile once you wipe off the coating of fine epidermal lash with a boiled hanky kind. Then in later public life a sterile toupee-wearing promoter, an entertainment union bigwig, Vegas schmaltz broker, and head of the infamous Velvety Vocalists Guild, the tanned, gold-chained labor union that enforced those 7 months of infamously dreadful live silence.
149.
The total scab-free solidarity and performative silence that struck floor shows and sound stages from desert to New Jersey coast for over half a year until equitable compensation formulae on certain late millennial phone order retrospective TV advertised so you don't forget order before midnight tonight type records and CDs were agreed on by management. Hence, then, Johnny Gentle, the man who brought GERCA to heel, and then thus, at the millennial fulcrum of very dark U.S. times, to national politics. The facial stills that Mario lap dissolves between are of Johnny Gentle, famous crooner, founding standard-bearer of the seminal new Clean U.S. Party, the strange-seeming but politically prescient annular agnation of ultra-right jingoist hunt-deer with automatic weapons types, and far-left macrobiotic save-the-ozone rainforests whales, spotted owl and high-pH waterways, ponytailed granola crunchers, a surreal union of both Rush Limbaugh and Hillary Rodham Clinton, disillusioned fringes that drew mainstream media guffaws at their first convention, held in sterile venue, the seemingly LaRoucheously marginal party whose first platform's plank had been, let's shoot our waists into space.
150.
The Clean U.S. Party, known as CUSP, a kind of post-Perot national joke for 3 years, until white-gloved finger on the pulse of an increasingly asthmatic and sunscreen-slathered and pissed-off American electorate, the CUSP suddenly swept to quadrennial victory in an angry reactionary voter spasm that made the UWSA and LaRouchers and Libertarians chew their hands in envy as the Dems and GOPs stood on either side watching dumbly, like doubles partners who each think the others surely got it. The two established mainstream parties split open along tired philosophical lines in a dark time when all landfills got full and all grapes were raisins, and sometimes, in some places, the falling rain clunked instead of splatted, and also, recall, a post-Soviet and jihad era when, somehow even worse, there was no real foreign menace of any real unified potency to hate and fear. And the U.S. sort of turned in on itself in its own philosophical fatigue and hideous redolent wastes with a spasm of panicked rage that in retrospect seems possible only in a time of geopolitical supremacy and consequent silence, the loss of any external menace to hate and fear. This motionless face on the ETA screen is Johnny Gentle, third-party stunner. Johnny Gentle, the first U.S. president ever to swing his microphone around by the cord during his inauguration speech, whose new white-suited Office of Unspecified Services retinue required inauguration attendees to scrub and mask and then walk through chlorinated foot baths as at public pools. Johnny Gentle, managing somehow to look presidential in a Fukurama microfiltration mask, whose inaugural address heralded the advent of a tighter, tidier nation, who promised to clean up government and trim fat and sweep out waste and hose down our chemically troubled streets, and to sleep darn little until he'd fashioned a way to rid the American psychosphere of the unpleasant debris of a throwaway past, to restore the majestic ambers and purple fruits of a culture he now promises to rid of the toxic effluvia choking our highways and littering our byways and grunging up our sunsets and cruddying those harbors in which televised garbage barges lay stacked up at anchor, clotted and impotent amid undulating clouds of pot-bellied gulls and those disgusting blue-bodied flies that live on shit. First U.S. president ever to say shit publicly, shuddering. Rusty-hulled barges cruising up and down petroleated coastlines are laying up, reeking and stacked and emitting CO as they await the opening of new landfills and toxic repositories the people demanded in every area but their own. The Johnny Gentle whose cusp had been totally upfront about seeing American renewal as an essentially aesthetic affair. The Johnny Gentle who promised to be the possibly sometimes unpopular architect of a more or less spotless America that cleaned up its own side of the street, of a new arid nation that looked out for Uno, of a one-time world policeman that was now going to retire and have its blue uniform deep dry-cleaned and placed in storage in triple-thick plastic dry-cleaning bags, and hang up its cuffs to spend some quality domestic time raking its lawn and cleaning behind its refrigerator, and dandling its freshly bathed kids on its neatly pressed mufti pants knee. A Gentle behind whom a diorama of the Lincoln Memorial's Lincoln smiled down benignly. A Johnny Gentle who was, as of this new minute, sending forth the call that he wasn't in this for a popularity contest. Popsicle stick and felt puppets in the address's audience, assuming puzzled-looking expressions above their tiny green surgical masks. A President Johnny Gentle, F.C., who said he wasn't going to stand here and ask us to make some tough choices, because he was standing here promising he was going to make them for us, who asked us simply to sit back and enjoy the show, who handled wild applause from camouflage, fatigue, and sandal and poncho-clad cusps with the unabashed grace of a real pro, who had black hair and silver sideburns, just like his big-headed puppet, and the dusty brick-colored tan, seen only among those without homes, and those whose homes had a dermalatex, hypospectral personal sterilization booth, who declared that neither tax and spend, nor cut and borrow, comprised the ticket into a whole new millennial era. Here more puzzlement among the inaugural audience, which Mario represents by having the tiny-fingered puppets turn rigidly toward each other, and then away, and then toward. Who alluded to ripe and available novel sources of revenue just waiting out there, unexploited, not seen by his predecessors because of the trees, who foresaw budgetary adipose, trimmed with a really big knife. The Johnny Gentle who stressed above all, simultaneously pleaded for and promised, an end to atomized Americans' fractious blaming of one another for our terrible internal troubles.
151.
Here bobs and smiles from both wealthily green-masked puppets and homeless puppets in rags and mismatched shoes, and with used surgical masks, all made by ETA's 4th and 5th grade crafts class, under the supervision of Ms. Heath, of matchsticks and popsicle stick shards, and pool table felt with sequins for eyes, and painted fingernail pairings for smiles or frowns under their masks. The Johnny Gentle, chief executive who pounds a rubber-gloved fist on the podium so hard it knocks the seal askew and declares that, damn it, there must be some people besides each other of us to blame, to unite in opposition to, and he promises to eat light and sleep very little until he finds them, in the Ukraine, or the Teutons, or the Wacko-Latins, or, pausing with that one arm up and head down in the climactic Vegas way, closer to right below our noses. He swears he'll find us some cohesion-renewing other, and then make some tough choices. Alludes to a whole new North America for a crazy post-millennial world. First U.S. president ever to use boss as an adjective. His throwing the surgical gloves into the miniature inaugural crowd as souvenirs is Mario's own touch. And Mario Incandenza's idea of representing President Gentle's cabinet is made up mostly of tall coiffured black girl puppets in shiny imbricate sequin dresses is also, of course, historically inaccurate, though the honorary inclusion, in that cabinet's second year, of the Presidente of Mexico and the Prime Minister of Canada is both factual and, of course, seminal. The President of Mexico and Prime Minister of Canada, in unison and green mask muffled.
It is tremendously flattering to be invited to sit on the cabinet of the leadership of our beloved neighbor to the...
Choose one. Gentle. Thanks, boys. You have gorgeous souls. It's not the cartridge's strongest scene, heavy on stock phrases and two-handed handshakes, but the historical fact that the Presidente of Mexico and Prime Minister of Canada are honorarily appointed by President Gentle to be secretaries of Mexico and Canada, respectively, as if the neighbors had already become sort of post-millennial American protectorates, is foreshadowed as ominous by a wavering D minor on the soundtrack's organ. Mrs. Clark's Wurlitzer at home, but the two leaders' respectively dusky and Gallic expressions seem unperturbed under their green masks as more stock phrases are invoked. Because budget and broom closet constraints make artful transitions between scenes impractical, Mario has opted for the interscenic entr'acte device of having Johnny Gentle, famous crooner, doing some of his repertoire's bouncier numbers, with the cabinet members undulating and harmonizing Motownishly behind him, and other puppets bouncing in tempo on and off stage as the script requires. Audience-wise, most of the ETAs under 12, Cortex's spangling with once-a-year sweets, have by now emigrated hyperactively under the long table's tablecloths and met up on the dining hall floor below, and begun navigating on hands and knees the special children's second world of shins and chair legs and tile that exists under long tablecloths, making various sorts of puerile trouble. Investigations from last year's Interdependence Day are still in progress, wrought which kid or kids tied Aubrey DeLyn's shoelaces together and crazy-glued Mary Esther Thode's left buttock to the seat of her chair. But everyone glycemically mature enough to sit still and watch the cartridge is having a rousing good time, eating chocolate cannolis and 26-layer baklava, and Reddi-Whip by itself if they want, and homemade raisinets and little cream-filled caramel things, and occasionally heckling or cheering ironically. every so often throwing sweets that stick to the screen, giving the smooth, sterile, gentle, a sort of carbuncular look that everyone approves. There is much cracking wise and baritone mimicry of a president roundly disliked for over 2 terms now. Only John Wayne and a handful of other Canadian students sit, unhatted, chewing stolidly, faces blurred and distant. This American penchant for absolution via irony is foreign to them. The Canadian boys remember only hard facts, and the glass-walled great convexity, whose southern array of ATH SCME effectuators blow the tidy U.S.'s northern oxides north toward home. And they feel with special poignancy, on 11/8, the implications of their being down here, south of the border, training, in the land of their enemy ally. And the less gifted among them wonder whether they'll ever get to go home again after graduation, if a pro-career or scholarship doesn't pan out. Wayne has a cloth hanky and keeps wiping his nose. Mario's openly jejune version of his late father's take on the rise of ONAN and U.S. imperialism unfolds in little diffracted bits of real news and fake news, and privately conceived dialogue between the architects and hard choice makers of a new millennial era. Gentle. Another piece of pre-tasted cobbler, JJJC? Prime Minister of Canada. Couldn't. Stuffed. Having trouble breathing. I would not say no to another beer, however. Gentle. Prime Minister of Canada. Gentle. So we're simpatico on the gradual and subtle but inexorable disarmament and dissolution of NATO as a system of mutual defense agreements. Prime Minister of Canada. Less muffled than last seen because his surgical mask gets to have a prandial hole. We are side by side and behind you on this thing. Let the EEC pay for their own defendings, henceforth I say. Let them foot some defensive budgets, and then try to subsidize their farmers into undercutting NAFTA. Let them eat butter and guns for their own for once in a change, eh? Gentle. You said more than a mouthful right there, JJ. Now maybe we can all direct some cool-headed attention to our own infraternal affairs. Our own internal quality of life. Refocusing priorities back to this crazy continent we call home. Am I being dug? Prime Minister of Canada. John, I am kilometers ahead of you. I happen to have my term in office at a glance book right here with me. Now that the big frappeurs are being put down, we are wondering what is the date I can be penciling in for the removals of NATO ICBM frappeurs from Manitoba. Gentle. Put that pencil away, you good-looking Canadian. I've got more long, shiny trailer rigs full of large men with very short haircuts and white suits than you can shake a maple leaf at, heading for your silos right this very. Those complete totalities of Canada's strategic capacity will be out of your hair toot sweet. Prime Minister of Canada. John, let me be the first world leader to call you a statesman. Gentle. We North Americans have to stick together, JJJC. Especially now, no? Am I off base? We're interdependent. We're cheek to jowl. Prime Minister of Canada. It is a smaller world today. Gentle. And an even smaller continent. This segues into an entr'acte, with continent squeezed in for world in It's a Small World After All. Which enjambment doesn't do the rhythm section of doo-wopping cabinet girls a bit of good, but does usher in the start of a whole new era. Though can any guru be held to a standard of like 100% exemption from the human pains of stunted desire? No, not 100%, regardless of level of transcendence or diet. Lyle, down in the dark, interdependent stay-weight room, sometimes recalls an ETA player from several years back, whose first name was Marlin, and his last name Lyle never, to his knowledge, learned.
152.
The thing about this Marlin was that he was always wet. arms purling, t-shirt darkly V'd, face and forehead ever gleaming. Oren's academy doubles partner. It had had a lemony, low-cal taste, the boy's omni-wetness. It wasn't exactly sweat because you could lick off the forehead and more beads instantly replace what you'd taken. None of real sweat's frustratingly gradual accretion. The boy was always in the shower, always doing his best to stay clean. There were powders and pills and electrical appliques. And still this marlin dripped and shone. The kid wrote accomplished juvenile verses about the dry, clean boy inside, struggling to break the soggy surface. He shared extensively with Lyle. He confessed to Lyle one night in the quiet weight room that he'd gone in for high-level athletics mostly to have an excuse of some sort for being as wet as he was. It always looked like Marlin had been rained on. But it wasn't rain. It's like Marlin hadn't been dry since the womb. It's like he leaked. It had been a tormenting but also, in certain ways, halcyon few years in the past. A tormentingly unspecific hope in the air. Lyle had told this boy everything he had to tell. It's raining tonight, though. As so often happens in autumn below the great concavity, PM snow has given way to rain. Outside the weight room's high windows, a mean wind sweeps curtains of rain this way and that, and the windows shudder and drool. The sky is a mess. Thunder and lightning happen at the same time. The copper beach outside creaks and groans. Lightning claws the sky, briefly illuminating Lyle, seated, Lotus, in spandex on the towel dispenser, leaning forward to accept what is offered in the dark weight room. The idle resistance machines look insectile in the lightning's brief light. The answer to some of the newer kids' complaints about what on earth Lyle can be doing down there at night in a locked, empty weight room is that the nighttime weight room is rarely empty. The PM custodians, Kenkel and Brandt, do lock it up, but the door can be dickied by even the clumsiest insertion of an ETA meal card between latch and jamb. The kitchen crew always wonders why so many meal cards' edges always look ravaged. Though the idle machines are scary, and the room smells somehow worse in the dark, they come most at night, the ETAs, who are on to Lyle. They hit the saunas out by the cement stairs until they've got enough incentive on their skin. Then they lurk, pearled and shiny, in towels by the weight room door, waiting to enter one by one. Sometimes several ETAs dripping in towels, not speaking, some pretending to have other business down there, lurking in the eye-averted attitudes of like patients in the waiting room of an impotence clinic or shrink. They have to be real quiet, and the lights stay off. It's like the administration will turn a blind eye as long as you make it plausible to do so. From the dining hall, whose east wall of windows faces ComAd, you can hear very muffled laughter and kibitzing and the occasional scream from Mario's interdependent puppet thing. A quiet, slow, small stream of yellow, slickered, wet-shoed migrations back and forth between West House and the weight room. People know the slow parts, the times to duck out and go very briefly down to Lyle to confer. They dicky the lock and go in one by one, in towels, proffer beaded flesh, confront the sort of issues reserved for nighttime's garudical tete-a-tete, whispers made echoless by rubberized floors and much damp laundry. Sometimes Lyle will listen and shrug and smile and say, "The world is very old," or some such general remark, and decline to say much else. But it's the way he listens, somehow, that keeps the saunas full. Lightning claws the eastern sky, and it's neat in the weight room's dark because Lyle is in a slightly different position and forward angle each time he's illuminated through the window up over the grip/wrist/forearm machines to his left. So it looks like there are different Lyles at different fulgurant moments. Lamont Chew, glabrous and high gloss in a white towel and wristwatch, haltingly confesses to an increasingly crippling obsession with tennis fame. He wants to get to the show so bad it feels like it's eating him alive. To have his picture in shiny magazines, to be a wunderkind, to have guys in blue ISPN blazers describe his every on-court move and mood in hushed broadcast cliches, to have little patches with products' names sewn onto his clothes, to be soft-profiled, to get compared to Monsieur Chang, lately expired, to get called the next great yellow U.S. hope. Let's not even talk about video magazines with a grid. He confesses it to Lyle. He wants the hype. He wants it. Sometimes he'll pretend a glowing up-at-net action shot he's clipping out of a shiny magazine is of him, Lamont Chew. But then he finds he can't eat or sleep or sometimes even pee. So horribly does he envy the adults in the show who get to have up-at-net action shots of themselves in magazines. Sometimes, he says, lately, he won't take risks in tournament matches even when risks are okay or even called for because he finds he's too scared of losing and hurting his chances for the show and hype and fame down the road. A couple times this year, the cold, clenched fear of losing has itself made him lose, he believes. He's starting to fear that rabid ambition has more than one blade, maybe. He's ashamed of his secret hunger for hype in an academy that regards hype and the seduction of hype as the great Mephistophelian pitfall and hazard of talent. A lot of these are his own terms. He feels himself in a dark world inside, ashamed, lost, locked in. Lamont Chew is 11 and hits with two hands off both sides. He doesn't mention the eschaton or having been punched in the stomach. The obsession with future tense fame makes all else pale. His wrists are so thin he wears his watch halfway up his forearm, which looks sort of gladiatorial. Lyle has a way of sucking on the insides of his cheeks as he listens. Plates of old, rigid muscle emerge and subside as he shifts his weight slightly on the raised towel dispenser. The dispenser's at about shoulder height for someone like Chew. Like all good listeners, he has a way of attending that is at once intense and assuasive. The supplicant feels both nakedly revealed and sheltered somehow from all possible judgment. It's like he's working as hard as you. You, both of you, briefly, feel unalone. Lyle will suck in first one side's cheek and then the other. You burn to have your photograph in a magazine. I'm afraid so. Why again, exactly now? I guess to be felt about as I feel about those players with their pictures in magazines. Why? Why? I guess to give my life some sort of kind of meaning, Lyle. And how would this do this again? Lyle, I don't know. I don't know. It just does. It would. Why else would I burn like this? Clip secret pictures, not take risks, not sleep or pee. You feel these men with their photographs in magazines care deeply about having their photographs in magazines? Derive immense meaning? I do. They must. I would. Else why would I burn like this to feel as they feel? The meaning they feel, you mean, from the fame. Lyle, don't they? Lyle sucks his cheeks. It's not like he's condescending or stringing you along. He's thinking as hard as you. It's like he's you in the top of a clean pond. It's part of the attention. One side of his cheeks almost caves in, thinking, Lamont, perhaps they did at first. The first photograph, the first magazine, the gratified surge, the seeing themselves as others see them, the hagiography of image, perhaps the first time, enjoyment. After that, do you trust me?
Trust me. They do not feel what you burn for. After the first surge, they care only that their photographs seem awkward, or unflattering, or untrue, or that their privacy, this thing you burn to escape, what they call their privacy, is being violated. Something changes. After the first photograph has been in a magazine, the famous men do not enjoy their photographs in magazines so much as they fear that their photographs will cease to appear in magazines. They are trapped, just as you are.
Is this supposed to be good news? This is awful news.
Lamont, are you willing to listen to a remark about what is true?
Okie dokie.
The truth will set you free, but not until it is finished with you.
Maybe I ought to be getting back.
Lamont, the world is very old. You have been snared by something untrue. You are deluded. But this is good news. You have been snared by the delusion that envy has a reciprocal. You assume that there is a flip side to your painful envy of Michael Chang, namely, Michael Chang's enjoyable feeling of being envied by Lamont Chu. No such animal.
Animal?
You burn with hunger for food that does not exist.
This is good news.
It is the truth. To be envied, admired, is not a feeling, nor is fame a feeling. There are feelings associated with fame, but few of them are any more enjoyable than the feelings associated with envy of fame.
The burning doesn't go away?
What fire dies when you feed it? It is not fame itself they wish to deny you here. Trust them. There is much fear in fame, terrible and heavy fear to be pulled and held, carried. Perhaps they want only to keep it off you until you weigh enough to pull it toward yourself.
Would I sound ungrateful if I said this doesn't make me feel very much better at all?
Lamont, the truth is that the world is incredibly, unbelievably old. You suffer with the stunted desire caused by one of its oldest lies. Do not believe the photographs. Fame is not the exit from any cage.
So I'm stuck in the cage from either side. Fame or tortured envy of fame. There's no way out.
You might consider how escape from a cage must surely require, foremost, awareness of the fact of the cage. And I believe I see a drop on your temple right there. Etc. The thunders died down to a mutter, and the windows, spatters gone random, and post-storm sad.
An ETA female students wear two different towels coming in. A breastless senior who can barely perspire at all is troubled whenever she has lunch with her fiancé by the persistent whine of a mosquito that she can't see and no one else can hear. Summer and winter, indoors or al fresco, but only at lunch and only with her fiancé. Remarks or advice are not always the point. Sometimes suffering's point is almost crying out in a high-pitched whine to be heard. As fitness gurus go, Lyle is results-oriented and can-do.
153.
10-year-old Kent Blott, whose parents are Seventh-day Adventists, isn't yet old enough to masturbate, but he hears quite a lot about it, not surprisingly, from his adolescent peers, in rather lush detail, masturbation, and is worried about what sorts of homemade-type potentially wicked and soul-sapping pornographic cartridges will run through his psychic projector as he masturbates, when he eventually can masturbate, and worries about whether different sorts of fantasy scenes and combinations herald different sorts of psychic dysfunction or turpitude, and wants to get a good jump on worrying about it. The sounds of the dining hall's gala are more frequent and convulsive without the sound of rain. Lyle tells Blott not to let the weight he would pull to himself exceed his own personal weight. Up to the left, the storm's clouds, stragglers, run like ink in water between the window and the risen moon. Mario Incandenza's presidential puppet is just about to inaugurate subsidized time. 16B's Anton Duchette's been driven to Lyle, he says, by an increasing self-consciousness about the big, round, dark, raised mole on his upper lip, just under his left nostril. It's only a mole, but looks pretty dire, nasally. People who first meet him are always pulling him off to the side and handing him a Kleenex. Duchette lately wishes either the mole were gone or he were gone. Even if people don't stare at the mole, it's like they're intentionally not staring at it. Duchette pounds himself on the chest and thigh, supposedly in frustration. He just cannot come to terms with how it must look. It's getting worse as puberty intensifies the anxiety. Then, in a vicious cycle, the anxiety prompts a nervous tic on his face's right side. He's starting to suspect that some upperclassmen are referring to him behind his back as Anton Booger Duchette. It's like he's frozen on this anxiety, unable to move on to more advanced anxieties. He can't see any way past this. The pounding is more a sign of intense unconscious self-hatred, though, Lyle knows. Duchette grimaces and says he's starting to want to play tennis with his hand over his nose and upper lip. But he has a two-handed backhand, and it's too late to switch, and there's no way they're going to let him switch to one hand just for aesthetic reasons. Lyle sends Anton Duchette packing off with directions to come back with Mario Incandenza the minute the Interdependence Day Gala lets out. Mario gets a fair number of aesthetic self-consciousness referrals from Lyle. No type or rank of guru is above delegating. It's like a law. Duchette says it's like he's stuck. It's becoming all he thinks about. This on his way out. His back's additional moles form no outline or shape. Lyle pops the tab to a caffeine-free Diet Coke Mario tends to bring down most evenings around supper time. In between door-dickeyings and visits, Lyle does little isometric neck stretches for the tension. Between Gerhard Stitt's pipe and Avril Incandenza's Benson and Hedges, and certain cheeks full of chewing tobacco, plus the maddening cooking smells of honey and chocolate and real high-lipid walnuts from the kitchen vents, plus over 150 very fit bodies, only some of which have been showered on this day off. The dining hall is warm and close and multi-odored. Mario, as auteur, opts for his late father's parodic device of mixing real and fake news summary cartridges, magazine articles, and historical headers from the last few great daily papers, all for a sort of time-lapse exposition of certain developments leading up to interdependence and subsidized time, and cartographic reconfiguration, and the renewal of a tight and considerably tidier experialist U.S. of A. under Gentle. Ukraine. 2 more Baltic states apply for NATO inclusion. 16-point bold header. So then, why a NATO? Editorial header. EEC sides with Pacific Rim. Ups tariffs in response to U.S. quotas. Header. Gentle on waste storage from dismantled NATO therms. Not in my nation, babe. 12-point subheader. Amid smiles and two-handed handshakes that belied the high tension here, the leaders of 12 out of 15 NATO nations today signed an accord effectively dismantling the Western Bloc's 55-year-old defensive alliance. News summary cartridge voiceover. U.S.-Canadian support cuts doomed NATO summit from start, Icelandic poll declares. Header. So then why not a continental alliance now, maybe? Editorial header. Mexico signs on for Organization of North American Nations, Continental Alliance, but Quebec separatists rally against Finlandization of ONAN Alliance. But, gentle to Canada, unless ONAN treaty signed, NAFTA null. Manitoban therms stay put. Intracontinental pollution and waste disposal each nation's interests to pursue to the best they see fit. Header from veteran but methamphetamine-dependent headliner finally demoted after repeated warnings about taking up too much space. Fed workers protest random fingernail hygiene screens. 12-point header. Gentle proposes nationalization of interlaced talent. Header. Says government in line for piece of the action on video, cartridge, disc rentals. 8-point subheader. Burger King's Pillsbury awarded rights to New Year. Header. Pizza Hut's PepsiCo files bid rigging complaint with IRS. 12-point subheader. Calendar and pre-printed check industries stocks soar. 8-point subheader. 3 blue-jawed convicts in antiquated stripes dicky their cells lock and run. Backed by sirens and searchlights, crisscrossed play. Not for the wall, but straight to the warden's empty nighttime office, where they sit wrapped before his old dual-modem Macintosh, slapping their knees and pointing to the monitor and elbowing each other in the ribs, nibbling at inexplicably appeared boxes of popcorn, with a voiceover. Cartridges by modem. Just insert a blank diskette. Break free of the confinement of your channel selector. Some more of Ms. Heath's classes puppets in a B-film parody of the interlaced Tell Entertainment ads that the cable networks seem so mysteriously, suicidally, to run all the time that last year of unsubsidized time. ONAN Pact penned. 24-point superheader. Canada knuckles under. Tabloidish New York Daily's 24-point superheader. Acid rain, landfills, barges, fusion tech, Manitoban therms were big sticks, Chrétien admits. 16-point header. Short-haired men in shiny trucks are not dismantling Manitoban therms, but instead moving them just over border into Turtle Mountain Indian Reservation. Horrified North Dakota governor charges. 12-point subheader from demoted headliner already in Dutch, down in the subheader department. Now, too. Exclusive color photos show brave docs futilely fighting time to remove railroad spike from Canadian Prime Minister's right eye. Tabloidish New York Daily's 16-point header. President's office is a anally retentive horror show, says this just-retired White House custodian. Tabloid header with photo of old guy with basically one eyebrow, running all the way across his forehead, holding up a mammoth plastic barrel he claims held just one day's haul of dental stimulators, alcohol-soaked cotton puffs, GI X-ray grade colonic purgative bottles, epidermal ash, surgical masks and gloves, Q-tips, Kleenex, and homeopathic pruritus cream containers. USO U.S. Chief Tyne, charges of an Oval Office littered with Kleenex and floss, a clear case of dirty tricks. Respectable daily header. Overloaded waste barges collide, capsize off Gloucester. Boston Daily header. Huge putrid slick empties beaches off both shores, Cape. Equally large subheader. Gentle speaks out on a U.S. constipatedly impacted on continental waste at UNLV commencement. Header. Ad Council report. Boston's Viney and Veals agency's liposuction and tongue stick campaigns not to blame for ABC HQ bomb threats. Advertising Age header. The governors of Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire today reacted strongly to President Gentle's establishment of a blue ribbon panel of waste experts to investigate the feasibility of mass landfill and conversion sites in northern New England. Respectable New York Daily's lead graph. We are not this continent's sigmoid colon, Gentle warns ONAN joint session. Header. Bethesda MDs. Stricken president confined for hygienic stress following incoherent ONAN address. Header. Holography makes ultra-toxic fusion gambit safe for workers. Community. DOE rep assures Methuen PTA. Boston Daily Header. Gentle out of Bethesda Naval Hospital confinement to address U.S. Congress on reconfigurative options for tidier national era. Header. All these twirling journalistically out from a black acetate, one of Ostice's old Fila warm-up tops, background, in vintagely elusive old black and white film style, with a sonic background of that sad, sappy Italianate stuff Scorsese had loved for his own montages, with the headlines lap dissolving into transverse angled shots of a modest, green-masked, gentle, accepting tight-lipped handshakes from Mexican and Canadian officials, in an agreement to make the U.S. President the first chair of the Organization of North American Nations, with Mexican Presidente and new heavily guarded Canadian Prime Minister to be co-vice chairs. Gentle's first state of the ONAN address, delivered before a triple-size Congress on the very last day of BS solar time, holds out the promise of a whole bright, spanking new millennium of sacrifices and rewards and interdependences, not impossibly radically altered new look, continent-wide. Do not underestimate objects. Lyle says he finds it impossible to overstress this. Do not underestimate objects. Partridge, Kansas's serve and volley prodigy, Ortho the Darkness Stice, 16A's very top man, whose sauna-fresh torso gleams the same color as the moonlight off the idle weight's metal, is being driven right to the edge by the fact that he goes to sleep with his bed against one wall, but then wakes up with his bed against a whole nother wall. Stice had already had a whole series of beefs with roommate Kyle D. Coyle, because he'd figured clearly Coyle was moving Stice's bed around in Stice's sleep. But then Coyle got put in the infirmary with a suspicious discharge, and he's been out of the room for the last 2 nights, Coyle, and here Stice is still waking up with his bed against a different wall. So then he thought like Axford or Struck was dickeying his door with a meal card and sneaking in really late and messing with Stice's bed out of obscure motives. So about last night, Stice jammed a chair up against his door and piled empty tennis ball cans on the chair to make a racket if there was any dickeying, and lined up still more cans on the sills of all 3 windows, just to cover all bases. So the reason he's here is this AM he wakes up with his bed moved over against the chair by the door at an angle he didn't care for one bit, and with all the ball cans arranged in a neat pyramid in the dusty rectangle where his bed was supposed to normally be. Ortho Stice can think of only 3 possible explanations for what's going on, and he presents them to an attentive, cheek-sucking Lyle in ascending order of grimness. 1 is that Stice is telekinetic, but only in his sleep. 2 is that somebody else at ETA is telekinetic and has it in for Stice and wants to drive him batsoid for some reason. 3 is that Stice is like getting up in his sleep and rearranging the room without knowing it, or remembering it, which means he's a severe fucking somnambulist, which means Lord only knows what else he could get up and wander around and do in his sleep. He's got promise, the staff says. He's got a quite legit shot at the show when he graduates, which he does not want to mess up with any sort of telekinetic or somnambulistical shenanigans. Stice offers up the planes of his torso and forehead. He wears one of his own personal towels, a black one. He is slim but wiry and beautifully muscled, and sweats freely and well. He says he knows too well he'd neglected Lyle's advice about the pull-down station 2 years back and regrets it. He wholeheartedly apologizes for the time last spring he got Struck and Axford to distract Lyle, and then crazy-glued Lyle's left buttocks spandex to the wooden top of the towel dispenser. Stice says he realizes he's the last guy with any right to come to Lyle, cap in hand, after all the cracks about the diet and hairstyle and all. But here he is, cap in hand, or rather Kalat in hand, offering up his sonnet plains, asking for Lyle's input. Lyle waves bygones away like a gnat you barely look at. He is completely engaged. The lightning, now far off, out over the Atlantic, treats him like a weak strobe. Do not underestimate objects, he advises Stites. Do not leave objects out of account. The world, after all, which is radically old, is made up mostly of objects. Lyle leans in, waves Stice up even closer, and consents to tell Stice the story of this one man he once knew of. This man earned his living by going to various public sites where people congregated and were bored and impatient and cynical. He'd go in and bet people that he could stand on any chair in the place and then lift that chair up off the ground while standing on it. A bootstrap-type scenario. His M.O. is he climbs up on a chair and stands there and says publicly, "Hey, I can lift this chair I stand on." A bystander holds the bets. The idle bus depot or DMV waiting area or hospital lobby crowd is dumbstruck. They gaze up at a man who is standing 100% on top of a chair he has grabbed the back of and raised several meters off the ground. There is vigorous speculation about how the trick's done, which gives rise to side bet action. A devoutly religious experimental oncologist, dying of his own inoperable colorectal neoplastis, moans, "Why, oh, why, Lord, do you give this man this idiotic picayune power, and I no power over my own ravening colorectal cells?" There are numerous silent variations on this sort of meditation in the crowd. The bet won. The money finally forked over and handed up to him. The man Lyle says he once knew of now jumps back down to the floor. Incidental change spraying from his pockets on impact, straightens his tie, and walks off, leaving behind a dumbfounded crowd still staring up at an object he had not underestimated. Like most young people genetically hardwired for a secret drug problem, Howland Cadenza also has severe compulsion issues around nicotine and sugar. Because smoking will simply kill you during drills, only Bridget Boone, a steroidic girl 16 named Carol Spodek, and one or the other of the Vaught twins are masochistic enough to do it, though Teddy Schacht has been known to enjoy the occasional Panatella. The nicotine-craving Hal tries to mollify as best he can by dipping Kodiak wintergreen smokeless tobacco several times daily, spitting into either a cherished old childhood NASA glass or the empty can of a Spiritine high-protein breakfast beverage that even now sits, given a wide berth by all others, next to a small pile of the tennis balls the table's kids don't have to squeeze as long as they're eating. Hal's more serious problem is with sucrose, the hope smoker's ever-beckoning siren. Because he craves it always and awfully, Hal does, sugar, but finds now lately that any sugar infusion above the level of a 56-gram AminoPal high-energy bar now induces odd and unpleasant emotional states that don't do him one bit of good on court. Sitting here, preacher-hatted, with a mouthful of multi-layered baklava, Hal knows perfectly well that Mario gets his fetish for cartridges about puppets and entr'actes and audiences from their late father. Himself, during his anti-confluential middle period, went through this sub-phase of being obsessed with the idea of audiences' relationships with various sorts of shows. Hal doesn't even want to think about the grim one about the Carnival of Eyeballs.
154.
But this one other short, high-tech one was called The Medusa versus the Odalisque, and was a film of a fake stage production at Ford's Theater in the nation's capital of Washington, D.C., that, like all his audience-obsessed pieces, had cost Incandenza a real bundle in terms of human extras. The extras in this one are a well-dressed audience of guys in mutton chops and ladies with paper fans who fill the place from first row to the rear of the balcony's boxes, and they're watching an incredibly violent little involuted playlet called The Medusa versus the Odalisque. The relatively plotless plot of which is just that the mythic Medusa, snake-haired and armed with a sword and well-polished shield, is fighting to the death, or petrification against, l'Odalisque de Sainte Teresa, a character out of old Quebecois mythology, who was supposedly so inhumanly gorgeous that anyone who looked at her turned instantly into a human-sized precious gem from admiration. A pretty natural foil for the Medusa, obviously. The Odalisque has only a nail file instead of a sword, but also has a well-wielded handheld makeup mirror, and she and the Medusa are basically rumbling for like 20 minutes, leaping around the ornate stage trying to demap each other with blades and/or deanimate each other with their respective reflectors, which each leaps around trying to position just right so that the other gets a glimpse of its own full frontal reflection and gets instantly petrified or gemified or whatever. In the cartridge, it's pretty clear from their milky pixel translucence and insubstantiality that they're holograms. But it's not clear what they're supposed to be on the level of the playlet, whether the audience is supposed to see/not see them as ghosts, or wraiths, or real mythic entities, or what. But it's a ballsy fight scene up there on the stage, having been intricately choreographed by an Oriental guy himself rented from some commercial studio, and putting him up in the headmaster's house, who ate like a bird and smiled very politely all the time, and didn't have even a word to say to anybody, it seemed, except Avril, to whom the Oriental choreographer had cottoned right off, balletic and full of compelling little cornerings and near misses and reversals, and the theater's audience is rapt and clearly entertained to the gills, because they keep spontaneously applauding, as much maybe for the film's play's choreography as anything else, which would make it more like spontaneously meta-applauding, Hal supposes, because the whole fight scene has to be ingeniously choreographed so that both combatants have their respectively scaly and cream-complected backs to the audience, for obvious reasons.
155.
Except as the shield and little mirror get whipped martially around and brandished at various strategic angles, certain members of the playlet's well-dressed audience eventually start catching disastrous glimpses of the combatants' fatal full frontal reflections, and instantly get transformed into, like, ruby statues in their front row seats, or get petrified and fall like embolized bats from the balcony's boxes, etc. The cartridge goes on like this until there's nobody left in the Ford's theater seats animate enough to applaud the nested narrative of the fight scene play, and it ends with the two aesthetic foils still rumbling like mad before an audience of varicolored stone. The Medusa versus the Odalisque's own audiences didn't think too much of the thing, because the film audience never does get much of a decent full-frontal look at what it is about the combatants that supposedly has such a melodramatic effect on the Rumble's live audience. And so, the film's audience ends up feeling teased and vaguely cheated, and the thing had only a regional release, and the cartridge rented like yesterday's newspapers, and it's now next to impossible to find. But that wasn't by any stretch of the imagination the James O. Incandenza film that audiences hated the most. The most hated Incandenza film, a variable-length one called The Joke, had only a very brief theatrical release, and then only at the widely scattered last remains of the pre-interlaced public art film theaters in arty places like Cambridge, Massachusetts, and Berkeley, California. And Interlace never considered it for pulse order re-release for obvious reasons. The art film theater's marquees and posters and ads for the thing were all required to say something like, "The Joke. You are strongly advised not to shell out money to see this film," which art film habitués, of course, thought was a cleverly ironic anti-ad joke, and so they'd shell out for little paper theater tickets and file in their sweater vests and tweeds and dirndls and tank up on espresso at the concession stand and find seats and sit down and make those little pre-movie leg and posture adjustments and look around with that sort of vacant intensity. And they'd figured the tri-lensed Bolex H32 cameras, one held by a tall, stooped old guy and complexly mounted on the huge head of the oddly forward-listing boy with what looked like a steel spike coming out of his thorax, the big cameras down by the red-lit exit signs on either side of the screen. The patrons figured were there for like an ad or an anti-ad or a behind-the-scenes metafilmic documentary or something. That is, until the lights went down and the film started up, and what was on the wide public screen was just a wide-angled, binoculated shot of this very art film theater's audience, filing in with espressos and finding seats and sitting down, and looking around and getting adjusted and saying knowledgeable little pre-movie things to their thick-lensed dates about what the "don't pay to see this ad" and Bolex cameras proudly signified, artistically, and settling in as the lights dimmed and facing the screen, that is, now themselves, it turns out, with the coolly excited smiles of highbrow entertainment expectation. Smiles which the cameras and screen's projection now revealed as just starting to drop from the faces of the audience, as the audience saw row after row of itself staring back at it with less and less expectant and more blank, and then puzzled, and then eventually pissed-off facial expressions. The joke's total running time was just exactly as long as there was even one cross-legged patron left in the theater to watch his own huge projected image, gazing back down at him with a special distaste of a disgusted and ripped-off feeling art film patron, which ended up being more than maybe 20 minutes only when there were critics or film academics in the seats, who studied themselves, studying themselves, taking notes with endless fascination, and finally left only when the espresso finally impelled them to the loo, at which point himself and Mario would have to frantically pack up cameras and lens cases and coaxials and run and totter like hell to catch the next cross-country flight from Cambridge to Berkeley or Berkeley to Cambridge, since they obviously had to be there all set up and Bolex for each showing at each venue. Mario said Lyle had said Incandenza had confessed that he'd loved the fact that the joke was so publicly static and simple-minded and dumb, and that those rare critics who defended the film by arguing at convolved length that the simple-minded stasis was precisely the film's aesthetic thesis were dead wrong, as usual. It's still unclear whether it was the eyeball and sideshow thing, or the Medusa verses, or the joke that had metamorphosized into their late father's later involvement with the hostilely anti-real genre of found drama, which was probably the historical zenith of self-consciously dumb stasis, but which audiences never actually even got to hate, for a priori reasons. Freak Statue of Liberty accident kills Fed engineer. Header. Brave man on crane crushed by 5-ton cast-iron burger. 12-point subheader. Gentle promises skeptical Cub Scout convention. You'll be able to eat right off territorial U.S. by end of term's first year. Header. Another love canal? 24-point superheader. Toxic horror accidentally uncovered in upstate New Hampshire. 16-point header-sized subheader. New Hampshire environmental officials yesterday flatly denied that vast collections of drums leaking industrial solvents, chlorides, benzenes, and oxons had been, quote, stumbled on by 18 federal EPA staffers playing a casual game of softball east of Berlin, New Hampshire, claiming instead that the corroded receptacles had been placed there against statute by large men with white bodysuits and short haircuts in long, shiny trailer trucks with ONAN's official crest, a sombreroed eagle with a maple leaf in its mouth stenciled on the sides. In the nation's capital, a, quote, full and energetic investigation has been promised by the General Administration into claims by residents of Berlin, New Hampshire, and Rumford, Maine, that the incident of soft-skulled and extra-eyed newborns in the toxically affected area far exceeds the national average. $3.75 U.S. nightly rental news cartridge anchor lead. Sub Rosa, fusion in poisonous environment test site alleged at Montpelier, Vermont. Scientific North American header. My baby has 6 eyes and basically no skull. Lurid color 32-point tabloid header. Dateline, Lancaster, New Hampshire. Fed EPA softballers allege 2 more poisonous waste horror fest illegal dump sites stumbled over near North Syracuse, historic Ticonderoga. New York City Daily header. The fine art of federal stumbling, a whole lot of softball going on. Editorial header in Syracuse, New York's Post-Standard. Canadian Prime Minister denies secret miniature golf outing with outraged New England governors. Surprisingly small third-page, 10-point header. Gentle shocker. Pearl Harbor-sized 32-point, super header, almost too big to read clearly. Mayflower, Red Bull, Allied, U-Haul stocks soar. 16-point financial daily subheader. 2 Northeast governors hospitalized for infarction, aneurysm. 10-point subheader. Gentle declares all U.S. territory north of line from Syracuse to Ticonderoga, New York, Ticonderoga, New York to Salem, Massachusetts, federal disasters, offers federal aid for upstate and New England residents wishing to relocate, claims funds for EPA cleanup are not within the map of what's possible. Header from chemically over-garrulous headliner eventually fired, even from subheader department, for exceeding verbal parameters and now starting to get in the same hot water all over again at a much less prestigious daily paper. And so on, and so forth. Himself's old optical editing lab has imposing confographic typesetting and matting facilities. It's hard to tell which of the headlines and other stuff are for real, and which have been dickied with, usually, if you're too young to recall the actual chronology. At least some of the headlines are phony, the kids know. Miniature golf, indeed. But the accuracy of Mario's puppeteered account of the seminal meeting of what's come to be known as the Concavity Cabinet gets to stand uncontested by fact. Nobody who wasn't actually there at the 16th of January meeting knows just what was said when or by whom, the Gentle administration being of the position that extant Oval Office recording equipment was a veritable petri dish of organisms. Gentle's claque of doo-wopping Motown cabinet puppets have purple dresses and matching lipstick and nail polish and bouffants so blindingly afro-sheened that there had been special lighting and film speed problems in the custodial closet. Secretary of the Treasury. You're looking vigorous and hale today, sir. Gentle. Presidente of Mexico, Secretary of Mexico, Vice Chair ONAN. May I ask, Senor, why my distinguished co-Vice Chair of ONAN is not with us in attendance today? Gentle. Mr. Rodney Tyne, Chief, U.S. Office of Unspecified Services. The President's taking a little pure oxygen today, boys, and has authorized me as his oral proxy on this, may I say, historically opportune day. The Canadian PM's in a bit of a snit. He prefers to whinge in the media surrounded by mounted reserves, and is off somewhere far from Quebec in a Kevlar vest doing whatever the Canadian word is for pouting, doubtless poring over opinion polls prepared by chinless guys in Canadian horn rims. Mexico and some other secretaries. Various puzzled, apprehensive noises. Tyne. I'm sure you've all been briefed on the unprecedented but not unopportune crisis that obtains north of the almost perfectly horizontal line between Buffalo and northeast Massachusetts. Tyne arranges photos on seal-crested easels. A New Hampshire runoff ditch running off stuff a color nobody's quite ever seen before. A wide-angle horizon stretching vista of skull-embossed drums, with short-haired guys in white bodysuits walking around adjusting knobs and reading dials on shiny handheld devices. A very weird chemical sunrise, close in hue to the cabinet member's lipstick, over some forests in southern Maine that look way taller and generally lusher than January forests ought properly to be. A couple indoor-lit snapshots of a multi-eyed infant crawling backwards, its ear to the carpet, dragging its shapeless head like a sack of spuds. The last displays a real heartstring plucker. All secretaries. Various concerned and sympathetic noises. Gentle. Ha ha! Time. Gentlemen, let the President just say that no one's prepared to say they're quite sure what's happened, or just which quote-unquote loyal part of the Union or organization might reasonably be said to be culpable. But it's not the administration's immediate concern to point the leveling finger of blame or aspersion just yet or right now. Our concern is to act, to respond, and act and respond decisively, swiftly and decisively. Secretary of the Interior. We've come up with some extremely preliminary projections on the cost of detoxifying and or deradiating the better part of 4 U.S. states, sir. And I have to tell you, gentlemen, that even with the atmosphere of uncertainty at this point in time of not yet having a definitive handle on just what kinds of combinations of compounds were found there and how wide not your personally, sir, J.G., your just being a shorthand way for, to say something like, I suppose, simply how wide the dispersal and toxicity parameters are shaping up to look, I have to relate that the figures we're looking at are almost staggeringly multi-zeroed, sir, gentlemen. Time. Tighten in and expand on staggering, if you will, Blaine. Secretary of the Interior. We're talking at bare minimum a staggering amount of private sector caliber guys in white suits and helmets, not unlike your own helmet, sir, with a commensurately massive tab for the suits and helmets, plus gloves and throwaway booties and a lot of really shiny equipment with a great many knobs and dials, sir. Gentle. Tyne. Gentlemen, let's pay the President the due tribute of proceeding right to the bone of the matter. I think the President's position is rendered patently clear by the pure oxygen he's been forced to take here with us today. No way we can possibly permit territory publicly exposed as this befouled and waste-impacted to continue to besmirch the already tight and tidier territory of a new era's U.S. of A. The President shudders at the mere thought. Just the mere thought of it forces him to resort to oxygen. Presidente of Mexico, Secretary of Mexico, and Vice Chair of ONAN. I do not anticipate what options your federal and our continental government might consider options to this permitting, senors. Other secretaries. Tentative puzzled nods and slightly off-key agreement noises. Tyne. Having been elected and conferred with a mandate on the clear and publicly anti-waste platform of the cusp, the President is inexorably driven to see the only viable option being to give it away. Secretary of State. Give it away? Tyne. Expressly. Secretary of State. You mean simply tell the truth? That Johnny's cusp platform necessitates, given the unfeasibility of shooting national wastes into space, since NASA hasn't put a successful launch on in over a decade and the rockets simply fall over and blow up and become more waste, that, given the amount of additional waste annular fusions startup is going to start putting in circulation the minute startup commences, that his platform all but necessitates the second-tier option of transforming certain vast stretches of U.S. territory into uninhabitable and probably barbed-wired landfills and fly-shrouded dumps and saprogenic magenta-fogged toxic disposal sites. Concede publicly that those EPA softball games weren't casual or hiccup in the least? That you allowed Rod the God here to convince you to authorize unspecified services to undertake massive toxic dumping and skull softening against local statute for basically the same hard choice? Greater good of the Union reasons that prompted Lincoln to suspend the Constitution and jail Confederate activists without charge for the duration of the last great U.S. territorial crisis?
156.
And, or, not least, that these particular territories were chosen essentially because New Hampshire and Maine didn't let cusp on their independent ballots, and the mayor of Syracuse had the misfortune to sneeze on the president during a campaign swing? Give away the entire strategy the two of you have apparently huddled in some sterilized corner and mapped out? Can this be what you mean by give it away, Rod?
Don't be a moron, Billingsley. The it in the President's give it away signifies the territory.
Gentle.
Ha ha ha!
Time.
We're going to give away the whole benighted smirch of ground.
Secretary of the Interior.
Export it, one might venture to sally.
Time.
It's a novel and proactive resource no prior statesman's had the vision or environmental cojones to envision. If there's one natural resource we've still got in spades, it's territory.
Presidente of Mexico, Secretary of Mexico, Vice Chair ONAN, and several other secretaries attempt to bring eyebrows back down below hairlines. Time.
President Gentles decided we're going to reinvent not just government but history. Torch the past. Manifest a new destiny. Boys, we're going to institute some serious intra-ONAN interdependence.
Gentle.
Ha 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 ha!
Time.
Gentlemen, we're going to make an unprecedented, intercontinental gift of certain newly expendable Northeast American territories in return for the foot-de-mue continuation of U.S. waste displacement access to those territories. Allow me to illustrate just what the President means.
Time places two large maps, also courtesy of Ms. Heath's crafts class, on government-issue easels. They look both to be of the good old USA. The first map is your more or less traditional standard issue, with the U.S. looking really big and white, and Mexico's northern fringes a tasteful ladies' room pink, and Canada's brooding bottom hem a garish, almost menacing red. The second North American map looks neither old nor all that good, traditionally speaking. It has a concavity. It looks sort of like some person or persons have taken a deep, wicked, canine-intensive bite out of its upper right bit, in which an ascending and then descending line has its near right angle at what looks to be the historic and now hideously befouled Ticonderoga, New York, and the areas north of that jagged line look to be that pushy shade of Canadian red now. Some little rubber practical joke-type flies, the blue-bellied kind that live on filth, are stapled in a raisin-esque dispersal over the red concavity. Tyne has a trademark telescoping weatherman's pointer that he plays with instead of using to point at much of anything. Secretary of State.
A kind of, ecological gerrymandering?
Tyne.
The President invites you, gentlemen, to conceive these two visuals as a sort of before and after representation of projected intra-ONAN territorial reallocations, or some public term like that. Redemisment's probably too technical.
Secretary of State.
Still, respectfully, not quite sure we at State see how inhabited territories can be sold to the public as, quote, expendable, when a decent slice of that public, by all reports, inhabits that territory, Rod.
Gentle.
Ha 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 ha!
Tyne.
The President's proactively chosen not to hedge that high-cost, tough choice, possibly unpopular, lonely at the top fact one bit, guys. We've been moving forward full bore on anticipating various highly involved relocation scenarios. Scenario? Is it scenarios or scenario?
157.
Marty's on task on the scenario front. Care to bring us to speed, Marty?
Secretary of Transportation.
We foresee a whole lot of people moving south really, really fast. We foresee cars, light trucks, heavier trucks, buses, Winnebagos, Winnebago? Commandeered vans and buses, and possibly commandeered Winnebagos or Winnebago. We foresee four-wheel drive vehicles, motorcycles, jeeps, boats, mopeds, bicycles, canoes, and the odd makeshift raft. Snowmobiles and cross-country skiers and roller skaters on those strange-looking roller skates with only one line of wheels down each skate. We foresee backpack-type folks speed-walking in walking shorts and boots and Tyrolean hats and a stick. We foresee some folks just outright running like hell, possibly, Rod. We foresee homemade wagons piled high with worldly goods. We foresee BMW war surplus motorcycles with sidecars and guys in goggles and leather helmets. We foresee the occasional skateboard. We foresee a strictly temporary breakdown in the thin veneer of civilization over the souls of essentially frightened, stampeding animals. We foresee looting, shooting, price gouging, ethnic tensions, promiscuous sex, births in transit. Secretary of Hugh. Rollerblades, I think you mean, Marty. Secretary of Transportation. All feedback and input welcome, Trent. Someone junior in the office foresaw hang gliders. I don't foresee demographically significant hang gliding personally at this juncture. Nor, I need to stress, do we foresee anything you could call true refugees. Gentle. Tyne. Absolutely not, Mart. No way a Downer Association rife term like refugees is going to be applicable here. I cannot overstress this too assertively. Eminent non-domain, yes. Renewal grade brand of sacrifice, you bet. Heroes? New era's breed of new pioneers? Striking in bravely for already settled, good old, settled but unfoul American territory? Bien, sir. Secretary of State. Bien, sir. Press Secretary, with queer combination of bangs and bouffant, and pair of bifocals on slim bead chain around neck and resting in cleavage. Neil over in Spin has been pouring through resource materials. Apparently, the term refugee can be plausibly denied if both, I'm quoting directly from Neil's memo here, if both A, no homemade wagons piled high with worldly goods are pulled by slow bovine animals with curvy horns, and B, if the percentage of children under 6 who are either A, naked, or B, squalling at the top of their lungs, or C, both, is under 20% of the total number of children under 6 in transit. It's true that Neil's key resource here is Hull and Yang's Totalitarian's Guide to Iron-Fisted Spin, but they're thinking this fact can be spun away from without much to do, over in Spin. Gentle. Tyne. Marty and Jay's staffs have been day and nighting on strategies to forestall anything like ostensible refugeeism. Press Secretary, holding brilliantined head at that angle people in bifocals have to read. Anything bovine with curvy horns gets shot on sight. Rod's top USO operatives in shiny trucks at strategic intervals handing out free toddler wear courtesy of Sears' Winnie the Pooh line to nip nakedness in the bud. Secretary of the Treasury. Still hammering out the boilerplate on the Sears agreement, Rod. Tyne. The President has every confidence, Chet. I believe Marty and Jay were just getting to the transportational coup de grace. Secretary of Transportation. We're soliciting bids for signs up there making it legal to drive really fast in the breakdown lanes. Press Secretary. Southbound breakdown lanes. All secretaries. Harmonic murmurs. Secretary of State. Still, I don't see why not just retain cartographic title to the toxified areas, relocate citizenry and portable capital, use them as our own designated disposal area. Sort of the back of the hall closet or special wastebasket underneath the national kitchen sink, as it were. Hammer out systems for delivering all national refuse and waste into the area, cordon it off, keep the rest of the nation edible off as per Johnny's platform. Secretary of Hugh. Why cede vitally needed waste disposal resources to a recalcitrant ally? Tyne. Billingsley, Trent, and yet, who, as I stated, says we can't utilize these territories for just this purpose no matter whose nation's name they're in? Interdependence is, as interdependence does, after all. Presidente of Mexico, Secretary of Mexico, Vice Chair ONAN. Okay? Gentle. Tyne. Yet Billingsley's right that this kind of sprawling, depopulated, newly Canadian territory can accommodate the tidiness needs of the whole great continental alliance for decades to come. After that,
Look out, Yukon! Presidente of Mexico, Secretary of Mexico, Vice Chair ONAN. Face green and mask wetly dark over upper lip. May I respectfully ask Presidente Yento, how are you proposing to ask my newly succeeded co-vice chair of our continental organization to possibly be able to accept vast arenas of egregiously poisoned terrain on behalf of his peoples? Time. Valid question. Simple answer. 3 answers. Statesmanship. Gamesmanship. Counting now on fine, strong, white, clean fingers. Brinksmanship. With now more, and rather more jejune, journalistic FX spinning out of the black at high camp speeds to a 45 RPM playing of Custodian Dave, FTV, Hardy's 1/3 RPM disc of Flight of the Bumblebee. Gentle to Canadian Prime Minister. Have some territory. Header. Canadian Prime Minister to Gentle. No, really, thanks anyway. Header. Gentle to Canadian Prime Minister. But I insist. Header. Bloc Québécois to Canadian Prime Minister. Accept toxically convex addition to our province, and we are out of here so fast your head will spin all the way around. Header from that guy again. Canadian Prime Minister to Gentle. Look, we're swimming in territory already. Have a look at an atlas, why don't you? We have way more territory than we know what to do with already. Plus, I don't mean to be rude either, but we're especially unkeen on accepting hopelessly befouled territory from you guys. Interdependence rhetoric or no, there's really just no way. And again. Abon 26-member EEC accuses U.S. of experialist domination. Header. Third World Vegetables hurled in UN imbroglio. 10-point subheader. Gentle to Prime Minister. Look, babe, take the territory, or you're going to be really, really sorry. Header. Sin City Shrink. Nation's velvetiest vocalist was hospitalized twice for mental illness. Tabloid header. Presidential history of emotional instability alleged by Las Vegas MD. Respectable header. My garden now's got tomatoes I couldn't lift even if I could hack through their vines with a machete to even reach them. Tabloid header, Dateline, Montpelier, Vermont, with photo that simply has got to have been doctored. FEC called to investigate cusps. Header. Strategic misrepresentation of candidates' psych history has put nation, continent at risk, Dems charge. 12-point super subheader. Top aides huddle as worries over Gentle's pathological inability to deal proactively with any sort of real or imagined rejection mount in face of Canadian showdown. Meth-dependent headliner. Now at third daily in 17 months. Both financial and diplomatic communities have reacted with increasing concern to reports that President Gentle has isolated himself in a small private suite at Bethesda Naval Hospital with several $1,000s worth of sound and sterilization equipment, and is spending all day, every day, singing morose show tunes in inappropriate keys to the United States Marine Corps colonel who stands near the Dermalatex hypospectral sterilization appliance, handcuffed to the black box of United States nuclear codes. Unspecified Services Office spokespersons have declined to comment on reports of such erratic executive directives as ordering the Defense Department to commandeer department store giant Sears Co.'s entire inventory of Winnie the Pooh toddlerware under National Security Emergency Proviso 414, requiring armed forces personnel to take target practice at cardboard silhouettes of what appear to be oxen, water buffalo, or Texas longhorn cattle, preparing the release of a presidential address to the nation cartridge that purportedly consists entirely of the president seated at his desk with his head in his gloves, intoning, "What's the point of going on?" over and over. Instructing silo personnel at all SAC installations north of 44 degrees to remove their missiles from the silos and then reinsert them upside down, and ordering the installation of massive air displacement effectuators 28 kilometers south of each such silo facing north. Anchors lead for kind of semi-cheesy weekly lurid news intensive summary cartridge. Unprecedented whopper revenues in third quarter, credited by Pillsbury BK to Gentle's creatively proactive resuscitation of post-network advertising. Adweek, 14-point, full-color header. Gentle has completely lost mind, claims confidant, OUS Chief Tyne at press conference. Threatens to detonate upside-down missiles in U.S. silos, irradiate Canada with aid of ATH SCME Hellfans. Header. Willing to eliminate own map out of sheer pique if Canada nixes reconfiguration transfer of aesthetically unacceptable terrain. Pretty obviously homemade subheader. This catastatic feature of the puppet film's plot, that Johnny Gentle, famous crooner, threatens to bomb his own nation and toxify neighbors in an insane pout over Canada's reluctance to take re-demised title over ONAN's very own vast dump, resonates powerfully with those members of the movie's ETA audience, who know that this whole parodic pseudo-ONAN-tiad scenario is actually a puppet-a-clef-type allusion to the dark legend of one Eric Clipperton and the Clipperton Brigade. In the very last couple years of solar, unsubsidized time, this kid, Eric Clipperton, appeared for the first time as an unseeded 16-year-old in East Coast Regional Tournament play. The little town or academy hailed from slot after Clipperton's name on tournament draw sheets just said IND, presumably for independent. Nobody'd heard of him before, or knew where he came from. He just sort of seepingly risen, some sort of human radon from someplace low and unknown, whence he lent the cliché, win or die in the attempt, grotesquely literal new levels of sense. For the Clipperton legend derived from the fact that this Clipperton kid owned a hideously and immaculately maintained Glock 17 semi-automatic sidearm that came in a classy little leather-handled, blonde wood case with German high Gothic script on it, and a velvet gun-shaped concavity inside, where the Glock 17 lay, nestled in plush velvet, gleaming, with another little rectangular divot for the 17-shot clip. And that he brought the gun case and Glock 17 out on the court with him, along with his towels and water jug, and sticks and gear bag, and from his very first appearance on the East Coast Junior Tour, made clear his intention to blow his own brains out publicly, right there on court, if he should lose, ever, even once. Thus there came to be, in most every tournament, with the initial draw of 64, a group of 3 boys, then 4, and by the semifinals 5, then finally 6 boys, who for that tournament formed the Clipperton Brigade, players who'd had the misfortune to draw and meet Eric Clipperton and Clipperton's well-oiled Glock 17, and who, understandably, declined to be the player to cause Clipperton to eliminate his own map for keeps in public for something as comparatively cheesy as a tournament win over Clipperton. A win over Clipperton had no meaning because a loss to Clipperton had no meaning, and didn't hurt anybody's regional and USTA ranking, not once the guys in the USTA Computer Center caught on to the Clipperton strategic M.O. Thus, an early exit from a tournament because of a loss to Clipperton came to be regarded as sort of like a walk in baseball, stats-wise. And a boy who found himself in the Clipperton Brigade and defaulted his round tended to view that tournament as a kind of unexpected vacation, a chance to rest and heal, to finally get some sun on the chest and ankles, to work on chinks in his game's armor, to reflect a little on what it all might mean. Clipperton's first meaningless victory ever came at 16, unseeded, at the Hartford Junior Open, first round, against one Ross Reet of Maddox, Ohio, and the just-opened Enfield Tennis Academy. For some reason, it's Struck who sort of specializes in this story and never misses a chance to tell new ETAs the tale of Clipperton versus Reet. Clipperton's an okay player, nothing spectacular, but also not like absurdly out of place at a regional grade tourney. But Reet is, at 15, seasoned and high-ranked, and the 3rd seed at Hartford. And Reet is, for a while, as would be standard operating procedure for a high seed in the first round, basically clean under his nails with this unseeded unknown Eric Clipperton. At 1-4 in the second set, Clipperton sits down at the side change and, instead of toweling off, reaches into his gear bag and extracts his classy little blonde wood case and gets out the Glock 17. Fondles it, takes out the clip and hefts it and rams it home in its slot at the base of the grip with a chillingly solid-sounding click. Caresses his left temple with the thing's blunt, shiny barrel. Everybody watching the match agrees. It is one ugly and all-business-looking piece of personal defense hardware. Clipperton climbs up the rungs of the lifeguardish chair the umpire, in his blue blazer, sits in.
158.
And uses the umpire's mic to make public his intention of blowing his personal brains out all over the court with the hideous Glock, should he lose. The small first-round gallery stiffens and inhales and doesn't exhale for a long time. Reet, audibly, gulps. Reet is tall, densely freckled, a good kid, one of Incandenza's fair-haired boys. Not too bright, with the satellite tour so clearly in his future that at only 15 he's already starting cholera shots and mastering third-world exchange rates. But for the remainder of the match, which lasts exactly 11 more games, Clipperton plays tennis with the Glock 17 held steadily to his left temple. The gun makes tossing kind of a hassle on Clipperton's serve, but Reet is letting the serves go by untouched anyway. None of the ETA staff has bothered to show up and coach Reet through what was supposed to be a standard first-round fingernail cleaning, and so Reet is strategically and emotionally all alone out there, and he's opted for not even pretending to make an effort, given what the unseeded Clipperton seems willing to sacrifice for a win. Ross Reet was the first and last junior player ever to shake Clipperton's free hand at the end of a match, and the moment's captured in a Hartford Courant staff photo that some ETA wiseacre later glued to the door of Struck's room with so much Elmer's all over the back that taking it off would gut the varnish, so the thing stays up for all in the hall to see. Reet, here up at the net on one knee, one arm over his eyes, the other hand extended upward to a Clipperton who'd simply obliterated him psychologically. And Ross Reet was never quite exactly the same ever again after that. Both Stitt and DeLint have assured all future, potentially mercy-minded ETA males. And, the legend story goes, Eric Clipperton never henceforth loses. No one is willing to beat him and risk going through life with the sight of the Glock going off on his conscience. Nobody ever knows where Clipperton comes from to play. Never seen at airports or interstate exit ramps, or ever even spotted carb loading at any Denny's between matches. He just starts materializing, always alone, at increasingly high-level junior tournaments, appears on draw sheets with IND by his name, plays competitive tennis with a Glock at his left temple.
159.
And his opponents, unwilling to sacrifice Clipperton's hostage, Clipperton meme, barely even try, or else they go for impossible angles and spins, or else talk on mobile phones while they play, or try to hit every ball between their legs or behind their backs. And the match's galleries tend to boo Clipperton just as much as they dare. And Clipperton sits and hefts his 17-shot clip and takes the brass-jacketed 9mm cartridges out sometimes and clicks a few together ruminatively in his hand, in the sideline chair, at all the odd game breaks. And sometimes he tries little Western gunslinger trigger guard spins during the breaks. But when play resumes, Clipperton's deadly serious once more, and has the Glock 17 at his temple, playing, and mows through the lackadaisical Clipperton Brigade round by round, and wins the whole tournament by what is essentially psychic default, and then right after collecting his trophy, vanishes like the ground itself inhaled him. His only even remote friend on the junior tour is 8-year-old Mario Incandenza, whom Clipperton meets because, even though Disney Leith and an early pro-rector named Cantrell are shepherding the male tournament contingent, including a solid but sort of plateau-stuck and no longer much improving 17-year-old Oren Incandenza, that summer, ETA headmaster, Dr. J.O. Incandenza, shows up at quite a few of the events on the domestic circuit, doing under ostensible USTA auspices a 2-part documentary on junior competitive tennis, stress, and light. And so Mario's tottering around with lens cases and Tuffy tripods, etc., and most of that late summer's meaningful events, and meets Clipperton, and finds Clipperton intriguing, and in ways he can't be very articulate about, hilarious, and is kind to him and seeks out his company, Clipperton's. Or at any rate, at least treats Clipperton like he exists, whereas by late July everybody else's attitude toward Clipperton resembled that kind of stiffly conspicuous non-recognition that, for example, accompanies farts at formal functions. One of himself's short test cartridges, shot to check out transverse aberration at various sun angles, the case's little adhesive sticker says, contains the only available footage of the late Eric Clipperton.
160.
From the preponderance of salt tablet dispensers and littered pledge husks and Dade County ambulances, it was pretty likely shot at the hideous, sun-kissed Junior Invitational Cramp Fest in August in Miami. Just a couple overexposed meters of Clipperton, head down and hunched on a low orange bleacher. Bony-shouldered and no shirt and untied Nikes, his Gothic scripted case in his lap, his elbows on his knees and his hands spidered across both cheeks, staring down between his feet and trying not to smile, as a withered toddler-sized and forward-listing Mario stands beside him, supported by his portable police lock, holding a light meter and something else too helated to make out on the tape, open very wide for a homodontic laugh at something funny Clipperton has apparently just let slip. Hal, having smoked cannabis on 4 separate occasions, twice with others, on this continental day of rest, plus still in a kind of guiltily sickening stomach-pit shock from the afternoon's eschaton debacle, and his failure to intervene or even get up out of his patio chair, has lost a bit of his grip, and has just gotten on the outside of his 4th chocolate cannoli in half an hour, and is feeling the icy electric keening of some sort of incipient carie in the left molar range. And also now, as usual, after swinishness with sugar, finds himself sinking emotionally into a kind of distracted funk. The puppet film is reminiscent enough of the late himself that just about the only more depressing thing to pay attention to or think about would be advertising and the repercussions of ON-ANite reconfiguration for the U.S. advertising industry. Mario's film executes some rather over-arty flash cuts between the erections of lucite fortifications and ATH, SCME, and EWD displacement installations along the new U.S. border, on the one hand, and the shadowily implied Rodney-Tyne disastrous love interest element with the voluptuous puppet representing the infamous and enigmatic Quebecois fatale known publicly only as Luria P. on the other. Tyne's puppet's tiny brown felt hand is on Luria's voluptuously padded little popsicle stick knee in the famous Vienna, Virginia, Szechuan steakhouse where, according to dark legend, subsidized time was conceived on the back of a chintzy Chinese zodiac paper placemat by R. Tyne. Hal happens to know the fall and rise of millennial U.S. advertising exceptionally well, because one of the only 2 academic things he's ever written about anything, even remotely filmic,
161.
was a mammoth research paper on the tangled fates of broadcast television and the American ad industry. This was the final and grade-determining project in Mr. U. Ogilvy's year-long Intro to Entertainment Studies in May of YPW. And Hal, the 7th grader, and only up to R in the condensed OED, wrote about TV advertising's demise with a reverent tone that sounded like the events had taken place at the misty remove of glaciers and guys in pelts, instead of just 4 years prior, more or less, overlapping with the waxing of the gentle era and experialist reconfiguration Mario's puppet show makes fun of. There's no question that the network television industry, meaning, since PBS is a whole different kettle, the big 3, plus the fast-starting but low-endurance Fox, had already been in serious trouble. Between the exponential proliferation of cable channels, the rise of the total viewer control, handheld remotes known historically as zappers, and VCR recording advances that used subtle volume and hysterical pitch sensors to edit most commercials out of any program taped. Here a rather chatty digression on legal battles between networks and VCR manufacturers over the edit function that Mr. O drew a big red yawning skull next to, in the margin, out of impatience. The networks were having problems drawing the kind of audiences they needed to justify the ad rates their huge overheads slavering maw demanded. The Big Four's arch-foe was America's 100-plus regional and national cable networks, which, in the premillennial Limbaugh era of extraordinarily generous Justice Department interpretation of the Sherman statutes, had coalesced into a fractious but potent trade association under the stewardship of TCI's Malone, TBS's Turner, and a shadowy Albertan figure who owned the view out the simulated window of various lavish homes and exotic locales channel, the Yuletide Fireplace Channel, CBC Cable's Educational Programming Matrix, and 4 of Le Groupe Videotron's 5 big Canadian shop-at-home networks. Mounting an aggressive hearts and minds campaign that derided the passivity of hundreds of millions of viewers, forced to choose nightly between only 4 statistically pussified network broadcasters, then extolled the empoweringly American choice of 500-plus esoteric cable options, the American Council of Disseminators of Cable was attacking the 4 right at the ideological root. The psychic matrix, where viewers had been conditioned rather deliciously, by the Big Four networks and their advertisers themselves, Hal notes, to associate the freedom to choose and the right to be entertained with all that was U.S. and true. The AC/DC campaign, brilliantly orchestrated by Boston, Massachusetts, Viney and Veal's advertising, was pummeling the Big Four in the fiscal thorax with its ubiquitous anti-passivity slogan, "Don't sit still for anything less," when a wholly unintended coup de grace to network viability was delivered in the form of an unrelated Viney and Veal's side venture. V&V, like most U.S. ad agencies, greedily buttered its bread on every conceivable side when it could, and started taking advantage of the plummeting Big Four advertising rates to launch effective network ad campaigns for products and services that wouldn't previously have been able to afford national image proliferation. For the obscure local Nunhagen Aspirin Company of Framingham, Massachusetts, Viney and Veal's got the Enfield-based National Craniofacial Pain Foundation to sponsor a huge touring exhibition of paintings by artists with crippling craniofacial pain about crippling craniofacial pain. The resultant network Nunhagen ads were simply silent 30-second shots of some of the exhibits, with Nunhagen aspirin in soothing pale pastels at lower left. The paintings themselves were excruciating, the more so because consumer HD TV had arrived, at least in the very upscale incandenza home. The ads with the more dental pain-type paintings, Hal doesn't even want to think back on, while with a fragment of cannoli wedged someplace upper left he keeps looking around for Shocked to ask him to have a angle-mirrored look at. One he can recall was of an ordinary middle-class American guy's regular face, but with a tornado coming out of the right eye socket and a mouth at the vortex of that tornado screaming. And that was a mild one.
162.
The ads cost next to nothing to produce. Nunhagen aspirin sales went nationally roofward, even as ratings figures for the Nunhagen ads themselves went from low to abysmal. People found the paintings so excruciating that they were buying the product but recoiling from the ads. Now, you'd think this wouldn't matter so long as the product itself was selling so well. This fact that millions of national viewers were zapping or surfing to a different channel with their remotes the moment a silent, painted, twisted face with a hatchet in its forehead came on. But what made the Nunhagen ads sort of fatally powerful was that they also compromised the ratings figures for the ads that followed them, and for the programs that enclosed the ads, and worse, were disastrous because they were so violently unpleasing to look at that they awakened from their spectatorial slumbers, literally, millions of network devotees who'd hitherto been so numbed and pacified they usually hadn't bothered to expend the thumb muscle energy required to zap or surf away from anything on the screen, awakened legions of these suddenly violently repelled and disturbed viewers to the power and agency their thumbs actually afforded them. Viney unveils next broadcast cash cow, a lurid series of spots for a national string of walk-in liposuction clinics, reinforced the V&V trend of high product sales but dreadful ad ratings. And here the Big Four were really put on the spot, because, even though the critics and PTAs and eating disorder-oriented distaff PACs were denouncing the lipovax spots, shots, of rippling cellulite, and explicit clips of procedures that resemble crosses between hyperbolic Hoover upright demonstrations and filmed autopsies, and cholesterol-conscious cooking shows that involved a great deal of chicken fat drainage. And even though audiences' flights from the lipovax spots themselves were absolutely gutting ratings for the other ads and the shows around them, network execs' sweaty sleep infected with vivid REM visions of flaccid, atrophied thumbs coming twitchily to life over remote zap and surf controls. Even though the spots were again fatally potent, the lipovax string's revenues were so obscenely enhanced by the ads that Lipovac Unlimited could soon afford to pay obscene sums for 30-second network spots, truly obscene sums the besieged four now needed in the very worst way. And so the Lipovac ads ran, and much currency changed hands, and overall network ratings began to slump as if punctured with something blunt. From a historical perspective, it's easy to accuse the network corporations of being greedy and short-sighted with regard to explicit liposuction. But Hal argued, with a compassion Mr. Ogilvy found surprising in a seventh grader, that it's probably hard to be restrained and far-sighted when you're fighting against a malignant, invasive, V&V-backed cable cabal for your very fiscal life, day to day. In hindsight, though, the Big Four's spinal camel straw had to have been V&V's trio of deep-focus black-and-white spots for a tiny Wisconsin cooperative firm that sold tongue scrapers by prepaid mail. These ads just clearly crossed some kind of psychoaesthetic line, regardless of the fact that they single-handedly created a national tongue scraper industry and put Fond du Lac's no-coat ink on the Fortune 500.
163.
Stylistically reminiscent of those murderous mouthwash, deodorant, and dandruff shampoo scenarios that had an anti-hero's chance encounter with a gorgeous desire object ending in repulsion and shame because of an easily correctable hygiene deficiency, the no-coat spot's chilling emotional force could be located in the exaggerated hideousness of the near geologic layer of gray-white material coating the tongue of the otherwise handsome pedestrian who accepts a gorgeous meter maid's coquettish invitation to have a bit of a lick of the ice cream cone she's just bought from an avuncular sidewalk vendor. The lingering close-up on an extended tongue that must be seen to be believed, coat-wise. The slow-motion full-frontal shot of the maid's face going slack with disgust as she recoils. The returned cone falling, unfelt from her repulsion-paralyzed fingers. The nightmarish slow-mo with which the mortified pedestrian reels away into street traffic, with his whole arm over his mouth. The avuncular vendor's kindly face, now hateful and writhing as he hurls hygienic invectives. These ads shook viewers to the existential core, apparently. It was partly a matter of plain old taste. Ad critics argued that the no-coat spots were equivalent to, like, Preparation H filming a Procto exam, or a depend adult undergarment camera panning for floor puddles at a church social. But Hal's paper located the level at which the Big Four's audiences reacted here as way closer to the soul than mere tastelessness can get. V&V's no-coat campaign was a case study in the eschatology of emotional appeals. It's Howard, a kind of Uber ad casting a shaggy shadow back across a whole century of broadcast persuasion. It did what all ads were supposed to do: create an anxiety relievable by purchase. It just did it way more well than wisely, given the vulnerable psyche of an increasingly hygiene-conscious USA in those times. The no-coat campaign had three major consequences. The first was that horrible year Hal vaguely recalls when a nation became obsessed with the state of its tongue, when people would no sooner leave home without a tongue scraper and an emergency backup tongue scraper, then they'd fail to wash and brush and spray. The year when the sink and mirror areas of public restrooms were such grim places to be. The no-coat co-op folks traded in their bagosh overalls and hand-woven ponchos for Armani and Dior, then quickly disintegrated into various 8-figure litigations. But by this time, everybody from Procter & Gamble to Tom's of Maine had its own brand's scraper out, some of them with baroque and potentially hazardous electronic extras. The second consequence was that the Big Four broadcast networks finally just plain fell off the shelf, fiscally speaking, riding a crest of public disaffection not seen since the days Jif commercials had strangers shoving their shiny noses in your open jar. The Malone, Turner, and shadowy Albertan-led cable cabal got sponsors whose ads had been running as distant as 7 or 8 spots on either side of the no-coat gaggers to jump ship to AC/DC. U.S. Broadcast TV's true angels of death, Malone and Turner then immediately parlayed this fresh injection of sponsorial capital into unrefusable bids for the rights to the NCAA Final Four, the MLB World Series, Wimbledon, and the Pro Bowlers Tour, at which point the Big Four suffered further defections from Schick and Gillette on one side, and Miller and Budd on the other. Fox filed for Chapter 11 protection Monday after AC/DC's coup announcements, and the Dow turned grisly indeed on GE, Paramount, Disney, etc. Within days, 3 out of the Big Four networks had ceased broadcasting operations, and ABC had to fall back on old Happy Days marathons of such relentless duration that bomb threats began to be received both by the network and by poor old Henry Winkler, now hairless and sugar-addicted in La Honda, California, and seriously considering giving that lurid-looking but hope-provoking lipovac procedure a try. But the ironic third consequence was that almost all the large, slick advertising agencies with substantial network billings, among these the Icarian Vinian Veals, went down too in the Big Four's maelstrom, taking with them countless production companies, graphic artists, account execs, computer enhancement technicians, ruddy-tongued product spokespersons, horn-rimmed demographers, etc. The millions of citizens in areas for one reason or another not cable available ran their VCRs into meltdown, got homicidally tired of Happy Days, and then began to find themselves with vast, maddening blocks of utterly choiceless and unentertaining time. And domestic crime rates, as well as out-and-out suicides, topped out at figures that cast a serious pall over the penultimate year of the millennium. But these consequences own consequence, with all the Yankee ingenious irony that attends true resurrections, comes when the now combined Big Four, muted and unseen, now, but with its remaining creditor-proof assets now supporting only those rapaciously clever executive minds that can survive the cuts down to a skeleton of a skeleton staff, rises from the dust heap and has a collective last hurrah, ironically, deploying V&V's old pro-choice/anti-passivity appeal to obliterate the AC/DC that had just months before obliterated the Big Four, bringing TCI's Malone down on a golden bell-shaped chute and sending TBS's Turner into self-imposed nautical exile. Because enter one Noreen Lace Forche, the USC-educated video rental mogulette, who, in the BS 90s, had taken Phoenix's intermission video chain from the middle of the Sunbelt pack to a national distribution, second only to Blockbuster Entertainment in gross receipts. The woman called by Microsoft's Gates the Killer App Queen, and by Blockbuster's Hozenga, the only woman I personally fear. Convincing the rapacious skeletal remains of the Big Four to consolidate its combined production, distribution, and capital resources behind a front company she'd had incorporated and idling ever since she'd first foreseen broadcast apocalypse in the Nunhagen ads' psycho-fiscal fallout. The front, an obscure-sounding concern called Interlace Tel Entertainment. Lace Forche then went and persuaded ad maestro P. Tom Veals at that time mourning his remorse-tortured partner's half-gainer off the Tobin Bridge by drinking himself toward pancreatitis in a Beacon Hill brownstone, to regather himself and orchestrate a profound national dissatisfaction with the passivity involved even in DSS-based cable watching. What matter whether your choices are 4, or 104, or 504, Veal's campaign argued. Because here you were, assuming of course you were even cable-ready or dish-equipped and able to afford monthly fees that applied no matter what you chose each month, here you were, sitting here, accepting only what was pumped by distant AC/DC fiat into your entertainment ken. Here you were, consoling yourself about your dependence and passivity with rapid-fire zapping and surfing that were starting to be suspected to cause certain rather nasty types of epilepsy over the longish term. The cable cabal's promise of empowerment, the campaign argued, was still just the invitation to choose which of 504 visual spoon feedings you'd sit there and open wide for.
164.
And so, but what if, their campaign's appeal basically ran, what if, instead of sitting still for choosing the least of 504 infantile evils, the Vox and Digitus Populi could choose to make its home entertainment literally and essentially adult? That is, what if, according to Interlace, what if a viewer could, more or less, 100% choose what's on at any given time? Choose and rent, over PC and modem and fiber optic line, from tens of thousands of second-run films, documentaries, the occasional sport, old beloved non-Happy Days programs, wholly new programs, cultural stuff, and the rest, all prepared by the time-tested, newly lean Big Four's mammoth vaults and production facilities, and packaged and disseminated by Interlace Tel-Ent, in convenient fiber-optic pulses that fit directly on the new palm-size 4.8 megabyte PC diskettes Interlace was marketing as cartridges. Viewable right there on your trusty PC's high-resolution monitor. Or, if you preferred and so chose, jackable into a good old pre-millennial widescreen TV with at most a coaxial or two. Self-selected programming, chargeable on any major card or on a special low finance charge Interlace account, available to any of the 76% of U.S. households possessed of PC, phone line, and verifiable credit. What if, Veal's spokeswoman ruminated aloud, what if the viewer could become his/her own programming director? What if he could define the very entertainment happiness it was her/his right to pursue? The rest, for Hal, is recent history. By the time not only second-run Hollywood releases, but a good many first-run films, plus new sitcoms and crime dramas and near-live sports, plus now also big-name anchor nightly newscasts, weather, art, health, and financial analysis cartridges were available and pulsing nicely onto cartridges everywhere, the ranks of AC/DC's own solvent program pumpers have been winnowed back to the old movie and afternoon baseball major metro regional systems of more like the BS 80s. Passive pickings were slim now. American mass entertainment became inherently proactive, consumer-driven. And because advertisements were now out of the televisual question, any halfway sensitive power PC's CPU could edit out anything shrill or ungratifying in the post-receipt review function of an entertainment diskette. Cartridge production, meaning by now both the satellitic spontaneous dissemination of viewer-selected menu programming and the factory recording of programming on packaged 9.6 megabyte diskettes, available cheap and playable on any CD-ROM-equipped system. Yes, cartridge production, though tentacularly controlled by an Interlace that had patented the digital transmission process for moving images and held more stock than any one of the 5 baby bells involved in the Internet fiber optic transmission grid, bought for 17 cents on the dollar from GTE, after Sprint went belly up trying to launch a primitive, naked, early mask and tableauless form of videophony, became almost Hobbesianly free market. No more network reluctance to make a program too entertaining for fear its commercials would pale in comparison. The more pleasing a given cartridge was, the more orders there were for it from viewers. And the more orders for a given cartridge, the more Interlace kicked back to whatever production facility they'd acquired it from. Simple. Personal pleasure and gross revenue looked at last to lie along the same demand curve, at least as far as home entertainment went. And as Interlace's eventual outright purchase of the network's production talent and facilities, of two major home computer conglomerates, of the cutting-edge Frox 2100 CD-ROM licenses, of Apps, Inc., of RCA's DSS orbiters and hardware patents, and of the digital-compatible patents, to the still needing to come down in price a little technology of HD TV's visually enhanced color monitor with microprocessed circuitry and 2 to the 10th area more lines of optical resolution. As these acquisitions allowed Noreen Lace-Forché's cartridge dissemination network to achieve vertical integration and economies of scale, viewers, pulse reception, and cartridge fees went down markedly.
165.
And then, the further increased revenues from consequent increases in order and rental volume were plowed presciently back into more fiber optic intergrid cable laying, into outright purchase of 3 of the 5 Baby Bells Internet had started with, into extremely attractive rebate offers on special new Interlace-designed RISC-grade high-def screen PCs with mimetic resolution cartridge view motherboards,
166.
recognizably renamed by Veals's boys in recognition teleputers, or TPs, into fiber-only modems, and of course, into extremely high-quality entertainments that viewers would freely desire to choose even more.
167.
But there could be, no ads of any kind in the Interlace pulses or ROM cartridges, was the point Hal's presentation kept struggling to return to. And so then, besides, for example, a Turner who kept litigating bitterly via shortwave radio from his equatorial yacht, the true loser in the shift from cable to Interlace grid was an American advertising industry already reeling from the death of broadcast's Big Four. No significant market seemed in any hurry to open up and compensate for the capping of TV's old gusher. Agencies, reduced to skeletal cells of their best and most rapacious creative minds, cast wildly about for new pulses to finger and niches to fill. Billboards sprouted with near mycological fury alongside even rural two-laners. No bus, train, trolley, or hack went unfestooned with high-gloss ads. Commercial airliners began for a while to trail those terse, translucent ad banners, usually reserved for like Piper Cubs over football games and July beaches. Magazines, already endangered by HD video equivalents, got so full of those infuriating little Fallout card ads that fourth-class postal rates ballooned, making the email of their video equivalents that much more attractive, in another vicious cycle. Chicago's once vaunted Sickingen, Smith, and Lundine went so far as to get Ford to start painting little domestic product come-ons on their new line's side panels, an idea that fizzled as U.S. customers in Nike T-shirts and Marlboro caps perversely refused to invest in cars that sold out. In contrast to just about the whole rest of the industry, a certain, partnerless Metro Boston ad agency was doing so well that it was more out of ennui and a sense of unlikely challenge that Tom Veals consented to manage PR for the fringe candidacy of a former crooner and schmaltz mogul who went around swinging a mic and ranting about literally clean streets and creatively refocused blame and rocketing people's waste into the forgiving chill of infinite space.
168.
The 30th of April to the 1st of May, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment. Marat did not quite sleep. They had remained on the shelf for some hours. He thought it a bit of much that Steepley refused even for a brief time to sit down upon the ground. If his persona's skirt rode up above his weapon, what was the difference? Were grotesque and humiliating undergarments also involved? Marat's wife had been in an irreversible coma for 14 months. Marat was able to refresh himself without quite sleeping. It was not a state of fugue or neural relaxation, but a type of detachment. He had learned this in the months after losing his legs to a USA train. Part of Marat floated off and hovered somewhere just above him, crossing its legs, nibbling at his consciousness as does a spectator at popcorn. At some times on the outcropping, Steepley went farther than crossing his arms, almost embracing himself, chilled, but unwilling to comment on the chill. Marat noted that the gesture of self-embrace appeared convincingly feminine and unconscious. Steepley's preparations for his returning field assignment had been disciplined and effective. The feature of complete unswallowability about Monsieur Steepley, as a USA female journalist, even a massive and unfortunate-looking USA female journalist, was his feet. These were broad and yellow-nailed, hairy and trollesque, the ugliest feet Marat had observed anywhere south of 60 degrees north, and the ugliest, supposedly, female feet of his experience. Both men were strangely reluctant somehow to broach the subject of plans for getting down off the shelf in the utter dark. Steepley didn't even waste time wondering how Marat could have gotten up or down there in the first place, short of some sort of helicopter drop, which capricious winds and the proximity of the mountainside made unlikely. The dogma around unspecified services was that if les assassins des fauteuils roulants had one Achilles heel, it was their penchant for showing off, making a spectacle of denying any kind of physical limitation, etc. Steepley had field interfaced with Remy Marat once on a rickety-feeling Louisiana oil platform 50-plus clicks out of Caillou Bay, covered the whole time by armed Cajun sympathizers. Marat always disguised the boggling size of his arms under a long-sleeved windbreaker. His eyes were half-closed whenever Steepley turned to look. If he, Marat, were a cat, he would be purring. One hand stayed below the blanket at all times, Steepley noted. Steepley himself had a small and unregistered Taurus PT-9 taped to his shaved inner thigh, which was the main reason he was reluctant to sit down on the outcropping stone. The weapon was unsafetied. In the faint loom and starlight, Marat found the four-limbed American's high-heeled feet compellingly grotesque, like loaves of soft, processed USA bread being slowly squeezed and mangled by the footwear's straps. The meaty compression of the toes at the shoes' open tips, the leather faintly creaking as he bobbed up and down, hugging himself chillily in the sleeveless summer dress, his fleshy bare arms webbed redly with mottle in the chill, one arm luridly scratched. The received wisdom among Quebecois anti-ONAN cells was that there was something latent and sadistic in the Bureau des Services Sans Spécificité's assignments of fictional personae for its field operatives, casting men as women as longshoremen or Orthodox rabbinicals, heterosexual men as homosexual men, Caucasians as Negroes or caricaturesque Haitians and Dominicans, healthy males as degenerative nerve disease sufferers, healthy women operatives as hydrocephalic boys or epileptic public relations executives, non-deformed USO-US personnel made not only to pretend but sometimes to actually suffer actual deformity, all for the realism of their field personae. Steepley, silent, rose and fell absently on the toes of these feet. The feet were also visibly unused to high USA women's heels, for they were mangled-looking, deprived of flowing blood, and abundantly blistered, and the smallest toes' nails were blackening and preparing, Marat noted, in the future, to fall off. But Marat knew also that something within the real Monsieur Hugh Steepley did need the humiliations of his absurd field personae. But the more grotesque or unconvincing he seemed likely to be as a disguised persona, the more nourished and actualized his deep parts felt in the course of preparation for the humiliating attempt to portray. He, Steeply, used the mortification he felt as a huge woman, or pale Negro, or palsied twit of a degenerative musician, as fuel for the assignment's performance. Steeply welcomed the subsumption of his dignity and self in the very role that offended his dignity of self. The psychomechanics became too confusing for Marat, who had not the capacity for abstractions of his AFR superiors, Fortier and Brouillim. But he knew this was why Steeply was one of Service Saint-Specifité's finest field operatives, once spending the better part of a year in magenta robes, sleeping 3 hours nightly, and allowing his large head to be shaved and teeth removed, shaking a tambourine in airports and selling plastic flowers on median strips, to infiltrate a cult-fronted 3-amino-8 hydroxytetraline import ring in the USA city Seattle.
169.
Steeply said, "Because this is the thing about the AFR that really gives them the fantods, if you're talking about fear and what to fear." He spoke either quietly or not, that Marat could determine. The empty expanse they both faced, off the shelf, sucked all resonance, causing every sound to sound self-enclosed, and every utterance to seem flatly soft and somehow over-intimate, almost post-coital. The sounds of things said beneath blankets, winter beating at the log walls. Steeply himself appeared frightened, perhaps, or confused. He continued, "This disinterest by you guys, it seems, in anything but the harm itself, just getting the entertainment out there to hurt us." "The naked aggression by us?" Muscles beneath the nylons of the calves bulged and receded as Steeply bobbed. "The boys in behavioral science say they can't see any sort of positive political goal the AFR even wants. Anything Duplessis was having your Fortier work toward." "The yours des fantads are meaning fear, confusion, standing hair." "The FLQ and the Montcalmists, shit. Even the most whacked-out of Albertans ultra-rightists." Monsieur Duplessis had once studied beneath radical Edmonton Jesuits, Marat reflected. "Them we can begin to understand as political bodies. Them we can more or less get a feel for dealing with. Their aggression is clothed in agenda. The Bureau of You perceives." Steeply's was a thinking face now, in apparent puzzlement. "They at least have aims, real desires." "For themselves?" Steeply appeared convincingly to ruminate. "It's like there's a context for the whole game, then, with them. We know where we stand differs from where they stand. There's a sort of playing field of context." Causing the chair to squeak, Marat again rotated 2 fingers of a hand in the air, which for Quebecers signifies impatience. "Rules of play, rules of engagement." The other hand was with the Sterling UL machine pistol beneath the blanket. "Even historically, the 60s bomb-tossers, the spick separatists, the ragheads—" "Very charming. These are attractive terms." "Ragheads, Colombians, Brazilians, they had positive objectives. Desires for self which you could understand. Even if the objectives were nothing more than things we could file, pinned to the board under stated objectives. The pathetic spicks, they wanted certain things. There was a context, a compass for maneuvers against them. Your guardians of national security could understand these positive desires of self-interest. Look at them and relate, as one says at least, knowing where you stand on the field of play." Steeply slowly nodded, as if to only himself. "There wasn't just pure malice. There was never the sense that here were some people who had just all of a sudden let the air out of your tires for no reason." "You allege we disperse our resources deflecting automobile tires?" "A figure of speech. Or, for example, a serial killer, a sadist, somebody who wants you down just for the deviant sake of wanting you down. A deviant." Far south, a blinking system of tricolored lights described a spiral over the airport's tower's pulsing tip. This was a landing aircraft. Steeply lit another cigarette off the butt of his previous and then tossed the butt, peering over the shelf's edge to watch its spiraled fall. Marat was looking up and right.
Steepley said, "Because politics are one thing. Even way out far in the distance, fringe politics are one thing. Your 48 doesn't seem to care much about reconfiguration, territory, redemisement, cartography, tariffs, Finlandization, ONA-anite Anschluss, or toxic waste displacement." "Experialism," Steepley said, "or so-called experialism. Even separatism. None of the other cell's agendas seem to drive you people. Most of the office sees it as just sheer malice with you. No agenda or story. And for you there is something appalling." Steepley pursed his lips as if trying to blow something off them. "But when there are delineatable strategic political goals and objectives, when there's some set of ends we can make sense of the malice with, then it's just business." "Nothing of persons." Marat was looking up. Some of the stars seemed to flutter, others to burn with more steadiness. "We know which end is up when it's business. We've got a field and a compass." He regarded Marat directly in a way that was not accusing. "This seems personal," he said. Marat could not think of descriptions for the way Steepley regarded him. Neither was it sad, nor inquisitive, nor quite ruminative. There were small flickers and shadows of movements around the flickers of the celebratory fire down far away on the floor of the desert. Marat could not determine whether Steepley was truly revealing emotions about himself. The flickers continually went out. Small shreds of young laughter drifted up to them in the vacuous silence. There were also sometimes rustles in the hillside's scrub, of gravel or small living nightly things. Or whether perhaps Steepley was trying to give him something, let him know something, and determine whether it went back to Monsieur Fortier. Marat's arrangement with the Office of Unspecified Services seemed most often to consist in submitting himself to numerous tests and games of truth and betrayal. He felt often with USOUS, like a caged rodent, being regarded blandly by bland men in white coats. Marat shrugged. "USA has previously been hated, richly so. Shining Path and your Maxwell-ass company, the Trans-Latin cocaine cartels, and the poor late Monsieur Kemp with his exploding home. Did not both Iraq and Iran call USA the very large Satan? As you hatefully say, they have heads of rags?" Steepley exhumed smoke quickly to reply. "Yes, but there were still contexts and ends. Revenue, religion, spheres of influence, Israel, petroleum, neo-Marxism, post-Cold War power jockeying. There was always a third thing. Some desire. Some piece of business. Some third thing between them and us. It wasn't just us. It was something they wanted from us, or wanted us out of." Steepley seemed earnestly to say it. The third thing, the goal or desire, it mediated the ill will, abstracted it somehow. "For this is how one who is sane proceeds," Marat said, paying great concentration to aligning the blanket's hems against his chest and wheels. "Some desire of self, and efforts expending to meet that desire." "Not just wanting negatives," Steepley said, shaking the lurid head. "Not just wanting some other's harm for no purpose." Marat again found himself pretending to sniff with the congestion. "And the USA purpose? Desires?" This he asked quietly. Its sound was strange against stone. Steepley was pinching yet a next particle of tobacco from his lipstick. He said, "This you can't generalize on with most of us, since our whole system is founded on your individual's freedom to pursue his own individual desires." His mascara had now cooled in the formations of its past running. Marat kept silent and fussed with the blanket as Steepley sometimes regarded him. A whole minute passed this way. Finally, Steepley said, For me personally, as an American, Ramey, if you're really serious, I think it's probably your standard old basic American dreams and ideals. Freedom from tyranny, from excessive want, fear, censorship of speech and thought." He was looking with seriousness, even in this wig.
The old ones, tested by time. Relative plenty, meaningful work, adequate leisure time. The ones you might call corny. His smiling revealed to Marat lipstick upon one incisor. We want choice. A sense of efficaciousness in choice. To be loved by someone. To freely love who you happen to love. To be loved irregardless of whether you can tell them classified stuff about your job. To have them just trust you, and trust that you know what you're doing. To feel valued. Not to be agendalessly despised. To have good neighborly relations. Cheap and abundant energy. Pride in your work and family and home. The lipstick had been smeared onto the tooth when the finger had removed the grain of tobacco. He was faisait monter la pression.
170.
The little things. Access to transport, good digestion, work-saving appliances, a wife who doesn't mistake your job's requirements for your own fetishes, reliable waste removal and disposal, sunsets over the Pacific, shoes that don't cut off circulation, frozen yogurt, a tall lemonade on a squeak-free porch swing. Marat's face. It showed nothing. The loyalty of a domestic pet. Steeply pointed the cigarette. There you go, friend. High-quality entertainment. High value for the dollar of leisure and spectation. Steeply laughed agreeably, exhaling a shaped sausage of smoke. In response to this, Marat smiled. There was some silence for thinking until Marat finally said, looking up and off to think, This USA type of person and desires appears to me like almost the classic, utilitaire? A French appliance? Commandite, Marat said. Utilitarian. Maximum pleasure. Minimize displeasure. Result? What is good? This is the USA of you. Steeply pronounced the USA English word for Marat then. Then a sustained pause. Steeply rose and fell upon his toes. A bonfire of young persons was burning some kilometers down away on the desert floor, the flames burning in a seeming ring instead of a sphere. Marat said, But yes, but precisely whose pleasure and whose pain in this personality type's equation of what is good? When Steeply removed a particle of the cigarette from the lip, he would then roll it absently between his first finger and thumb. This did not appear womanly. Come again? Marat scratched inside the windbreaker. I am wondering, me, on the equations of this USA type. The best good is each individual USA person's maximum pleasure, or it is the maximum pleasure for all the people? Steeply nodded in a way that indicated willing patience with someone whose wits were not too speedy. But there you go. But this question itself shows how our different types of national character part ways from each other, Ramey. The American genius, our good fortune, is that someplace along the line back there in American history, them realizing that each American seeking to pursue his maximum good results together in maximizing everyone's good. Ah. We learned this as early as grade school, as kids. I am seeing. This is what lets us steer free of oppression and tyranny. Even your Greekly democratic, howling mob-type tyranny. The United States, a community of sacred individuals which reveres the sacredness of the individual choice, the individual's right to pursue his own vision of the best ratio of pleasure to pain, utterly sacrosanct, defended with teeth and bared claws all through our history. Bien sûr. Steeply for the first time seemed to be feeling with his hand his wig's disorder. He was attempting to straightly reposition it without removing the wig. Marat tried not to envision what his BSS had done to the natural brown male hair of Steeply to accommodate the complex wig. Steeply said, It might be hard for you to quite understand what's so precious about this for us, from across this chasm of different values that separates our peoples. Marat flexed his hand. Perhaps because it is so general and abstracted. In practice, however, you may force me to understand. We don't force. It's exactly about not forcing our history's genius. You are entitled to your values of maximum pleasure, so long as you don't fuck with mine. Are you seeing?
Perhaps help me see by practical evidence. An instance. Suppose you are able at one moment to increase your own pleasure, but the cost of this is the displeasuring pain of another. Another sacred individual's displeasing pain.
Steepley said, Well, now this is precisely what gives us the fantods about the AFR. Why it's so important, I think, to remember how we come from different cultures and value systems, Ramey. Because in our U.S. value system, anybody who derives an increase in pleasure from somebody else's pain is a deviant, a sadistic sicko, and is thereby excluded from the community of everybody's right to pursue their own best pleasure-to-pain ratio. Sickos deserve compassion and the best treatment feasible, but they're not part of the big picture.
Marat willed himself not to rise on his stumps again. No, but not another's pain as a pleasurable end in itself. I did not mean where my pleasure is your pain. How to say better? Imagine there arises a situation in which your deprivation or pain is merely as a consequence, the price of my own pleasure.
You mean you're talking a tough choices, limited resources type situation?
But in the simplest of examples, the most childlike case.
Marat's eyes momentarily gleamed with enthusiasm.
Suppose that you and I, we both wish to enjoy a hot bowl of the Habitant soupe pois.
Steepley said, You mean?
But yes, French-Canadian type pea soup. Produit du Montréal. Savour maison. Prêt à servir.
171.
What is it with you people and this stuff?
In this case, imagining both you and I are in the worst way craving for Habitant soup. But there is one can only, of the small and well-known single-serving size.
An American invention, by the way, the 3S, let's insert.
The part of Marat's mind that hovered above and watched coldly, it could not know whether Steepley was being deliberately, parodically dense and annoying, to arouse Marat to some revealing passion. Marat made his rotary gesture of impatience, slowly. But, okay, he said neutrally. It is simple here. We both want the soup. So me, my pleasure from eating the Habitant soupe pois, as the price of your pain at not eating soup when you badly crave it. Marat was patting his pockets for something. And the reverse, if you are who eats the serving. But Dieu sait genius for each poursuivre le bonheur, then, who can decide who may receive this soup?
172.
Steepley stood with weight on one leg.
Example's a bit oversimplified. We bid on the soup, maybe. We negotiate. Maybe we divide the soup.
No, for the ingenious single-serving size of serving is notoriously for only one. And we are both large and vigorous USA individuals who have spent the afternoon watching huge men in pads and helmets hurl themselves at one another in the high definition of interlace. And we are both ravenous for the satiation of a complete hot bowl's serving. Half the bowl would only torment this craving I have. The fast shadow of pain across the face of Steepley showed Marat's choice of example was witty. The divorced USA man has much experience with the small size of single-serving products. Marat said, Okay, yes, why should I, as the sacred individual, give you half of my soup? My own pleasure over torment is what is good, for I am a loyal USA, a genius of this individual desire. The bonfire slowly was filling out. Another cross of colored light circled the airport area of Tucson. Steepley's movements of smoothing the wig and twisting fingers through the snarls of hair became perhaps more abrupt and frustrated. Steepley said, Well, whose soup is it legally? Who actually bought the soup? Marat shrugged. Not relevant for my question. Suppose a third party, now unfortunately deceased. He appears at our flat with a can of soupe pois to eat while watching recorded USA Sporting, and suddenly is scratching his heart and falls to the carpeting, deceased, holding the soup we are now both so wishing. Then we bid on the soup. Whoever's got the most desire for the soup, and is willing to fork over the higher price, buys out the other's half,
Then the other just jogs or rolls on down to Safeway and buys himself some more soup. Whoever's willing to put his money where his hunger is gets the dead guy's soup. Murat shook his head without any heat. The Safeway store and bidding. These are also not relevant to my question. I hope the example of pea soup to raise, which perhaps this is a dull-witted question. Steeply was at the wig with both hands for repair. Former perspiration had mashed its form inward on one side, as well as small clots and small burrs from the falls of his descent to the outcropping. Presumably there was no comb or brushes in his small evening's wear purse. The rear of his dress was dirty. The straps of his prostheses brassiere dug cruelly into the meat of his back and shoulders. Again there was for Murat the picture of something soft being slowly throttled. Steeply was responding, "No, I know what you want to raise, all right. You want to talk politics. Scarcity, and allocating, and tough choices, all right? Politics we can understand. All right, politics we can discuss. I bet I know where you want to raise the question of what prevents 310 million individual American happiness pursuers from all going around bonking each other over the head and taking each other's soup. A state of nature, my own pleasure, and to hell with all the rest." Murat had his handkerchief out. "What does this wish to mean, this bonking?" "Because this simplistic example shows just how far apart across the chasm our people's values are, friend." Steeply was saying this. "Because a certain basic amount of respect for the wishes of other people is required, is in my interest, in order to preserve a community where my own wishes and interests are respected, okay? My total and overall happiness is maximized by respecting your individual sanctity and not simply kicking you in the knee and running off with the soup." Steeply watched Murat blow one nostril into the handkerchief. Murat was one of the rare types who did not examine the hanky after he blew. Steeply said, But then I can anticipate somebody on your side of the chasm retorting with something like, quote, "Yes, my very good ami, but what if your rêveur for the pleasurable soup is some individual outside your community? For example, you'll say, let's just make the example that it's a hapless Canadien, foreign ou outré, separated from me by a chasm of history and language and value and deep respect for individual freedom. Then in this wholly random instance, there would be no community-minded constraints on my natural impulse to bonk your head and commandeer the desired soup, since the poor Canadian is outside the equation of poursuivre la bonheur of each individual, since he is not a part of the community whose environment of mutual respect I depend on for pursuing my interest of maximal pleasure to pain."
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.